Section 1 of the Natural History, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Natural History, Volume 5 by Pliny the Elder, translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 1, Book 21, Chapters 1 to 9. An account of flowers and those used for chaplets more particularly. Chapter 1. The nature of flowers and garlands. Cato has recommended that flowers for making chaplets should also be cultivated in the garden. Varieties remarkable for a delicacy which it is quite impossible to express, inasmuch as no individual can find such facilities for describing them as nature does for bestowing on them their numerous tints. Nature, who here in especial shows herself in a sportive mood, and takes a delight in the prolific display of her varied productions. The other plants she has produced for our use and our nutriment, and to them accordingly she has granted years and even ages of duration. But as for the flowers and their perfumes, she has given them birth for but a day, a mighty lesson to man, we see, to teach him that which is its career is the most beauteous and the most attractive to the eye, is the very first to fade and die. Even the limner's art itself possesses no resources for reproducing the colors of the flowers in all their varied tints and combinations, whether we view them in groups alternately blending their hues, or whether arranged in festoons, each variety by itself, now assuming a circular form, now running obliquely, and now disposed in a spiral pattern, or whether, as we see sometimes, one wreath is interwoven within another. Chapter 2. Garlands and Chaplets. The ancients used chaplets of diminutive size, called strupi, from which comes our name for a chaplet, struphiolum. Indeed, it was only by very slow degrees that this last word became generalized, as the chaplets that were used at sacrifices or were granted as the reward of military valor asserted their exclusive right to the name of corona. As for garlands, when they came to be made of flowers, they received the name of certa, from the verb sero, or else from our word series. The use of flowers for garlands is not so very ancient among the Greeks even. Chapter 3. Who invented the art of making garlands, when they first received the name of corollae, and for what reason. 4. In early times it was the usage to crown the victors in the sacred contests with branches of trees, and it was only at a later period that they began to vary their tints by the combination of flowers, to heighten the effect in turn by their color and their smell, an invention due to the ingenuity of the painter Pausias at Syene, and the garland maker Glycera, a female to whom he was greatly attached, and whose handiwork was imitated by him in colors. Challenging him to a trial of skill, she would repeatedly vary her designs, and thus it was, in reality, a contest between art and nature, a fact which we find attested by pictures of that artist even still in existence, more particularly the one known as Stephane Plocos, in which he has given a likeness of Glycera herself. This invention, therefore, is only to be traced to later than the 100th Olympiad. Chaplets of flowers being now the fashion, it was not long before those came into vogue, which are known to us as Egyptian chaplets, and then the winter chaplets made for the time at which earth refuses her flowers, of thin laminae of horn stained various colors. By slow degrees, too, the name was introduced at Rome, these garlands being known there at first as corollae, a designation given them to express the remarkable delicacy of their texture. In more recent times again, when the chaplets presented were made of thin plates of copper, gilt or silvered, they assumed the name of corollaria. Chapter 4. Who was the first to give chaplets with leaves of silver and gold? Lemnisky, who was the first to emboss them. Crassus Dives was the first who gave chaplets with artificial leaves of silver and gold at the games celebrated by him. To embellish these chaplets and to confer additional honor on them, lemnisci were added, in imitation of the Etruscan chaplets, which ought properly to have none but lemnisci made of gold. For a long period these lemnisci were destitute of ornament. Publius Claudius Pulcher was the first who taught us to emboss them, and added leaves of tinsel to the laminae of which the lemniscus was formed. Chapter 5. The great honor in which chaplets were held by the ancients. Chaplets, however, were always held in a high degree of estimation, those even which were acquired at the public games. For it was the usage of the citizens to go down in person to take part in the contest of the circus, and to send their slaves and horses thither as well. Hence it is that we find it thus written in the laws of the 12 tables: if any person has gained a chaplet himself or by his money, let the same be given to him as the reward of his prowess. There is no doubt that by the words gained by his money, the laws meant a chaplet which had been gained by his slaves or horses. Well then, what was the honor acquired thereby? It was the right secured by the victor for himself and for his parents, after death, to be crowned, without fail, while the body was laid out in the house, and on its being carried to the tomb. On other occasions, chaplets were not indiscriminately worn, not even those which had been worn in the games. Chapter 6. The severity of the ancients in reference to chaplets. Indeed, the rules upon this point were remarkably severe. Lucius Fulvius, a banker, having been accused at the time of the Second Punic War of looking down from the balcony of his house upon the forum with a chaplet of roses upon his head, was imprisoned by order of the Senate, and was not liberated before the war was brought to a close. Publius Monachius, having placed upon his head a chaplet of flowers taken from the statue of Marsyas, was condemned by the triumvirate to be put in chains. Upon his making appeal to the tribunes of the people, they refused to intercede in his behalf, a very different state of things to that at Athens, where the young men, in their drunken revelry, were in the habit, before midday, of making their way into the very schools of the philosophers even. Among ourselves, no such instance of a similar licentiousness is to be found, unless, indeed, in the case of the daughter of the late Emperor Augustus, who, in her nocturnal debaucheries, placed a chaplet on the statue of Marsyas, conduct deeply deplored in the letters of that god. Chapter 7. A citizen decked with flowers by the Roman people. Scipio is the only person that ever received from the Roman people the honor of being decked with flowers. This Scipio received the surname of Serapio, from his remarkable resemblance to a certain person of that name who dealt in pigs. He died in his tribuneship, greatly beloved by the people, and in every way worthy of the family of the Africani. The property he left was not sufficient to pay the expenses of his burial, upon which the people made a subscription and contracted for his funeral, flowers being scattered upon the body from every possible quarter as it was borne along. Chapter 8. Plaited chaplets, needlework chaplets, nard-leaf chaplets, silken chaplets. In those days, too, chaplets were employed in honor of the gods, the lares, public as well as domestic, the sepulchres, and the manes. The highest place, however, in public estimation, was held by the plaited chaplet, such as we find used by the Salii in their sacred rites, and at the solemnization of their yearly banquets. In later times, the rose chaplet has been adopted, and luxury arose at last to such a pitch that a chaplet was held in no esteem at all if it did not consist entirely of leaves sewn together with the needle. More recently again, they have been imported from India, or from nations beyond the countries of India. But it is looked upon as the most refined of all to present chaplets made of nard leaves, or else of silk of many colours steeped in unguents. Such is the pitch to which the luxuriousness of our women has at last arrived. Chapter 9. authors who have written on flowers. An anecdote relative to Queen Cleopatra and chaplets. Among the Greeks, the physicians Mnesithias and Callimachus have written separate treatises on the subject of chaplets, making mention of such flowers as are injurious to the head. For, in fact, the health is here concerned to some extent, as it is at the moments of carousal and gaiety in particular that penetrating odours steal insidiously upon the brain. Witness an instance in the wicked cunning displayed upon one occasion by Cleopatra. At the time when preparations were making for the battle that was eventually fought at Actium, Antonius held the queen in such extreme distrust as to be in dread of her very attentions even, and would not so much as touch his food unless another person had tasted it first. Upon this, the queen, it is said, wishing to amuse herself with his fears, had the extremities of the flowers in a chaplet dipped in poison, and then placed it upon her head. After a time, as the hilarity increased apace, she challenged Antonius to swallow the chaplets mixed up with their drink. Who, under such circumstances as these, could have apprehended treachery? Accordingly, the leaves were stripped from off the chaplet and thrown into the cup. Just as Antonius was on the very point of drinking, she arrested his arm with her hand. "Behold, Marcus Antonius," said she, "the woman against whom you are so careful to take these new precautions of yours in employing your tasters, and would then, if I could exist without you, either means or opportunity of effecting my purpose be wanting to me?" Saying this, she ordered a man to be brought from prison, and made him drink off the potion. He did so, and fell dead upon the spot. Besides the two authors above mentioned, Theophrastus among the Greeks has written on the subject of flowers. Some of our own writers also have given the title of Ontologica to their works, but no one, to my knowledge at least, has treated expressly of flowers. In fact, we ourselves have no intention here of discussing the mode of wearing chaplets, for that would be frivolous indeed, but shall proceed to state such particulars in relation to flowers as shall appear to us deserving of remark. End of section 1.
Section 2 of the Natural History, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Natural History, Volume 5 by Pliny the Elder, translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 2. Book 21, Chapters 10 to 21. Chapter 10. The Rose, 12 Varieties of it. The people of our country were acquainted with but very few garland flowers among the garden plants, and those few hardly any but the violet and the rose. The plant which bears the rose is, properly speaking, more of a thorn than a shrub. Indeed, we sometimes find it growing on a bramble even, the flower having even then a pleasant smell, though by no means penetrating. The flower in all roses is originally enclosed in a bud, with a grained surface within, which gradually swells and assumes the form of a green pointed cone, similar to our alabaster uncoined boxes in shape. Gradually acquiring a ruddy tint, this bud opens little by little, until at last it comes into full blow, developing the calyx, and embracing the yellow pointed filaments which stand erect in the center of it. The employment of the rose in chaplets is, so to say, the least use that is made of it. The flower is steeped in oil, a practice which has prevailed from the times of the Trojan War, as Homer bears witness, in addition to which it now forms an ingredient in our unguents, as mentioned on a previous occasion. It is employed also by itself for certain medicinal purposes, and is used in plasters and eye salves for its penetrating qualities. It is used also to perfume the delicacies of our banquets, and is never attended with any noxious results. The most esteemed kinds of rose among us are those of Praeneste and Campania. Some persons have added to these varieties the rose of Miletus, the flower of which is an extremely brilliant red, and has never more than a dozen petals. The next to it is the rose of Trachine, not so red as the last, and then that of Alabanda, with whitish petals, but not so highly esteemed. The least esteemed of all, however, is the thorn rose, the petals of which are numerous, but extremely small. The essential points of difference in the rose are the number of the petals, the comparative number of thorns on the stem, the color, and the smell. The number of the petals, which is never less than 5, goes on increasing in amount, till we find one variety with as many as 100, and thence known as centifolia. In Italy it is to be found in Campania, and in Greece in the vicinity of Philippi, though this last is not the place of its natural growth. Mount Pangaeus, in the same vicinity, produces a rose with numerous petals of diminutive size. The people of those parts are in the habit of transplanting it, a method which greatly tends to improve its growth. This kind, however, is not remarkable for its smell, nor yet is the rose which has a very large or very broad petal. Indeed, we may state in a few words that the best proof of the perfume of the flower is the comparative roughness of the calyx. Scipio, who lived in the reign of the Emperor Tiberius, asserts that the centifolia is never employed for chaplets, except at the extreme points of union, as it were, being remarkable neither for its smell nor its beauty. There is another variety of rose, too, called the Grecian rose by our people, and Lychnis by the Greeks. It grows nowhere except in humid soils, and has never more than 5 petals. It does not exceed the violet in size, and is destitute of smell. There is another kind again, known to us as the Greacula, the petals of which are tightly rolled together, and which never open except when pressed in the hand, it having always the appearance, in fact, of being in bud. The petals of it are remarkably large. Another kind, again, springs from a stem like that of the mallow, the leaves being similar to those of the olive. The name given to it is Macetum. There is the rose of autumn, too, known to us as the Coroniola, which is of a middle size, between the varieties just mentioned. All these kinds, however, are destitute of smell, with the exception of the Coroniola, and the one which grows on the bramble. So extended is the scope for fictitious productions. And indeed, the genuine rose, for the most part, is indebted for its qualities to the nature of the soil. That of Cyrenaica is the most odoriferous of all, and hence it is that the unguents of that place are so remarkably fine. At Carthage, again, in Spain, there are early roses throughout all the winter. The temperature, too, of the climate is not without its influence, for in some years we find the roses much less odoriferous than in others, in addition to which their smell is always more powerful when grown in dry soils than in humid ones. The rose does not admit of being planted in either a rich or an argillaceous soil, nor yet on irrigated land, being contented with a thin, light earth, and more particularly attached to ground on which old building rubbish has been laid. The rose of Campania is early, that of Miletus late, but it is the rose of Praeneste that goes off the very latest of all. For the rose, the ground is generally dug to a greater depth than it is for corn, but not so deep as for the vine. It grows but very slowly from the seed, which is found in the calyx beneath the petals of the flower, covered with a sort of down. Hence it is that the method of grafting is usually the one preferred, or else propagation from the eyes of the root, as in the reed. One kind is grafted, which bears a pale flower with thorny branches of a remarkable length. It belongs to quinquefolia variety, being one of the Greek roses. All roses are improved by being pruned and cauterized. Transplanting too makes them grow, like the vine, all the better, and with the greatest rapidity. The slips are cut some 4 fingers in length, or more, and are planted immediately after the setting of the Vergilea. Then, while the west winds are prevalent, they are transplanted at intervals of a foot, the earth being frequently turned up about them. Persons whose object it is to grow early roses make a hole a foot in width about the root, and pour warm water into it at the period when the buds are beginning to put forth. Chapter 11. The Lily. 4 varieties of it. The lily holds the next highest rank after the rose, and has a certain affinity with it in respect of its unguent and the oil extracted from it, which is known to us as lyrinon. Blended too with roses, the lily produces a remarkably fine effect, for it begins to make its appearance, in fact, just as the rose is in the very middle of its season. There is no flower that grows to a greater height than the lily, sometimes indeed as much as 3 cubits, the head of it being always drooping, as though the neck of the flower were unable to support its weight. The whiteness of the lily is quite remarkable, the petals being striated on the exterior. The flower is narrow at the base, and gradually expanding in shape like a tapering cup, with the edges curving outwards, the fine pistils of the flower, and the stamens, with their antheraea of a saffron color, standing erect in the middle. Hence, the perfume of the lily, as well as its color, is twofold, there being one for the petals and other for the stamens. The difference, however, between them is but very small, and when the flower is employed for making lily unguents and oils, the petals are never rejected. There is a flower, not unlike the lily, produced by the plant known to us as the convolvulus. It grows among shrubs, is totally destitute of smell, and has not the yellow antheraea of the lily within. Only vying with it in its whiteness, it would almost appear to be a rough sketch made by nature when she was learning how to make a lily. The white lily is propagated in all the various ways which are employed for the cultivation of the rose, and also by means of a certain tear-like gum which belongs to it, similarly to Hipposelinum. In fact, indeed, there is no plant that is more prolific than this, a single root often giving birth to as many as 50 bulbs. There is also a red lily, known by the name of crinon to the Greeks, though there are some authors who call the flower of it kynorodon. The most esteemed are those of Antiochia and Laodicea and Syria, and next to them that of Phaselis. To the 4th rank belongs the flower that grows in Italy. Chapter 12. The Narcissus. 3 varieties of it. There is a purple lily, too, which sometimes has a double stem. It differs only from the other lilies in having a more fleshy root and a bulb of larger size, but undivided. The name given to it is narcissus. A second variety of this lily has a white flower with a purple corolla. There is also this difference between the ordinary lily and the narcissus, that in the latter the leaves spring from the root of the plant. The finest are those which grow on the mountains of Lycia. A third variety is similar to the others in every respect, except that the corolla of the plant is green. They are all of them late flowers, indeed, They only bloom after the setting of Arcturus and at the time of the autumnal equinox. Chapter 13. How seed is stained to produce tinted flowers. There has been invented also a method of tinting the lily, thanks to the taste of mankind for monstrous productions. The dried stalks of the lily are tied together in the month of July and hung up in the smoke. Then in the following March, when the small knots are beginning to disclose themselves, the stalks are left to steep in the lees of black or Greek wine, in order that they may contract its color, and are then planted out in small trenches, some semi-sextary of wine lees being poured around them. By this method purple lilies are obtained, it being a very remarkable thing that we should be able to dye a plant to such a degree as to make it produce a colored flower. Chapter 14. How the several varieties of the violet are respectively produced, grown and cultivated, the 3 different colors of the violet, the 5 varieties of the yellow violet. Next, after the roses and the lilies, the violet is held in the highest esteem. Of this there are several varieties, the purple, the yellow, and the white, all of them reproduced from plants like the cabbage. The purple violet, which springs up spontaneously in sunny spots with a thin, meagre soil, has larger petals than the others, springing immediately from the root, which is of a fleshy substance. This violet has a name, too, distinct from the other wild kinds, being called Eon, and from it the Eanthine cloth takes its name. Among the cultivated kinds, the yellow violet is held in the greatest esteem. The Tusculan violet, and that known as the marine violet, have petals somewhat broader than the others, but not so odoriferous. The Calatian violet, too, which has a smaller leaf, is entirely destitute of smell. This last is a present to us from the autumn, the others from the spring. Chapter 15. The caltha, the Scopa regia. Next to it comes the caltha, the flowers of which are of similar color and size. In the number of its petals, however, it surpasses the marine violet, the petals of which are never more than 5 in number. The marine violet is surpassed, too, by the other in smell, that of the caltha being very powerful. The smell, too, is no less powerful in the plant known as the Scopa regia, but there it is the leaves of the plant, and not the flowers, that are odoriferous. Chapter 16. The Bacchar, the Combretum, Asarum. The Bacchar, too, by some persons known as field nard, is odoriferous in the root only. In former times it was the practice to make unguents of this root, as we learn from the poet Aristophanes, a writer of the ancient comedy, from which circumstance some persons have erroneously given the name of exotic to the plant. The smell of it strongly resembles that of cinnamonum, and the plant grows in thin soils which are free from all humidity. The name of combretum is given to a plant that bears a very strong resemblance to it, the leaves of which taper to the finest of threads. In height, however, it is taller than the Bacchar. Those are the only. The error, however, ought to be corrected on the part of those who have bestowed upon the Bacchar the name of field nard, for that in reality is the surname given to another plant, known to the Greeks as asaron, the description and features of which we have already mentioned when speaking of the different varieties of nard. I find, too, that the name of asaron has been given to this plant from the circumstance of its never being employed in the composition of chaplets. Chapter 17. Saffron. In what places it grows best. What flowers were known at the time of the Trojan War. The wild saffron is the best. Indeed, in Italy it is of no use whatever to attempt to propagate it, the produce of a whole bed of saffron being boiled down to a single scruple. It is reproduced by offsets from the bulb. The cultivated saffron is larger, finer, and better looking than the other kinds, but has much less efficacy. This plant is everywhere degenerating, and is far from prolific at Kyrenia even, a place where the flowers are always of the very finest quality. The most esteemed saffron, however, is that of Cilicia, and there of Mount Corycus in particular. Next comes the saffron of Mount Olympus in Lycia, and then of Centuripa in Sicily. Some persons, however, have given the second rank to the Phlegraean saffron. There is nothing so much adulterated as saffron. The best proof of its goodness is when it snaps under pressure by the fingers, as though it were friable. For when it is moist, a state which it owes to being adulterated, it is limp and will not snap asunder. Another way of testing it, again, is to apply it with the hand to the face, upon which, if good, it will be found to be slightly caustic to the face and eyes. There is a peculiar kind, too, of cultivated saffron, which is in general extremely mild, being only of middling quality. The name given to it is dialoicon. The saffron of Cyrenaica, again, is faulty in the opposite extreme, for it is darker than any other kind, and is apt to spoil very quickly. The best saffron everywhere is that which is of the most unctuous quality, and these filaments of which are the shortest, the worst being that which emits a musty smell. Mucianus informs us that in Lycia, at the end of 7 or 8 years, the saffron is transplanted into a piece of ground which has been prepared for the purpose. It is prevented from degenerating. It is never used for chaplets, being a plant with an extremely narrow leaf, as fine almost as a hair, but it combines remarkably well with wine, sweet wine in particular. Reduced to a powder, it is used to perfume the theatres. Saffron blossoms about the setting of the Vergiliae, for a few days only, the leaf expelling the flower. It is verdant at the time of the winter solstice, and then it is that they gather it. It is usually dried in the shade, and if in winter, all the better. The root of this plant is fleshy and more long-lived than that of the other bulbous plants. It loves to be beaten and trodden under foot, and in fact, the worse it is treated, the better it thrives. Hence it is that it grows so vigorously by the side of footpaths and fountains. Saffron was already held in high esteem in the time of the Trojan War. At all events, Homer, we find, makes mention of these 3 flowers, the lotus, the saffron, and the hyacinth. Chapter 18. The Nature of Odours. All the odoriferous substances, and consequently the plants, differ from one another in their color, smell, and juices. It is but rarely that the taste of an odoriferous substance is not bitter, while sweet substances, on the other hand, are but rarely odoriferous. Thus it is, too, that wine is more odoriferous than must, and all the wild plants more so than the cultivated ones. Some flowers have a sweet smell at a distance, the edge of which is taken off when they come nearer. Such is the case with the violet, for instance. The rose, when fresh gathered, has a more powerful smell at a distance and dried when brought nearer. All plants have a more penetrating odor also in spring, and in the morning, as the hour of midday approaches, the scent becomes gradually weakened. The flowers, too, of young plants are less odoriferous than those of old ones, but it is at mid-age that the odor is most penetrating in them all. The rose and the crocus have a more powerful smell when gathered in fine weather, and all plants are more powerfully scented in hot climates than in cold ones. In Egypt, however, the flowers are far from odoriferous, owing to the dews and exhalations with which the air is charged, in consequence of the extended surface of the river. Some plants have an agreeable, though at the same time extremely powerful smell, Some again, while green, have no smell at all, owing to the excess of moisture, the bucurus, for example, which is the same as fenugreek. Not all flowers which have a penetrating odor are destitute of juices. The violet, the rose, and the crocus, for example. Those, on the other hand, which have a penetrating odor but are destitute of juices, have all of them a very powerful smell, as we find the case with the two varieties of the lily. The abrotonum and the amaracus have a pungent smell. In some plants it is the flower only that is sweet, the other parts being inodorous. The violet and the rose, for example. Among the garden plants, the most odoriferous are the dry ones, such as rue, mint, and parsley, as also those which grow on dry soils. Some fruits become more odoriferous the older they are, the quince, for example, which has also a stronger smell when gathered than while upon the tree. Some plants again have no smell but when broken asunder or when bruised, and others only when they are stripped of their bark. Certain vegetable substances, too, only give out a smell when subjected to the action of fire, such as frankincense and myrrh, for example. All flowers are more bitter to the taste when bruised than when left untouched. Some plants preserve their smell a longer time when dried, the melilote, for example. Others, again, make the place itself more odoriferous when they grow, the iris, for instance, which will even render the whole of a tree odoriferous, the roots of which it may happen to have touched. The hesperis has a more powerful odor at night, a property to which it owes its name. Among the animals we find none that are odoriferous, unless, indeed, we are inclined to put faith in what has been said about the panther. Chapter 19. The Iris. There is still another distinction, which ought not to be omitted, the fact that many of the odoriferous plants never enter into the composition of garlands, the iris and the saliunca, for example, although both of them of a most exquisite odor. In the iris it is the root only that is held in esteem, it being extensively employed in perfumery and medicine. The iris of the finest quality is that found in Illyricum, and in that country even, not in the maritime parts of it, but in the forests on the banks of the river Drillon and near Narona. The next best is that of Macedonia, the plant being extremely elongated, white and thin. The iris of Africa occupies the third rank, being the largest of them all, and of an extremely bitter taste. The iris of Illyricum comprehends two varieties, one of which is the Raphanites, so called from its resemblance to the radish, of a somewhat red color, and superior in quality to the other, which is known as the Rhizotomus. The best kind of iris is that which produces sneezing when handled. The stem of this plant is a cubit in length, and erect, the flower being of various colors, like the rainbow, to which circumstance it is indebted for its name. The iris, too, of Pisidia is far from being held in disesteem. Persons who intend taking up the iris drench the ground about it some 3 months before with hydromel, as though a sort of atonement offered to appease the earth. With the point of a sword, too, they trace 3 circles round it, and the moment they gather it they lift it up towards the heavens. The iris is a plant of a caustic nature, and when handled it causes blisters like burns to rise. It is a point particularly recommended, that those who gather it should be in a state of chastity. The root, not only when dried, but while still in the ground, is very quickly attacked by worms. In former times it was Leucas and Elis that supplied us with the best oil of iris, for there it has long been cultivated. At the present day, however, the best comes from Pamphylia, though that of Cilicia and the northern climates is held in high esteem. Chapter 20. The Saliunca. The Saliunca has a rather short leaf, which does not admit of its being plaited for garlands, and numerous roots by which it is held together, being more of a herb than a flower, and so closely matted and tangled that it would almost appear to have been pressed together with the hand. In short, it is a turf of a peculiar nature. This plant grows in Pannonia and the sunny regions of Noricum and the Alps, and also the vicinity of the city of Eporidia, the smell being so remarkably sweet that the crops of it have been of late quite as profitable as the working of a mine. This plant is particularly valued for the pleasant smell it imparts to clothes among which it is kept. Chapter 21. The Polium or Truthrion. It is the same too with the Polium, a herb employed for a similar purpose among the Greeks, and highly extolled by Musaeus and Hesiod, who assert that it is useful for every purpose, and more particularly for the acquisition of fame and honor. Indeed, it is a truly marvelous production, if it is the fact, as they state, that its leaves are white in the morning, purple at midday, and azure at sunset. There are two varieties of it, the field Polium, which is larger, and the wild, which is more diminutive. Some persons give it the name of Teuthrion. The leaves resemble the white hairs of a human being. They take their rise immediately from the root, and never exceed a palm in height. End of section 2.
Section 3 of the Natural History, Volume 5 by Pliny the Elder. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 22. Fabrics which rival the colours of flowers. We have now said enough on the subject on the odoriferous flowers, in relation to which Latry not only glories in having vanquished nature in the composition of unguents, but has even gone so far as to challenge in her fabrics those flowers which are more particularly recommended by the beauty of their tints. I remark that the following are the three principal colours: the red, that of the kermes, for instance, which beginning in the tints of the rose reflects when viewed sideways, and held up to the light the shades that are found in the Tyrian purple, and the colours of the dibephor and Laconian cloths; the amethystine colour, which is borrowed from the violet, and to which, bordering as it does on the purple, we have given the name of ianthinum. It must, however, be remembered that we here give a general name to the colour which is subdivided into numerous tints, and a third properly known as the conchellated colour, but which comprehends a variety of shades, such for instance as the tints of the heliotropium, and others of a deeper colour, the hues of the mallow inclining to a full purple, and the colours of the late violet. This last being the most vivid, in fact, of all the conchellated tints. The rival colours being now set side by side, nature and Latry may enter the lists to vie for the mastery. I find it stated that in the most ancient times yellow was held in the highest esteem, but was reserved exclusively for the nuptial veils of females, for which reason it is perhaps that we do not find it included among the principal colours, those being used in common by males and females. Indeed, it is the circumstance of their being used by both sexes in common that gives them their rank as principal colours. Chapter 23. The Amaranth. There is no doubt that all the efforts of art are surpassed by the amaranth, which is, to speak correctly, rather a purple ear than a flower, and at the same time quite inodorous. It is a marvellous feature in this plant that it takes a delight in being gathered. Indeed, the more it is plucked, the better it grows. It comes to flower in the month of August, and lasts throughout the autumn. The finest of all is the amaranth of Alexandria, which is generally gathered for keeping, for it is a really marvellous fact that when all the other flowers have gone out, the amaranth, upon being dipped in water, comes to life again. It is used also for making winter chaplets. The peculiar quality of the amaranth is sufficiently indicated by its name. it having been so called from the circumstance that it never fades. Chapter 24. The Cyanos. The Holochrysos. The name, too, of the cyanos indicates its colour, and so does that of the Holochrysos. None of these flowers were in use in the time of Alexander the Great, for their authors, we find, who flourished at a period immediately after his decease, have made not the slightest mention of them, in which circumstance it is very clear that they only came into fashion at a later period. Still, however, who can entertain any doubt that they were first introduced by the Greeks from the fact that Italy has only their Greek names by which to designate them? Chapter 25. The Betilium. The Bellio. But why Hercules? It is Italy herself that has given its name to the Betilium, an autumnal flower, which springs up in the vicinity of thorny brakes, and recommends itself solely by its colour, which is that of the wild rose. The petals of it are small, and 5 in number, and it is a remarkable circumstance in this plant that the head of it droops at first, and it is only after it becomes erect that the petals make their appearance, forming a small corolla of various colours enclosing a yellow seed. The Bellio, too, is a yellow flower formed of 55 filaments, circularly arranged in the shape of a chaplet. These are both of them meadow flowers, which are mostly of no use whatever, and consequently without names. Even the flowers just mentioned are known sometimes by one name and sometimes by another. Chapter 26. The Chrysocome, or Chrysitis. The Chrysocome, or Chrysitis, has no Latin appellation. It is a palm in height, the flowers forming clusters of a golden colour. The root of it is black, and it has a taste both rough and sweet. It is found growing in stony and umbrageous spots. Chapter 27. Shrubs, the blossoms of which are used for chaplets. Having thus passed in review nearly all the best known colours, we must now give our attention to the chaplets, which are pleasing merely on account of the variety of their materials. Of such chaplets there are 2 kinds, one composed of flowers, the other of leaves. The flowers so employed, I may say, are those of broom, the yellow blossom gathered from it, the rhododendron, and the jujube, also known as the tree of Cappadocia, which bears an odoriferous flower similar to that of the olive. Among the brambles, too, we find the cyclaminum growing, of which we shall have to speak more at length on a future occasion. Its flower, which reflects the hues of the purple of Colossae, is used as an ingredient in chaplets. Chapter 28. Shrubs, the leaves of which are used for chaplets. The leaves also of smilax and ivy are employed in chaplets. Indeed, the clusters of these plants are held in the very highest esteem for this purpose. We have already spoken of them at sufficient length when treating of the shrubs. There are also other kinds of shrubs, which can only be indicated by their Greek names. Little attention having been paid by the framers of our language to this branch of nomenclature. Most of them grow in foreign countries, it is true, but still it is our duty to make some mention of them, as it is of nature in general that we are speaking, and not of Italy in particular. Chapter 29. The Melothron, Spirea, and Origanum. The Cenorum, or Cassia, 2 varieties of it. The Melisophyllum, or Melitena. The Melilote, otherwise known as Campanian garland. Thus it is that we find employed for chaplets the leaves of the Melothron, Spirea, Origanum, Cnearum, by hygienists called Cassia, Conyza, or Carnalago, Melisophyllum, or Apastrum, the Melilote, known to us by the name of Campanian garland, the best kind of Melilote, in Italy being that of Campania, in Greece that of Cape Sunium, and next to that the produce of Chalcidice and Crete. But wherever this plant grows, it is only to be found in rugged and wild localities. The name Sertula, or garland, which it bears, sufficiently proves that this plant was formerly much used in the composition of chaplets. The smell, as well as the flower, closely resembles that of saffron. Though the stem itself is white, the shorter and more fleshy the leaves, the more highly it is esteemed. Chapter 30. 3 varieties of trefoil. The Myophonum. The leaves of trefoil also are employed for making chaplets. There are 3 varieties, the first being called by the Greeks sometimes miniaths, and sometimes asphaltian. The leaves of it, which the garland makers employ, are larger than those of other kinds. The second variety, known as the oxytriflian, has a pointed leaf, and the third has the smallest leaf of them all. Among these plants there are some which have a tough sinewy stem, such as marathon, for instance, hippomarathon, and the myophonum. The umbels too of fennel giant and the purple flowers of the ivy are employed for this purpose, as also another kind of ivy very similar to the wild rose, the colour only of which is attractive, the flower being quite inodorous. There are also two varieties used of the canorum, the black and the white, this last being odoriferous. They are both of them provided with branches, and they blossom after the autumnal equinox. There are the same number of varieties also of origanum employed in making chaplets, one of which is destitute of seed, the other which is also odoriferous, being known as the cretin origanum. Chapter 31. Two varieties of thyme, plants produced from blossoms and not from seed. There are also many varieties of thyme employed, the one white, the other dark. It flowers about the summer solstice when the bees cull from it. From this plant a sort of augury is derived as to how the honey is likely to turn out. For the beekeepers have reason to look for a large crop when their thyme blossoms in considerable abundance. Thyme receives great injury from showers of rain, and is very apt to shed its blossom. The seed of thyme is so minute as to be imperceptible, and yet that of origanum, which is also extremely minute, does not escape the sight. But what matters it that nature has thus concealed it from our view? For we have reason to conclude that it exists in the flower itself, which, when sown in the ground, gives birth to the plant. What is there, in fact, that the industry of man has left untried? The honey of Attica is generally looked upon as the best in all the world, for which reason it is that the thyme of that country has been transplanted, being reproduced, as already stated, with the greatest difficulty from the blossom. But there is also another peculiarity in the nature of the thyme of Attica, which has greatly tended to frustrate these attempts. It will never live except in the vicinity of breezes from the sea. In former times it was the general belief that this is the case with all kinds of thyme, and that this is the reason why it does not grow in Arcadia. At a period when it was universally supposed that the olive never grows beyond 300 stadia from the sea, but at the present day we know for certain that the province of Gallia Narbonensis, the stony plains, are quite overgrown with thyme, this being in fact the only source of revenue to those parts, thousands of sheep being brought thither from distant countries to browse upon the plant. Chapter 32. Conyza. There are two varieties of conyza, also employed in making chaplets, the male plant and the female. The difference consists in the leaves, those of the female plant being thinner, more tapering and narrower, and those of the male being of an imbricated shape, the plant having a greater number of branches. The blossoms too of the male plant is more vivid than that of the female. In both kinds it is late in making its appearance, not till after the rising of Arcturus. The smell of the male conyza is more powerful than that of the female plant. The latter, however, is of a more penetrating nature, for which reason it is that the female plant is held in higher esteem for the treatment of the bites of animals. The leaves of the female plant have exactly the smell of honey, and the root of the male has received the name of libanotis. For some, we have already made mention of it on a previous occasion. Chapter 33. The flower of Jove, the hemocales, the helenum, the phlox, plants in which the branches and roots are odoriferous. The following plants too, it is only the leaves that are employed for chaplets: the flower of Jove, the amaracus, the hemocalus, the abrotonum, the helenium, the sicimbrium, and wild thyme, all of them ligneous plants growing in a manner similar to the rose. The flower of Jove is pleasing only for its colours being quite inodorous, which is the case also with the plant known by the Greek name of phlox. All the plants, to which we have just mentioned, are odoriferous, both in the branches and the leaves, with the sole exception of wild thyme. The helenium is said to have had its origin in the tears of Helen, and hence it is that the kind grown on the island of Helena is so highly esteemed. It is a shrub which grows out its tiny branches along the ground, some 9 inches in length, with a leaf very similar to that of wild thyme. Chapter 34. The Abrotonum. The Adonium, 2 varieties of it, plants which reproduce themselves. The leucanthemum. The flower of the Abrotonum, which makes its appearance in summer, has a powerful but agreeable smell. It is of a bright golden colour. Left to range at large, it reproduces itself by layers from the tops of the branches, but when it is propagated by the hand of man, it is better to grow it from the seed than from the roots or slips, though even from the seed it is not grown without considerable trouble. The young plants are transplanted in summer, which is the case also with the Adonium. They are both of them plants of a very chilly nature, though at the same time they are apt to receive injury if too much exposed to the sun. When, however, they have gained sufficient strength, they throw out branches like those of rue. The leucanthemum has a similar smell to that of the Abrotonum. It is a foliated plant with a white flower. Chapter 35. 2 varieties of the Amaracus. Diocles, the physician, and the people of Sicily have given the name of Amaracus to the plant known in Egypt and Syria as Sampsuchum. It is reproduced 2 ways, from seed and from cuttings, being more long-lived than the preceding plants and possessed of more agreeable smell. The Amaracus, like the Abrotonum, has a great abundance of seed, but while the Abrotonum has a single root which penetrates deep into the ground, those of the other plant adhere but lightly to the surface of the earth. Those of the other plants, which love the shade, water, and manure, are generally set at the beginning of autumn, and even in some localities in spring. Chapter 36. The Nyctegatron, Chenomych, or Nyctalops. Democritus has regarded the Nyctegatron as one of the most singular of plants. According to that author, it is of a dark red colour, as leaves like those of a thorn, and creeps upon the ground. He says that it grows in Gedrosia, more particularly, and that it is taken up by the roots immediately after the vernal equinox, and dried in the moonlight for 30 days, after which preparation it emits light by night. He states also that the Magi and the kings of Parthia employ this plant in their ceremonies when they make a vow to perform an undertaking. That another name given to it is the Chenomych, for which the circumstance that, at the very sight of it, geese will manifest the greatest alarm, and that by some persons again, it is known that Nyctalops, from the light which it emits at a considerable distance by night. Chapter 37. Where the melilite is found. The melilite is found growing everywhere, though that of Attica is held in the highest esteem. In all countries, however, it is preferred when fresh gathered, that too the colour of which is not white, but approaches as nearly as possible to the colour of saffron. In Italy, however, it is the white kind that is the most odoriferous. Chapter 38. The succession in which flowers blossom. The spring flowers, the violet, the chaplet, anemone, the senanth, the melanion, the helichryssos, the gladiolus, the hyacinth. The first of the flowers that announce the approach of spring is the white violet. Indeed, in warm localities it is seen peeping out in the winter even. Next to it comes the violet known as the ion, and the purple violet. Then the flame-coloured flower, the name of which is phlox, but only the wild one. The cyclaminum blossoms twice a year, in spring and autumn, standing equally in awe as it does of summer and winter. The narcissus and the lily, in the parts beyond the sea, are a little later than the preceding plants, but in Italy, as we have already stated, they are in blossom with the rose. In Greece too the anemone blooms even later. It is the flower of a wild bulb, and is altogether different from the one which we shall have occasion to mention among the medicinal plants. Next, after these, come the ceananth, the melanium, and among the wild plants, the helichryssos, then another kind of anemone known as the limonia, and after that the gladiolus, accompanied by the hyacinth. Last of all, among the spring flowers is the rose, which, with the exception indeed of the cultivated kinds, is also of the first to fade. Among the others, the flowers which last the longest are the hyacinth, the white violet, and the senanth, but to make this last keep any time in flower it is necessary to gather it repeatedly to prevent it from running seed. The senanth grows in warm localities, and has exactly the smell of the vine when in blossom, to which circumstance it is indebted for its name. There are two fabulous stories attached to the Haians. According to one of them, it bears the impress of the grief which Apollo felt for the youth whom he had so tenderly loved, and we learn from the other that it derives its name from the blood of Ajax, the veins being so arranged in the flower as to form the Greek letters AI inscribed upon it. The helichryssos has a flower resembling gold in appearance, a small leaf, and a fine, slender but hard stem. According to the Magi, the person who crowns himself with a chaplet composed of this flower and takes his unguents from a box of gold of the kind generally known as apeiron will be sure to secure esteem and glory among his fellow men. Such are the flowers of spring. Chapter 39. The Summer Flowers. The lynchnus, the typhon, 2 varieties of the pothos, 2 varieties of the orcinum, the vincampervinca or chamadilphine, a plant which is an evergreen. The summer flowers come next. The lynxinth, the flower of Jove, another kind of lily, and also the typhon and the amaracus, surnamed that of phrygia. But the most remarkable flower of all is the pothos, of which there are 2 varieties. One with the flower of the hyacinth, and another with a white flower, which is generally found growing about graves, and is better able to stand bad weather. The iris also blossoms in summer. All these flowers pass away, however, and fade, upon which others assume their places in autumn. A third kind of lily, for instance, saffron, and 2 varieties of the orcinum, one of them inodorous and the other scented, making their appearance, all of them, as soon as the first autumn showers fall. The garland makers employ the flowers of the thorn, even for making chaplets. The tender shoots, too, of the white thorn are sometimes preserved as a choice morsel to tempt the palate. Such is the succession of the summer flowers in the parts beyond sea. In Italy, the violet is succeeded by the rose. The lily comes on while the rose is still in flower. The cyanus succeeds the rose, and the amaranth the cyanus. As to the vincapervinca, it is an evergreen, the branches of which run out like so many strings, and leaves surrounding the stem at each of the knots, even more generally used for the purpose of ornamental gardening. It is sometimes employed in chaplets, when there is deficiency of other flowers. From the Greeks this plant has received the name of chamandaphne. Chapter 40. The duration of life in the various kinds of flowers. At the very utmost, the white violet never lasts longer than 3 years. Should it exceed that period, it is sure to degenerate. The rose tree will last so long as 5 years without being pruned or cauterized. The methods by which it is made to grow young again. We have already stated that the nature of the soil is of the very greatest importance, for in Egypt we find all these plants are perfectly inodorous, and it is only the myrtle that has any particular smell. In some countries too, the germination of all the plants precedes that in other parts of the world by so long a period as 2 months even. The rose beds should be well spaded immediately after the west winds begin to prevail, and a second time at the summer solstice. Every care, however, should be paid between these 2 periods to keeping the ground well raked and cleaned. End of section 3. Section 4, Book 21, Chapters 41 to 59 of The Natural History, Volume 5, by Pliny the Elder, translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 41. Plants which should be sown among flowers for bees. The Cerintha. Bees and beehives, too, are a subject extremely well suited to a description of gardens and garland plants, while, at the same time, where they are successfully managed, they are a source, without any great outlay, of very considerable profit. For bees, then, the following plants should be grown: thyme, apastrum, the rose, the various violets, the lily, the cissus, the bean, the fitch, the cornilla, the poppy conyza, cassia, the melilote, melisophyllum, and the cerintha. This last is a plant with a white leaf bent inwards, the stem of it being a cubit in height, with the flower at the top presenting a concavity full of a juice like honey. Bees are remarkably fond of the flowers of these plants, as also the blossoms of mustard, a thing that is somewhat surprising, seeing that it is a well-known fact that they will not so much as touch the blossoms of an olive, for which reason it will be as well to keep that tree at a distance from them. There are other trees, again, which should be planted as near the hives as possible, as they attract the swarm when it first wings its flight, and so prevent the bees from wandering to any considerable distance. Chapter 42. The maladies of bees and the remedies for them. The greatest care too should be taken to keep the cornel at a distance from the hives, for if the bees once taste the blossoms of it, they will speedily die of flux and looseness. The best remedy in such case is to give them sorb apples beaten up with honey, or else human urine, or that of oxen, or pomegranate seeds moistened with Armenian wine. It is a very good plan too to plant broom about the hives, the bees being extremely fond of the blossoms. Chapter 43. The food of bees. In relation to the food of bees, I have ascertained a very singular fact, and one that will deserve to be mentioned. There is a village called Hostilia on the banks of the river Padus. The inhabitants of it, when food fails the bees in their vicinity, place the hives in boats and convey them some 5 miles up the river in the night. In the morning the bees go forth to feed, and then return to the boats, their locality being changed from day to day, until at last, as the boats sink deeper and deeper in the water, it is ascertained that the hives are full, upon which they are taken home and the honey is withdrawn. In Spain too, for the same purpose, they have the hives carried from place to place on the backs of mules. Chapter 44. Poison honey, and the remedies to be employed by those who have eaten of it. Indeed, the food of bees is of the very greatest importance, as it is owing to this that we meet with poisonous honey, even. At Heraclea, on Pontus, the honey is extremely pernicious in certain years, though it is the same bees and make it at other times. Authors, however, have not informed us from what flowers this honey is extracted. We shall therefore take this opportunity of stating that we have ascertained upon the subject. There is a certain plant which, from the circumstance that it proves fatal to beasts of burden, and to goats in particular, has obtained the name of agelethorn, and the blossoms of which, steeped in the rains of a wet spring, contract most noxious properties. Hence it is that it is not every year that these dangerous results are experienced. The following are the signs of the honey being poisonous. It never thickens, the colour is redder than usual, and it emits a peculiar smell, which immediately produces sneezing, while at the same time it is more weighty than a similar quantity of good honey. Persons, when they have eaten of it, throw themselves on the ground to cool the body, which is bathed in a profuse perspiration. There are numerous remedies of which we shall have occasion to speak in a more appropriate place, but as it will be as well to mention some of them on the present occasion, by way of being provided for such insidious accidents, I will here state that old honeyed wine is good, mixed with the finest honey and rue, salt meats also, taken repeatedly in small quantities, and is often brought up again. It is a well-known fact that dogs, after tasting the excretions of persons suffering from these attacks, have been attacked with similar symptoms, and have experienced the same kind of pains. Still, however, it is equally well ascertained that honeyed wine prepared from this honey, when old, is altogether innoxious, and that there is nothing better than this honey mixed with costus for softening the skin of females, or combined with aloes for the treatment of bruises. Chapter 45. Maddening honey. In the country of the Seni, in the same part of Pontus, there is another kind of honey, which, from the madness it produces, has received the name of menomenon. This evil effect is generally attributed to the flowers of the rhododendron, with which the woods there abound, and that people, though it pays the tribute to the Romans in wax, derives no profit whatever from its honey. In consequence of these dangerous properties, in Persia too, and in Gaetulia, a district of Mauritania, Caesariensis, bordering on the country of the Mesosole, there are poisonous honeycombs found, and some too only partly so. One of the most insidious things that possibly could happen, were it not that the livid colour of the honey gives timely notice of its noxious qualities. What can we suppose to have possibly been the intention of nature in thus laying these traps in our way, giving us honey that is poisonous in some years and good in others, poisonous in some parts of the combs and not in others, and that too the produce in all cases of the self-same bees? It was not enough, forsooth, to have produced a substance in which poison might be administered without the slightest difficulty, but must she herself administer it as well in the honey, to fall in the way of the many animated beings? What in fact can have been her motive, except to render mankind a little more cautious and somewhat less greedy? And has she not provided the very bees too with pointed weapons, and those weapons poison to boot? So it is, and I shall therefore without delay set forth the remedies to counteract the effects of their stings. It will be found a very excellent plan to ferment the part stung with the juice of mallows or of ivy leaves, or else for the person who has been stung to take these juices and drink. It is a very astonishing thing, however, that the insects which thus carry these poisons in their mouths and secrete them should never die themselves in consequence, unless it is that nature, that mistress of all things, has given to bees the same immunity from the effects of poison which she has granted against the attacks of serpents to the Selai and the Marsi among men. Chapter 46. Honey that flies will not touch. Another marvellous fact again connected with honey in Crete. Upon Mount Carmel, in that island, which is 9 miles in circuit, there is not a fly to be found, and the honey that is made there no fly will touch. It is by this circumstance that honey said to have come from that district is usually tested, it being highly prized for medicinal preparations. Chapter 47. Beehives, and the attention which should be paid to them. The hives ought to have an aspect due east, but never looking towards the northeast or the west. The best hives are those made of bark, next best those of fennel giant, and the next of osier. Many persons too have made them of mirror-stone, for the purpose of watching the bees at work within. It is the best plan to anoint the hives all over with cow dung. The lid of the hive should be made to slide from behind, so as to admit of being shut to within, in case the hive should prove too large or their labours unproductive, for if it is not done the bees are apt to become discouraged and abandon their work. The slide may then be gradually withdrawn, the increase of space being imperceptible to the bees as the work progresses. In winter too the hives should be covered with straw, and subjected to repeated fumigations, with burnt cow dung more particularly. As this is of kindred origin with the bees, the smoke produced by it is particularly beneficial in killing all such insects as may happen to breed here, such as spiders, for instance, moths, and woodworms, while at the same time it stimulates the bees themselves to increased activity. In fact, there is little difficulty in getting rid of the spiders, but to destroy the moths, which are a much greater plague, a night must be chosen in spring, when just the mallow is ripening. There being no moon, but clear sky, flambeaux are then lighted before the hives, upon which the moths precipitate themselves in swarms into the flame. Chapter 48. The bees are sensible of hunger. If it is found that the bees are in want of aliment, it will be a good plan to place at the entrance of the hive raisins or dried figs beaten up, as also carded wool soaked in raisin wine, boiled, must or hydromel, and sometimes even the raw flesh of poultry. In certain summers too, when the long continued drought has deprived them of the nutriment which they usually derive from flowers, similar food must be provided for them. When the honey is taken, the outlets of the hive should be well rubbed with melisophyllum or broom, beaten up, or else the middle of it should be encircled with bands of white vine to prevent the bees from taking to flight. It is recommended too that the honey pots and combs should be washed with water. This water boiled, as said, will make an extremely wholesome vinegar. Chapter 49. The method of preparing wax, the best kinds of wax, punic wax. Wax is made from the honeycombs after the honey has been extracted. For this purpose they are first cleaned with water, and then dried 3 days in the shade. On the 4th day they are melted on the fire in a new earthen vessel with sufficient water to cover them, after which the liquor is strained off in a wicker basket. The wax is then boiled again with the same water and in the same pot, and poured into vessels of cold water, the interior of which has been well rubbed with honey. The best wax that is known as punic wax, the next best being that of the remarkably yellow colour with the smell of honey. This last comes from Pontus, and to my surprise it is in no way affected by the poisonous honey which it has contained. The next in quality is the Cretan wax, which contains the largest proportion of propolis, a substance of which we have previously made mention when treating of bees. Next to these varieties comes the Corsican wax, which, being the produce of the box tree, is generally thought to be possessed of certain medicinal properties. The punic wax is prepared in the following manner. Yellow wax is first bleached in the open air, after which it is boiled in water from the open sea, with the addition of some nitre. The flour of the wax, or in other words, the whitest part of it, is then skimmed off with spoons and poured into a vessel containing a little cold water. After this, it is then boiled in sea water by itself, which done, the vessel is left to cool. When this operation has been 3 times repeated, the wax is left in the open air upon a mat of rushes to dry in the light of the sun and moon, for while the latter adds to its whiteness, the sun helps to dry it. In order, however, that it may not melt, it is the practice to cover it with a linen cloth. If when it has been thus refined, it is boiled once more. The result is a wax of the greatest possible whiteness. Peony wax is considered the best for all medicinal preparations. Wax is made black by the addition of ashes of papyrus, and a red colour is given to it by the admixture of alkanet. Indeed, by the employment of various pigments, it is made to assume various tints, in which state it is used for making models, and for other purposes without number, among which we may mention varnishing walls and armour to protect them from the air. We have given the other particulars relative to bees and honey when speaking of the nature of those insects. We have now stated pretty nearly all that we have to say on the subject of the pleasure garden. Chapter 50. Plants which grow spontaneously, the use made of them by various nations, their nature, and remarkable facts connecting with them. The strawberry, the tamis, the butcher's broom, the batis, 2 varieties of it, the meadow parsnip, the hop. We now come to the plants which grow spontaneously and which are employed as an aliment by most nations, the people of Egypt in particular, where they abound in such vast quantities that it is extremely prolific. As the country is in corn, it is perhaps the only one that could subsist without it, so abundant are its resources in the various kinds of food to be obtained from plants. In Italy, however, we are acquainted with but very few of them, those few being the strawberry, the tamis, the butcher's broom, the sea batis, and the garden batis, known by some persons as Gaelic asparagus, in addition to which we may mention the meadow parsnip and the hop, which may be rather termed amusements for the botanist than articles of food. Chapter 51. The colocasia. But the plant of this nature that is the most famous in Egypt is a colocasia. Known as a cyamos to some, is gathered in the river Nilus, and the stalk of it, boiled, separates it into fine filaments when chewed, like those of the spider's web. The head protruding from among the leaves is very remarkable, and the leaves, which are extremely large, even when compared with those of trees, are very similar to those of the plant found in our rivers, and known by the name of personata. So much that the people of that country take advantage of the bounteousness displayed by the river, that they are in the habit of plaiting the leaves of the colocasia with such skill as to make vessels of various shapes, which they are extremely fond of using for drinking vessels. At the present day, however, this plant is cultivated in Italy. Chapter 52. The Sicorium, the Anthelium, or Anticillium, or Anthylum, the Situm, the Arachinda, the Arachos, the Candarella, the Hypochorus, the Corcalis, the Anthriscum, the Sandix, the Trogopogon, the Parthenum, or Leucanthes, the Amaracus, the Perdicium, or Muralis, the Trugnum, or Strychnum, Helicacapum, Calaeus, Dorinchian, Manikin, Periton, Neures, Morio or Molly, the Corchorus, the Aphace, the Acinopus, the Apepterin, plants which never flower, plants which are always in flower. In Egypt, next to the colocasia, it is the Clycorium that is held in the highest esteem, a plant which we have already spoken of under the name of wild endive. It springs up over the rising of the Vergalae, and the various portions of it blossom in succession. The root is supple, and hence is used for making withes even. The Anthelium grows at a greater distance from the river. The fruit of it is round, and about the size of a medlar, but without either kernel or rind. The leaves of the plant are similar to those of the cyperus. The people there eat the fruit of it cooked upon the fire, as also of the setum, a plant which has a few leaves only, and is extremely diminutive, though the root is large in proportion. The Arachidna, again, and the Arachos have numerous branchy roots, but neither leaves nor any herbaceous parts, nor indeed anything that makes its appearance above ground. The other plants that are commonly eaten in Egypt are the chondrella, Hypochorosis, the Corcalis, the Anthriscum, the Scandix, the comb, by some persons known as a Trogopogon, with leaves very similar to those of saffron, the Parthenium, the Trichnum, and the Corchorus, with the Apates and Achinopus, which make their appearance at the equinox. There is a plant also called the Epipetron, which never blossoms, while the Apace, on the other hand, as its flowers die, from time to time puts forth fresh ones, and remains in blossom throughout the winter and spring until the following summer. Chapter 53. 4 varieties of the nikos. The Egyptians have many other plants also of little note, but they speak in highest terms of the nikos, a plant unknown in Italy, and which the Egyptians hold in esteem, not as an article of food, but for the oil it produces, and which is extracted from the seed. The principal varieties are the wild and the cultivated kinds. Of the wild variety again, there are 2 sorts, one of which is less prickly than the other, but with a similar stem, only more upright. Hence it is that in former times females used it for distaffs, from which circumstance it has received the name of atrocatalis. From some the seed of it is white, large and bitter. The other variety is more prickly, and has a more sinewy stem, which may be said almost to creep upon the ground. The seed is small. The nikos belongs to the thorny plants. Indeed, it would be as well to make some classification of them. Chapter 54. Plants of a prickly nature. The erynge, the glycyrrhiza, the tribulus, the anonis, the pheos, or straub, and the hippophaes. Some plants, in fact, are thorny, while others again are destitute of prickles. The species of thorny plants are very numerous. The asparagus and the scorpio are essentially thorny plants, having no leaves at all upon them. Some plants again that are prickly have leaves as well, such as the thistle, for instance, the erynge, the glycyrrhiza, and the nettle. All these plants being provided with leaves that prick or sting. Some plants have thorns at the base of their leaves. The tribulus and the anonis, for instance. Others again have thorns, not on the leaves but on the stem. The pheos, for example, known as the stobe to some. The hippophaes has thorns at the joints. The tribulus presents the peculiarity of bearing a fruit that is thorny. Chapter 55. 4 varieties of the nettle, the lemon and the scorpio. But of all these plants, it is the nettle that is best known to us. The calyces of the blossoms of which produce a purple down. It frequently exceeds 2 cubits even in height. There are numerous varieties of this plant. The wild nettle, known also as the female nettle, does not inflict so bad a sting as the others. Among the several varieties of the wild nettle, the one known as the dog nettle stings the worst, the stem of it even possessing that property. The leaves of the nettle are indented at the edge. There is one kind also which emits a smell, known as the Herculean nettle. The seed of all the nettles is copious and black. It is a singular fact that, though possessed of no spinous points, the down of the nettle is of a noxious nature, and that, though ever so lightly touched, it will immediately produce an itching sensation and raise a blister on the flesh similar to appearance to a burn. The well-known remedy for it is olive oil. The stinging property of the nettle does not belong to the plant at the earliest period of its growth, but only develops itself under the influence of the sun. The plant first begins to grow in the spring, at which period it is by no means a disagreeable food. Indeed, it has become quite a religious observance to employ it in such, under the impression that it is a preventive from disease the whole year through. The root, too, of the wild nettle has the effect of rendering all meat more tender that is boiled with it. The kind that is innoxious and destitute of all stinging properties is known as lamium of the scorpio. We shall have occasion to speak when treating of the medicinal plants. Chapter 56. The cordus, the acorna, the phonos, the lilly-sixteen, the celsius, the nikos, the polyacanthos, the onopyxos, the helixine, the scolamos, the chameleon, the tetralix, and acanthus mastiche. The cordus has leaves and a stem covered with a prickly down. The same is the case too with the acorna, the leucanthus, the calceus, the nikos, the polyacanthos, the onophycos, the helixine, and the scolamos. The chameleon, however, has no prickles upon the leaves. There is, however, this difference among these plants, that some of them have numerous stems and branches, such as the cordus, for instance, while others again have a single stem and no branches. The nikos, for example. Some again, such as the erynge, are prickly at the head only, and some blossom in the summer. The tetralix and the helixine, for instance. The scolamos blossoms late, and remains a considerable period in flower, the acorna being distinguished only for its red colour and its unctuous juice. The Atractylus would be similar in every respect to the last, were it not that it is somewhat whiter and produces juice the colour of blood, a circumstance to which it owes the name Faunus, given to it by some. The smell of this plant is powerful, and the seed only ripens in a late period, and never before autumn, although the same may be said of all the prickly plants. In fact, all of them are capable, however, of being reproduced from either seed or root. The scolemos, which belongs to the thistle genus, differs from the rest of them in the circumstance that the root of it is boiled and eaten. It is a singular fact that this genus of plant bears blossoms, buds, and fruit all the summer through, without any interruption. When the leaf is dried, the prickles lose their pungency. The elk sign is a plant, but rarely seen, and in some countries only. It throws out leaves at the root, from the middle of which there is a protuberance in the shape of an apple, covered with leaves of its own. The head of it contains a thick juice of a sweet flower, the name given to which is Acanthus mystique. Chapter 57. The Cactus, the Botanix, Pepus, and Ascalis. The cactus toe is a plant that grows only in Sicily, having peculiar characteristics of its own. The root throws out stalks which creep along the ground, the leaves being broad and thorny. The name given to the stalk is cactus, and they are not disliked as an article of food even when old. The plant, however, has one stem which grows upright, and is known by the name of Pteronix. It has the same sweet flavour as the other plants, though it will not keep. The seed of it is covered with a kind of down known as pepus. When this is removed, as well as the rind of the fruit, it is tender, and like the pith of the palm. The name given to it is Ascaleus. Chapter 58. The Tribulus, the Anonis. The Tribulus grows nowhere except in mushy places, though held in abomination elsewhere. It is employed on the banks of the Nilus and Strymon as an article of food. It always bends towards the water, and has a leaf like that of the elm with a long stalk. In other parts of the world there are two varieties of this plant, the one with leaves like those of the touch-beehives-best, the other with leaves protected by prickles. This last variety blossoms also at a later period than the other, and is mostly found on the hedgerows about farmhouses. The seed of it is black, rounder than that of the other, and enclosed in pods. That of the other variety bears a resemblance to sand. Among the prickly plants there is also another kind, known as the Anonis. Indeed, it has thorns upon the branches, to which leaves are attached similar to those of rue, the stem being entirely covered also with leaves, in form resembling a garland. It comes up in land that has been newly ploughed, being highly prejudicial to the corn and long-lived in the extreme. Chapter 59. Plants classified according to their stems. The Coronopus, the Ancusa, the Athemus, the Phyllanthus, the Crepus, and the Lotus. Some, again, among the prickly plants have a stem which creeps along the ground. That, for instance, known as a Coronopus. On the other hand, the Anchusa, the root of which is employed for dyeing wood and wax, has an upright stem, which is the case also with some of the plants that are prickly in a less degree. The Anthemus, for example, the Thymanthus, the Anemone, and the Aphace. The Crepus, again, and the Lotus have a foliated stem. End of section 4.
Section 5 of The Natural History, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Natural History, Volume 5, by Pliny the Elder, translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 5, Book 21, Chapters 60 to 71. Chapter 60. Plants classified according to their leaves. Plants which never lose their leaves. Plants which blossom a little at a time. The heliotropium and the adiantum. The remedies derived from which will be mentioned in the following book. The leaves of plants, as well as those of trees, differ from one another in the length of the footstalk, and in the breadth or narrowness of the leaf, and the angles and indentations perceptible on its edge. Other differences are also constituted in respect of their smell and blossom. The blossom remains on longer in some of those plants which flower only a little at a time, such as the ocimum, the heliotropium, the epech, and the onoch-lilies, for example. Many of these plants, the same as certain among the trees, never lose their leaves, the heliotropium, the adiantum, and the polium, for instance. Chapter 61. The various kinds of eared plants, the staniops, the alopecuros, the stellifuros, ortix, or plantago, the thryales. The eared plants form another variety. Among them we find the synops, the alopecuros, the stellifuros, also known to some persons as the ortix, and to others as the plantago, of which last we shall have occasion to speak more at length, among the medicinal plants, and the thryales. The alopecuros among these has a soft ear and a thick down, not unlike a fox's tail in fact, to which resemblance it owes its name. The plant most like it is the stellifuros, were it not that it blossoms only a little at a time. In the cichorium and similar plants, the leaves are near the ground, the buds springing from the root just after the rising of the vergiliae. Chapter 62. The perdicium, the ornitholgale. It is not in Egypt only that the perdicium is eaten. It owes its name to the partridge, which bird is extremely fond of digging it up. The roots of it are thick and very numerous, and so too with the ornithogale, which has a tender white stalk, and the root half a foot in thickness, bulbous, soft, and provided with 3 or 4 other offsets attached to it. It is generally used boiled in pottage. Chapter 63. Plants which only make their appearance at the end of a year, plants which begin to blossom at the top, plants which begin to blossom at the lower part. It is a remarkable thing that the herb lotus and the aguilops never make their appearance above ground till the end of a year after the seed has been sown. The anthemis, too, offers the singular peculiarity that it begins to blossom at the top, while in all the other plants which flower gradually, it is at the lower part that the blossom first makes its appearance. Chapter 64. The lappa, a plant which produces within itself the opuntia, which throws out a root from the leaf. In the lappa, too, which clings so tenaciously, there is this remarkable peculiarity, that within it there grows a flower, which does not make its appearance, but remains concealed, and there produces the seed, like those among the animals which produce within themselves. In the vicinity of Opus there grows a plant, which is very pleasant eating to man, and the leaf of which, a most singular thing, gives birth to a root by means of which it reproduces itself. Chapter 65. The lasione, the chondrylla, the picris, which remains in flower the whole year through. The yasione has a single leaf only, but that so folded and involved as to have all the appearance of being several in number. The chondrylla is bitter, and the juice of the root is of an acrid taste. The aphex, too, is bitter, and so is the plant called picris, which also remains in flower the whole year through. It is to this bitterness that it is indebted for its name. Chapter 66. Plants in which the blossom makes its appearance before the stem, plants in which the stem appears before the blossom, plants which blossom 3 times in the year. The peculiarities also of the squill and saffron deserve remark, for while all other plants put forth their leaves first, and then a round stem, these show the stem before the leaf makes its appearance. In the saffron, however, the blossom is protruded by the stem, but in the squill it is the stem that first makes its appearance, and then the flower emerges from it. This plant blossoms 3 times in the year, indicating thereby, as previously stated, the 3 seasons of plowing. Chapter 67. The Cyperos, the Thesin. Some authors reckon among the bulbs the root of the cyperos, or gladiolus. It is a pleasant food, and when boiled and kneaded up with bread makes it more agreeable to the taste, and at the time more weighty. Not unlike it in appearance is the plant known to us as the Thesian, but it is of an acrid flower. Chapter 68. The asphodel, or royal spear, the anthericus or albocus. Other plants of the bulbous kind differ in the leaf. That of the asphodel is long and narrow, that of the squill broad and supple, and the form of that of the gladiolus is bespoken by its name. The asphodel is used as an article of food, the seed of it being parched and the bulb roasted. This last, however, should be cooked in hot ashes and then eaten with salt and oil. It is beaten up also with figs, and forms, as Hesiod assures us, a very delicate dish. It is said, too, that the asphodel, planted before the doors of a farmhouse, will act as a preservative against the effects of noxious smells. Homer, too, makes mention of the asphodel. The bulbs of it are like moderately sized turnips, and there is no plant the root of which has more of them, as many as 80 bulbs being often grouped together. Theophrastus and nearly all the Greek writers, with Pythagoras at the head of them, have given the name of anthericos to its stem, which is 1 cubit and often 2 in length, the leaves being very similar to those of the wild leek. It is to the root, or in other words the bulbs, that they have given the name of asphodel. The people of our country call this plant albocus, and they give the name of royal spear to the asphodel, the stem of which bears berries, thus distinguishing 2 varieties of it. The albocus has a stalk a cubit in length, large, naked, and smooth, in reference to which Mago recommends that it should be cut at the end of March and the beginning of April, the period at which it blossoms, and before the seed has begun to swell. He says, too, that the stalks should be split and exposed on the 4th day in the sun, after which, when dry, they should be made up into bundles. The same author states also that the Greeks give the name of pistana to the aquatic plant known to us as the sagitta, and he recommends that it should be stripped of its bark and dried in a mild sun between the Ides of May and the end of October. He says, too, that it is usual to cut down to the root, throughout all the months of July, the variety of the gladiolus called cyperos, which is a marsh plant also, and at the end of 3 days to dry it in the sun until it turns white, but that care must be taken every day to carry it under cover before sunset, the night dews being very injurious to marsh plants when cut. Chapter 69. 6 varieties of the rush, 4 remedies derived from the cyperos. Mago has likewise given similar recommendations as to the rush known to us as the mariscus, and which is so extensively employed for weaving mats. He says that it should be gathered in the month of June up to the middle of July, and for drying it he gives the same precepts that have been already mentioned in the appropriate place when speaking of sedge. He describes a second kind also, which I find is generally called the marine rush, and is known to the Greeks as the oxyschonis. Generally speaking, there are 3 varieties of this last rush: the pointed rush, which is barren, and by the Greeks is called the male rush, and the oxys, the female rush, which bears the black seed and is called the melanchranis, thicker and more bushy than the preceding one, and the third kind called the holosconus, which is larger still. Of these varieties, the melanchrania grows separately from the others, but the oxys and holosconus will grow upon the self-same clod. The holosconus is the most useful for all kinds of basket work, being of a particularly supple and fleshy nature. It bears a fruit which resembles eggs attached to one another. The rush, again, which we have spoken of as the male rush, is reproduced from itself, the summit of it being bent down into the earth. The melanchranis, however, is propagated from seed. Beyond this, the roots of all the varieties of the rush die every year. The rush is in general use for making keeps for sea fishing. The more light and elegant kinds of basket work, and the wicks of lamps, for which last purpose the pith is more particularly employed. In the vicinity of the maritime Alps, the rushes grow to such vast size that when split they measure nearly an inch in diameter, while in Egypt, on the other hand, they are so extremely fine that the people there make sieves of them, for which indeed there can be nothing better. Some authors again distinguish another kind of rush, of a triangular shape, to which they give the name of kyperos, though many persons make no distinction between it and the kyperos in consequence of the resemblance of the names. For our own part, however, we shall observe the distinction. The kyperos, as we have already stated, is identical with the gladiolus, a plant with a bulbous root, the most esteemed being those grown in the Isle of Crete, the next best those of Naxos, and the next those of Phoenicia. The kyperos of Crete is white, with an odor strongly resembling that of nard. The produce of Naxos has a more pungent smell, that of Phoenicia but little odor of any kind, and that of Egypt none at all, for it grows in that country as well. This plant disperses hard tumors of the body, for we shall here begin to speak of the remedies derived from the various flowers and odoriferous plants, they being all of them of very considerable utility in medicine. As to the kyperos, then, I shall follow Apollodorus, who forbids it to be taken in drink, though at the same time he admits that it is extremely useful for calculi of the bladder, and recommends it in fomentations over the face. He entertains no doubt, however, that it is productive of abortion, and he mentions as a remarkable fact that the barbarians, by inhaling the fumes of this plant at the mouth, thereby diminish the volume of the spleen. They never go out of the house, he says, till they have inhaled these fumes, through the agency of which they daily become stronger and stronger and more robust. He states also that the kyperos, employed as a liniment with oil, is an undoubted remedy for chafing of the skin and offensive odors of the armpits. Chapter 70. The Kyperos. 14 remedies. The Kyperis. The Kypera. The kyperos, as we have just stated, is a rush of angular shape, white near the ground and black and solid at the top. The lower leaves are more slender than those of the leek, and those at the top are small, with the seed of the plant lying between them. The root resembles a black olive, and when it is of an oblong shape, the plant is known as the kyperis, being employed in medicine to a great extent. The kyperos most highly esteemed is that of the vicinity of the temple of Jupiter Hammon, the next best being that of Rhodes, the next that of Syria, and the most of all that of Egypt, a circumstance which tends greatly to add to the misunderstanding on the subject, as that country produces the kyperos as well, but the kyperos which grows there is extremely hard, and has hardly any smell at all, while all the other varieties of it have an odor strongly resembling that of nard. There is also an Indian plant called the kypera, of a totally different character, and similar to ginger in appearance. When chewed, it has exactly the flavor of saffron. The kyperos, employed medicinally, is possessed of certain depilatory properties. It is used in liniments for hangnails and ulcerous sores of the genitals, and of all parts of the body which are of a humid nature, ulcers of the mouth, for instance. The root of it is a very efficacious remedy for the stings of serpents and scorpions. Taken in drink, it removes obstructions of the uterus, but if employed in too large doses, it is liable to cause prolapsus of that organ. It acts also as a diuretic, and expels calculi of the bladder, properties which render it extremely useful in dropsy. It is employed typically also for serpiginous ulcers, those of the throat more particularly, being usually applied with wine or vinegar. Chapter 71. The holoscenus. The root of the rush, boiled down to 1/3 in 3 hemini of water, is a cure for cough. The seed of it, parched and taken in water, arrests looseness of the bowels and the menstrual discharge, though at the same time it causes headache. The name given to this rush is holoscenus. The parts of it nearest the root are chewed, as a cure for the bites of spiders. I find mention made also of one other kind of rush, the name of which is oiripis. The seed, they say, is narcotic, but the greatest care is necessary not to throw the patient into a lethargy. End of section 5.
Section 6 of the Natural History, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. The Natural History, Volume 5, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 6, Book 21, Chapters 72 through 109. Chapter 72. 10 remedies derived from the sweet-scented rush, or teuchites. We will also take this opportunity of mentioning the medicinal properties of the sweet-scented rush, which is found in Colesyria, as already stated by us in the appropriate place. The most esteemed kind, however, is that which grows in the country of the Nabati, and is known as the teuchites. The next best thing being the produce of Babylonia, and the very worst that of Africa, which is entirely destitute of smell. This rush is round, and when applied to the tongue has a pungent, vinous flavor. The genuine kind, when rubbed, gives out an odor like that of the rose, and when broken asunder it is red within. It dispels flatulency, and hence it is very good for the stomach and for persons when vomiting the bile or blood. It arrests hiccup also, promotes eructations, acts as a diuretic, and is curative of affections of the bladder. A decoction of it is used for female complaints, and in cases of opisthotomy it is applied in plasters with dry resin, these being highly valued for their warming properties. Chapter 73. Remedies derived from the flowers before mentioned. 32 remedies derived from the rose. The rose is of an astringent and refreshing nature. For medicinal purposes, the petals, the flowers, and the heads are used. Those portions of the petals which are quite white are known as the unguents. In the flower there is the seed, as distinguished from the filaments, and in the head there is the bud, as well as the calyx. The petals are dried, or else the juice is extracted from them by one of the 3 following methods. Either the leaves are employed whole for the purpose, the unguents not being removed, for these are the parts, in fact, that contain the most juice, or else the unguents are first taken off and the residue is then macerated with oil or wine in glass vessels placed in the sun. Some persons add salt as well, and others alkanet, or else asphalthus, or sweet-scented rush. As it is, when thus prepared, a very valuable remedy for diseases of the uterus and for dysentery. According to the 3rd process, the unguents are removed from the petals and pounded, after which they are subjected to pressure in a coarse linen cloth, the juice being received in a copper vessel. It is then boiled on a slow fire until it has acquired the consistence of honey. For this purpose, however, the most odoriferous of the petals should be selected. We have already stated, when speaking of the various kinds of wine, how rose wine is made. Rose juice is much used in injections for the ears, and as a gargle for ulcerations of the mouth, and for the gums and tonsils. It is employed also for the stomach, maladies of the uterus, diseases of the rectum, and for headache. In fevers, it is used either by itself or in combination with vinegar as a remedy for sleeplessness and nausea. The petals, charred, are used as a cosmetic for the eyebrows, and the thighs, when chafed, are rubbed with them dried. Reduced to powder, too, they are soothing for defluxions of the eyes. The flower of the rose is soporific, and taken in oxycrate, it arrests fluxes in females, the white flux in particular, also spitting of blood and pains in the stomach, if taken in 3 scythe of wine in sufficient quantity to flavor it. As to the seed of the rose, the best is that which is of a saffron color and not more than a year old. It should be dried, too, in the shade. The black seed is worthless. In cases of toothache, the seed is employed in the form of a liniment. It acts also as a diuretic and is used as a topical application for the stomach, as also in case of erysipelas, which are not inveterate. Inhaled at the nostrils, it has the effect of clearing the brain. The heads of roses, taken in drink, arrest looseness of the bowels and hemorrhage. The unguents of the rose are wholesome in cases of defluxion of the eyes, but the rose is very apt to taint all ulcerous sores of the eyes if it is not applied at the very beginning of the defluxion, dried, and in combination with bread. The petals, too, taken internally, are extremely wholesome for gnawing pains of the stomach and for maladies of the abdomen or intestines, as also for the thoracic organs. If applied externally even, they are preserved too for eating in a similar manner to lapithum. Great care must be taken in drying rose leaves, as they are apt to turn moldy very quickly. The petals, too, from which the juice has been extracted, may be put to some use when dried. Powders, for instance, may be made from them for the purpose of checking the perspiration. These powders are sprinkled on the body upon leaving the bath and are left to dry on it, after which they are washed off with cold water. The little excrescences of the wild rose, mixed with bear's grease, are a good remedy for alopecia. Chapter 74. 21 Remedies derived from the lily. The roots of the lily ennoble that flower in manifold ways by their utility in a medicinal point of view. Taken in wine, they are good for the stings of serpents, and in cases of poisoning by fungi. For corns on the feet, they are applied boiled in wine, not being taken off before the end of 3 days. A decoction of them with grease or oil has the effect of making the hair grow again upon burns. Taken with honeyed wine, they carry off corrupt blood by stool. They are good also for the spleen and for hernia, and act as an emmenagogue. Boiled in wine and applied with honey, they are curative of wounds of the sinews. They are good too for lichens, leprous sores, and scurf upon the face, and they efface wrinkles of the body. The petals of the lily are boiled in vinegar and applied, in combination with polium, to wounds. If it should happen, however, to be a wound of the testes, it is the best plan to apply the other ingredients with henbane and wheatmeal. Lily seed is applied in cases of erysipelas, and the flowers and leaves are used as a cataplasm for inveterate ulcers. The juice which is extracted from the flower is called honey by some persons and cerium by others. It is employed as an emollient for the uterus and is also used for the purpose of promoting perspirations and for bringing suppurations to a head. Chapter 75. 16 Remedies derived from the narcissus. 2 varieties of the narcissus are employed in medicine, the one with a purple flower and the herbaceous narcissus. This last is injurious to the stomach, and hence it is that it acts both as an emetic and as a purgative. It is prejudicial also to the sinews and produces dull, heavy pains in the head. Hence it is that it has received its name from Nars, and not from the youth Narcissus mentioned in fable. The roots of both kinds of narcissus have a flavor resembling that of wine mixed with honey. This plant is very useful applied to burns with a little honey, as also to other kinds of wounds and sprains. Applied topically, too, with honey and oatmeal, it is good for tumors, and it is similarly employed for the extraction of foreign substances from the body. Beaten up in polenta and oil, it effects the cure of contusions and blows inflicted by stones, and mixed with meal, it effectually cleanses wounds and speedily removes black morphews from the skin. Of this flower, oil of narcissus is made, good for softening indurations of the skin and for warming parts of the body that have been frostbitten. It is very beneficial also for the ears, but is very apt to produce headache. Chapter 76. 17 Remedies derived from the violet. There are both wild and cultivated violets. The purple violet is of a cooling nature. For inflammations, they are applied to the stomach in the burning heats, and for pains in the head, they are applied to the forehead. Violets in particular are used for defluxions of the eyes, prolapsus of the fundament and uterus, and suppurations. Worn in chaplets upon the head or even smelt at, they dispel the fumes of wine and headache, and taken in water, they are a cure for quinsy. The purple violet taken in water is a remedy for epilepsy, in children more particularly. Violet seed is good for the stings of scorpions. On the other hand, the flower of the white violet opens suppurations, and the plant itself disperses them. Both the white and the yellow violet check the menstrual discharge and act as diuretics. When fresh gathered, they have less virtue, and hence it is that they are mostly used dry, after being kept a year. The yellow violet, taken in doses of half a kyathus to 3 kythi of water, promotes the catamenia, and the roots of it, applied with vinegar, assuage affections of the spleen as also the gout. Mixed with myrrh and saffron, they are good for inflammation of the eyes. The leaves, applied with honey, cleanse ulcerous sores of the head, and, combined with cerate, they are good for chaps of the fundament and other moist parts of the body. Employed with vinegar, they effect the cure of abscesses. Chapter 77. 17 remedies derived from the bacchar, 1 remedy derived from the combretum. The bacchar that is used in medicine is by some of our writers called the purpressa. It is very useful for the stings of serpents, headache and burning heats in the head, and for the defluxions of the eyes. It is applied topically for swellings as of the mammillae after delivery, as also incipient fistulas of the eyes and erysipelas. The smell of it induces sleep. It is found very beneficial to administer a decoction of the root for spasms, falls with violence, convulsions, and asthma. For an inveterate cough, 3 or 4 roots of this plant are boiled down to 1/3, this decoction acting also as a purgative for women after miscarriage, and removing stitch in the side and calculi of the bladder. Drying powders for perspiration are prepared also from this plant, and it is laid among garments for the smell. The combretum, which we have spoken of as resembling the bacchar, beaten up with axle grease, is a marvelous cure for wounds. Chapter 78. 8 remedies derived from asarum. It is generally stated that asarum is good for affections of the liver, taken in doses of 1 ounce to a semisextarius of honeyed wine mixed with water. It purges the bowels like hellebore and is good for dropsy and affections of the thoracic organs and uterus, as also for jaundice. When mixed with must, it makes a wine with strongly diuretic qualities. It is taken up as soon as it begins to put forth its leaves and is dried in the shade. It is apt, however, to turn moldy very speedily. Chapter 79. 8 remedies derived from Gallic nard. Some authors, as we have already stated, having given the name of field nard to the root of the bacchar, we will here mention the medicinal properties of Gallic nard, of which we have already spoken, when treating of the foreign trees, deferring further notice of it till the present occasion. In doses of 2 drachma taken in wine, it is good for the stings of serpents, and taken in water or in wine, it is employed for inflations of the colon, maladies of the liver or kidneys, and suffusions of the gall. Employed by itself or in combination with wormwood, it is good for dropsy. It has the property also of arresting excessive discharges of the catamenia. Chapter 80. 4 remedies derived from the plant called phu. The root of the plant, which we have mentioned in the same place under the name of phu, is given in drink, either bruised or boiled, in cases of hysterical suffocation and for pains of the chest or sides. It acts as an anemagogue and is generally taken in wine. Chapter 81. 20 remedies derived from saffron. Saffron does not blend well with honey or indeed with any sweet substance, though very readily with wine or water. It is extremely useful in medicine and is generally kept in horn boxes. Applied with egg, it disperses all kind of inflammation, those of the eyes in particular. It is employed also for hysterical suffocations and for ulcerations of the stomach, chest, kidney, liver, lungs, and bladder. It is particularly useful also in cases of inflammation of those parts and for cough and pleurisy. It likewise removes itching sensation and acts as a diuretic. Persons who have used the precaution of first taking saffron in drink will never experience surfeit or headache and will be proof against inebriation. Chaplets, too, made of saffron and worn on the head tend to dispel the fumes of wine. The flower of it is employed topically with Camoleon chalk for erysipelas. It is used also in the composition of numerous other medicaments. Chapter 82. Syrian crocamanga, 2 remedies. There is also an eye salve which is indebted to this plant for its name. The leaves of the extract of saffron employed in the saffron unguent, known as crocamagma, have their own peculiar utility in cases of cataract and strangury. These leaves are of a more warming nature than saffron itself. The best kind is that which, when put into the mouth, stains the teeth and saliva the color of saffron. Chapter 83. 41 remedies derived from the iris, 2 remedies derived from the saliunca. The red iris is better than the white one. It is very beneficial to attach this plant to the bodies of infants, more particularly when they are cutting their teeth or are suffering from cough. It is equally good, too, to inject a few drops of it when children are suffering from tapeworm. The other properties of it differ but very little from those of honey. It cleanses ulcerous sores of the head and inveterate abscesses more particularly. Taken in doses of 2 drachma with honey, it relaxes the bowels, and an infusion of it is good for cough, gripings of the stomach, and flatulency. Taken with vinegar, too, it cures affections of the spleen. Mixed with oxycrate, it is good for the bites of serpents and spiders, and in doses of 2 drachma with bread or water, it is employed for the cure of the stings of scorpions. It is applied also topically with oil to the bites of dogs and to parts that are excoriated. Employed in a similar manner, too, it is good for pains in the sinews, and in combination with resin, it is used as a liniment for lumbago and sciatica. The properties of this plant are of a warming nature. Inhaled at the nostrils, it produces sneezing and cleanses the brain, and in cases of headache, it is applied topically in combination with the quince or the strontium. It dispels the fumes of wine also, and difficulties of breathing, and taken in doses of 2 oboli, it acts as an emetic. Applied as a plaster with honey, it extracts splinters of broken bones. Powdered iris is employed also for whitlows and mixed with wine for corns and warts, in which case it is left for 3 days on the part affected. Chewed, it is a corrective of bad breath and offensive exhalations of the armpits, and the juice of it softens all kinds of indurations of the body. This plant acts as a soporific, but it wastes the seminal fluids. It is used also for the treatment of chaps of the fundament and condylomata, and it heals all sorts of excrescences on the body. Some persons give the name of oxyris to the wild iris. This plant disperses scrofulous sores, as well as tumors and inguinal swellings. But it is generally recommended that when wanted for these purposes, it should be pulled up with the left hand, the party gathering it mentioning the name of the patient and of the disease for which it is intended to be employed. While speaking of this subject, I will take the opportunity of disclosing the criminal practices of some herbalists. They keep back a portion of the iris, and of some other plants as well, the plantago, for instance, and if they think that they have not been sufficiently well paid and wish to be employed a second time, bury the part they have kept back in the same place, their object being, I suppose, to revive the malady which has just been cured. The root of the saliunca boiled in wine arrests vomiting and strengthens the stomach. Chapter 84. 18 remedies derived from the polium. Those persons, according to Massuus and Hesiod, who are desirous of gaining honor and glory, should rub the body all over with polium, and handle and cultivate it as much as possible. They say, too, that it should be kept about the person as an antidote to poison, and that to keep serpents away it should be strewed beneath the bed, burnt, or else carried on the person. Decoctions of it in wine, either fresh gathered or dried, should be used, too, as a liniment for the body. Medical men prescribe it in vinegar for affections of the spleen, and in wine for the jaundice. A decoction of it in wine is recommended also for incipient dropsy, and in this way, too, it is employed as a liniment for wounds. This plant has the effect of bringing away the afterbirth and the dead fetus, and of dispelling pains in various parts of the body. It empties the bladder also, and is employed in liniments for defluxions of the eyes. Indeed, there is no plant known that better deserves to form an ingredient in the medicament known to us as alexipharmacin, though there are some who say that it is injurious to the stomach and is apt to stuff the head, and that it produces abortion, assertions which others again totally deny. There is a superstitious observance also to the effect that, for cataract, it ought to be attached to the neck the moment it is found, every precaution being taken not to let it touch the ground. The same persons state, too, that the leaves of it are similar to those of thyme, except that they are softer and more white and downy. Beaten up with wild rue in rainwater, it is said to assuage the pain of the sting of the asp. It is quite as astringent, too, as the flower of the pomegranate, and as efficacious for closing wounds and preventing them from spreading. Chapter 85. 3 remedies derived from the holochryssos. 6 remedies derived from the chrysoscum. The holochryssos, taken in wine, is a cure for strangury, and it is employed in liniments for defluxions of the eyes. Mixed with burnt leaves of wine and polenta, it is curative of lichens. The root of the chrysoscum is warming and astringent. It is taken in drink for affections of the liver and lungs, and a decoction of it in hydromel is good for pains of the uterus. It acts as an emmenagogue also, and, administered raw, draws off the water in dropsy. Chapter 86. 21 remedies derived from melissophyllum. If the beehives are rubbed all over with melissophyllum, or melitonea, the bees will never desert them, for there is no flower in which they take greater delight. If branches of this plant are used, the bees may be kept within bounds without any difficulty. It is an excellent remedy also for the stings of bees, wasps, and similar insects, as also for wounds made by spiders and scorpions. It is used, too, for hysterical suffocations in combination with nitre, and for gripings of the bowels with wine. The leaves of it are employed topically for scrofulous sores, and in combination with salt for maladies of the fundament. A decoction of the juice promotes the menstrual discharge, dispels inflammations, and heals ulcerous sores. It is good, too, for diseases of the joints and the bites of dogs, and is beneficial in cases of inveterate dysentery and for celiac affections, hardness of breathing, diseases of the spleen, and ulcerations of the thoracic organs. For films on the eyes, it is considered a most excellent plan to anoint them with the juice of this plant mixed with honey. Chapter 87. 13 remedies derived from the melilote. The melilote, again, applied with the yolk of an egg or else linseed, affects the cure of diseases of the eyes. It assuages pains, too, in the jaws and head, applied with rose oil, and employed with raisin wine, it is good for pains in the ears and all kinds of swellings or eruptions on the hands. A decoction of it in wine, or else the plant itself, beaten up raw, is good for pains in the stomach. It is equally beneficial, too, for maladies of the uterus and for diseases of the testes, prolapsus of the fundament, and all other diseases of those parts. A decoction is made of it, fresh gathered, in water or in raisin wine. With the addition of rose oil, it is used as a liniment for carcinoma. Boiled in sweet wine, it is particularly useful for the treatment of the ulcers known as melisarides. Chapter 88. 4 remedies derived from trefoil. The trefoil, I know, is generally looked upon as being particularly good for the stings of serpents and scorpions, the seed being taken in doses of 20 grains with either wine or oxycrate, or else the leaves and the plant itself are boiled together and a decoction made of them. Indeed, it is stated that a serpent is never to be seen among trefoil. Celebrated authors, too, I find, have asserted that 25 grains of the seed of the kind of trefoil which we have spoken of as the menianthes are a sufficient antidote for all kinds of poisons, in addition to which there are numerous other remedial virtues ascribed to it. But these notions, in my opinion, are counterbalanced by the authority of a writer of the very highest repute. For we find the poet Sophocles asserting that the trefoil is a venomous plant. Simus, too, the physician, maintains that a decoction of it, or the juice poured upon the human body, is productive of burning sensations similar to those experienced by persons when they have been stung by a serpent and have trefoil applied to the wound. It is my opinion, then, that trefoil should never be used in any other capacity than as a counterpoison, for it is not improbable that the venom of this plant has a natural antipathy to all other kinds of poisons, a phenomenon which has been observed in many other cases as well. I find it stated also that the seed of the trefoil with an extremely diminutive leaf applied in washes to the face is extremely beneficial for preserving the freshness of the skin in females. Chapter 89, 28 remedies derived from thyme. Thyme should be gathered while it is in flower and dried in the shade. There are 2 kinds of thyme, the white thyme with a ligneous root which grows upon declivities and is the most esteemed of the 2, and another variety which is of a darker color and bears a swarthy flower. They are, both of them, considered to be extremely beneficial to the sight, whether used as an article of food or as a medicament, and to be good for inveterate coughs. Used as an electuary with vinegar and salt, they facilitate expectoration, and taken with honey, they prevent the blood from coagulating. Applied externally with mustard, they dispel chronic fluxes of the fauces, as well as various affections of the stomach and bowels. Still, however, these plants must be used in moderation, as they are of a heating nature, for which reason it is that they act so astringently upon the bowels. In cases of ulceration of the intestines, the dose should be 1 denarius of thyme to 1 sextarius of oxymel. The same proportions, too, should be taken for pains in the sides, between the shoulder blades, or in the thoracic organs. Taken with oxymel, these plants are used for the cure of intestinal diseases, and similar draught is administered in cases of alienation of the senses and melancholy. Thyme is given also for epilepsy when the fits come on, the smell of it reviving the patient. It is said, too, that epileptic persons should sleep upon soft thyme. It is good also for hardness of breathing and for asthma and obstructions of the catamenia. A decoction of thyme in water, boiled down to 1/3, brings away the dead fetus, and it is given to males with oxymel as a remedy for flatulency and in cases of swelling of the abdomen or testes and of pains in the bladder. Applied with wine, it removes tumors and fluxes, and in combination with vinegar, callosities, and warts. Mixed with wine, it is used as an external application for sciatica, and beaten up with oil and sprinkled upon wool, it is employed for diseases of the joints and for sprains. It is applied also to burns mixed with hog's lard. For maladies of the joints of recent date, thyme is administered in drink in doses of 3 aboli to 3 cyathi of oxymel. For loss of appetite, it is given, beaten up with salt. Chapter 90, 4 remedies derived from the hemerocallis. The hemerocallis has a soft pale green leaf with an odoriferous bulbous root. This root, applied with honey to the abdomen, draws off the aqueous humors and all corrupt blood. The leaves of it are applied for defluxions of the eyes and for pains in the mammae after childbirth. Chapter 91, 5 remedies derived from the helenium. The helenium, which springs, as we have already stated, from the tears of Helena, is generally thought to have been produced for improving the appearance and to maintain unimpaired the freshness of the skin in females, both of the face and of other parts of the body. Besides this, it is generally supposed that the use of it confers additional graces on the person and ensures universal attraction. They say, too, that taken with wine it promotes gaiety of spirits, having in fact a similar effect to the nepenthes, which has been so much vaunted by Homer as producing forgetfulness of all sorrow. The juice of this plant is remarkably sweet, and the root of it, taken fasting in water, is good for hardness of breathing. It is white within and sweet. An infusion of it is taken in wine for the stings of serpents, and the plant, bruised, it is said, will kill mice. Chapter 92. 22 remedies derived from the abrotonum. We find 2 varieties of abrotonum mentioned, the field and the mountain kind. This last, it is generally understood, is the female plant, the other the male. They are both of them bitter, like wormwood. That of Sicily is the most esteemed, and next to it that of Galatia. The leaves of it are sometimes employed, but it is the seed that possesses the most warming properties. Hence it is that it is so beneficial for maladies of the sinews, for cough, hardness of breathing, convulsions, ruptures, lumbago, and strangury. Several handfuls of this plant are boiled down to 1/3, and the decoction of it, in doses of 4 cyathi, is administered in drink. The seed is given, pounded in water, in doses of 1 drachma. It is very good for affections of the uterus. Mixed with barley meal, this plant brings tumors to a head, and boiled with quinces, it is employed as a liniment for inflammation of the eyes. It keeps away serpents, and for their stings it is either taken in wine or else employed in combination with it as a liniment. It is extremely efficacious also for the stings of those noxious insects by which shivering fits and chills are produced, such as the scorpion and the spider called phalangium. For example, taken in a potion, it is good for other kinds of poison, as also for shivering fits, however produced, and for the extraction of foreign substances adhering to the flesh. It has the effect also of expelling intestinal worms. It is stated that a sprig of this plant, if put beneath the pillow, will act as an aphrodisiac, and that it is of the very greatest efficacy against all those charms and spells by which impotence is produced. Chapter 93. 1 remedy derived from the leucanthemum. 9 remedies derived from the amaracus. The leucanthemum, mixed with 2/3 of vinegar, is curative of asthma. The samsucum, or amaracus, that of Cyprus being the most highly esteemed and possessed of the finest smell, is a remedy for the stings of scorpions, applied to the wound with vinegar and salt. Used as a pessary too, it is very beneficial in cases of menstrual derangement, but when taken in drink, its properties are not so powerfully developed. Used with polenta, it heals defluxions of the eyes, and the juice of it, boiled, dispels gripings of the stomach. It is useful too for strangury and dropsy, and in a dry state it promotes sneezing. There is an oil extracted from it known as samsucinum or amaracum, which is very good for warming and softening the sinews. It has a warming effect also upon the uterus. The leaves are good for bruises, beaten up with honey, and mixed with wax for sprains. Chapter 94. 10 remedies derived from the anemone or phrynion. We have as yet spoken only of the anemone used for making chaplets. We will now proceed to describe those kinds which are employed for medicinal purposes. Some persons give the name of phrynion to this plant. There are 2 species of it, one of which is wild and the other grows on cultivated spots, though they are both of them attached to a sandy soil. Of the cultivated anemone, there are numerous varieties. Some, and these are the most abundant, have a scarlet flower, while others again have a flower that is purple or else milk white. The leaves of all these 3 kinds bear a strong resemblance to parsley, and it is not often that they exceed half a foot in height, the head being very similar to that of asparagus. The flower never opens except while the wind is blowing, a circumstance to which it owes its name. The wild anemone is larger than the cultivated one and has broader leaves with a scarlet flower. Some persons erroneously take the wild anemone to be the same as argemone, while others again identify it with the poppy, which we have mentioned under the name of rhoas. There is, however, a great difference between them, as these two other plants blossom later than the anemone, nor does the anemone possess a juice or calyx like theirs, besides which it terminates in the head like that of an asparagus. The various kinds of anemone are good for pains and inflammations of the head, diseases of the uterus, and stoppage of the milk in females. Taken to anapitzion or applied as a pessary in wool, they promote the menstrual discharge. The root chewed has a tendency to bring away the phlegm and is a cure for toothache. A decoction of it is good, too, for defluxions of the eyes and effaces the scars left by wounds. The Magi have attributed many very wonderful properties to these plants. They recommend it to be gathered at the earliest moment in the year that it is seen, and certain words to be repeated, to the effect that it is being gathered as a remedy for tertian and quartan fevers, after which the flower must be wrapped up in red cloth and kept in the shade in order to be attached to the person when wanted. The root of the anemone with a scarlet flower, beaten up and applied to the body of any animated being, produces an ulcer there by the agency of its acrid qualities. Hence it is that it is so much employed as a detergent for ulcerous sores. Chapter 95. 6 Remedies derived from the oanthe. The oanthe is a plant which is found growing upon rocks, has the leaf of the parsnip and a large root with numerous fibers. The stalk of it and the leaves, taken with honey and black wine, facilitate delivery and bring away the afterbirth. Taken with honey also, they are a cure for cough and act as a powerful diuretic. The root of this plant is curative of diseases of the bladder. Chapter 96. 11 Remedies derived from the helichrysos. The helichrysos is by some persons called the chrysanthemum. It has small white branches with leaves of a whitish color, similar to those of the abrotonum. The clusters, disposed around it and glistening like gold in the rays of the sun, are never known to fade. Hence it is they make chaplets of it for the gods, a custom which was most faithfully observed by Ptolemais, the king of Egypt. This plant grows in shrubberies. Taken in wine, it acts as a diuretic and emmenagogue, and in combination with honey, it is employed topically for burns. It is taken also in potions for the stings of serpents and for pains in the loins, and with honeyed wine, it removes coagulated blood in the abdominal regions and the bladder. The leaves of it, beaten up and taken in doses of 3 oboli in white wine, arrest the menstrual discharge when in excess. The smell of this plant is far from disagreeable, and hence it is kept with clothes to protect them from attacks of vermin. Chapter 97. 8 Remedies derived from the hyacinth. The hyacinth grows in Gaul, more particularly where it is employed for the dye called hyacingum. The root of it is bulbous and is well known among the dealers in slaves. Applied to the body with sweet wine, it retards the signs of puberty and prevents them from developing themselves. It is curative also of gripings of the stomach and of the bites of spiders, and it acts as a diuretic. The seed is administered with abrotonum for the stings of serpents and scorpions and for jaundice. Chapter 98. 7 Remedies derived from the likeness. The seed of the likeness, too, which is just the color of fire, is beaten up and taken in drink for the stings of serpents, scorpions, hornets, and other insects of similar nature. The wild variety, however, is prejudicial to the stomach. It acts as a laxative to the bowels, and, taken in doses of 2 drachma, is remarkably efficacious for carrying off the bile. So extremely baneful is it to scorpions that if they so much as see it, they are struck with torpor. The people of Asia call the root of it bolites, and they say that if it is attached to the body, it will effectually disperse albugo. Chapter 99. 4 Remedies derived from the vinca parvinca. The vinca parvinca, too, or Comeddaphne, is dried and pounded and given to dropsical patients in water in doses of 1 spoonful, a method of treatment which speedily draws off the water. A decoction of it in ashes with a sprinkling of wine has the effect of drying tumors. The juice, too, is employed as a remedy for diseases of the ears. Applied to the regions of the stomach, this plant is said to be remarkably good for diarrhea. Chapter 100. 3 Remedies derived from butcher's broom. A decoction of the root of butcher's broom is recommended to be taken every other day for calculus in the bladder, strangury, and bloody urine. The root, however, should be taken up one day and boiled the next, the proportion of it being 1 sectarius to 2 caithi of wine. Some persons beat up the root raw and take it in water. It is generally considered, too, that there is nothing in existence more beneficial to the male organs than the young stalks of the plant beaten up and used with vinegar. Chapter 101. 2 remedies derived from the battus. The battus, too, relaxes the bowels, and beaten up raw is employed topically for the gout. The people of Egypt cultivate the acinos, too, both as an article of food and for making chaplets. This plant would be the same thing as ocimum, were it not that the leaves and branches of it are rougher and that it has a powerful smell. It promotes the catamenia and acts as a diuretic. Chapter 102. 2 remedies derived from the colocasia. The colocasia, according to Glaucius, softens the acridity of the humors of the body and is beneficial to the stomach. Chapter 103. 6 remedies derived from the anthillium or anthyllum. The people of Egypt eat the anathyllum, but I cannot find that they make any other use of it. But there is another plant called the anthillium, or by some persons the anthyllum, of which there are 2 kinds. One similar in its leaves and branches to the lentil, a palm in height, growing in sandy soils exposed to the sun, and of a somewhat saltish taste. The other bearing a strong resemblance to the kimpitis, but smaller and more downy, with a purple flower, a strong smell, and growing in stony spots. The first kind, mixed with rose oil and applied with milk, is extremely good for affections of the uterus and all kinds of sores. It is taken as a potion for strangury and gravel in the kidneys, in doses of 3 drachma. The other kind is taken in drink with oxymel, in doses of 4 drachma, for indurations of the uterus, gripings of the bowels, and epilepsy. Chapter 104. 8 remedies derived from the Parthenium, Leucanthus, or Amaracus. The Parthenium is by some persons called the Leucanthus, and by others the Amaracus. Celsus, among the Latin writers, gives it the name of Paradisium and Muralis. It grows in the hedgerows of gardens and has the smell of an apple with a bitter taste. With the decoction of it, fomentations are made for maladies of the fundament and for inflammations and indurations of the uterus. Dried and applied with honey and vinegar, it carries off black bile, for which reason it is considered good for vertigo and calculus in the bladder. It is employed as a liniment also for erysipelas and mixed with stale axle grease for scrofulous sores. For tertian fevers, the Magi recommend that it should be taken up with the left hand, it being mentioned at the time for whom it is gathered, care being taken also not to look back while doing so. A leaf of it should be laid beneath the patient's tongue, after which it must be eaten in a cyathus of water. Chapter 105. 8 remedies derived from the trichinium or strychnum, halococabum, cali, doricinian, manicon, neuris, morio, or molly. The trichinin is by some called strychnine. I only wish that the garland makers of Egypt would never use this plant in making their chaplets, being deceived as they are by the resemblance in the leaves of both kinds to those of ivy. One of these kinds, bearing scarlet berries with a stone enclosed in follicules, is by some persons called halicocabum, and the others callian, and by the people of our country the vesicaria, from the circumstance of its being highly beneficial to the bladder, and in cases of calculus. The trichinin is more of a woody shrub than an herb, with large follicules, broad and turbinated, and a large berry within, which ripens in the month of November. A third kind, again, has a leaf resembling that of ocimum, but it is not my intention to give an exact description of it, as I am here speaking of remedies and not of poisons, for a few drops of the juice, in fact, are quite sufficient to produce insanity. The Greek writers, however, have even turned this property into matter for jesting, for according to them, taken in doses of 1 drachma, this plant is productive of delusive and prurient fancies and of vain fantastic visions, which vividly present all the appearance of reality. They say, too, that if the dose is doubled, it will produce downright madness, and that any further addition to it will result in instant death. This is the same plant which the more well-meaning writers have called their innocents Doricinion, from the circumstance that weapons used in battle are poisoned with it, for it grows everywhere, while others again, who have treated of it more at length, have given it the surname of manicon. Those, on the other hand, who have iniquitously concealed its real qualities, give it the name of erythron or nereus, and others parison. Details, however, which need not be entered into more fully, except for the purpose of putting persons upon their guard. There is another kind again, also called halakakabum, which possesses narcotic qualities, and is productive of death even more speedily than opium. By some persons it is called morio, and by others molly. It has, however, been highly extolled by Diocles and Evenor, and indeed Tismeritus has gone so far as to sing its praises in verse. With a wonderful obliviousness of remedies really harmless, they tell us, forsooth, that it is an instantaneous remedy for loose teeth to rinse them with halakakabum steeped in wine. But at the same time they add the qualification that it must not be kept in the mouth too long, or else delirium will be the result. This, however, is pointing out remedies with a vengeance, the employment of which will be attended with worse results than the malady itself. There is a third kind of halakakabum that is esteemed as an article of food, but even though the flavor of it may be preferred to garden plants, and although Xenocrates assures us that there is no bodily malady for which the trichnos is not highly beneficial, they are none of them so valuable as to make me think it proper to speak more at length upon the subject, more particularly as there are so many other remedies which are unattended with danger. Persons who wish to pass themselves off for true prophets, and who know too well how to impose upon the superstitions of others, take the root of the halakakabum and drink. The remedy against this poison, and it is with much greater pleasure that I state it, is to drink large quantities of honeyed wine made hot. I must not omit the fact, too, that this plant is naturally so baneful to the asp, that when the root is placed near that reptile, the very animal which kills others by striking them with torpor is struck with torpor itself. Hence it is that, beaten up with oil, it is used as a cure for the sting of the asp. Chapter 106. 6 Medicines derived from the corchorus. The corchorus is a plant which is used at Alexandria as an article of food. The leaves of it are rolled up, one upon the other, like those of the mulberry, and it is wholesome, it is said, for the viscera, and in cases of alopecia, being good also for the removal of freckles. I find it stated also that it cures the scab in cattle very rapidly, and according to Nicander, it is a remedy for the stings of serpents, if gathered before it blossoms. Chapter 107. 3 Remedies derived from the onychos. There would be no necessity to speak at any length of the onychos or atractylus, an Egyptian plant, were it not for the fact that it offers a most efficacious remedy for the stings of venomous animals, as also in cases of poisoning by fungi. It is a well-known fact that persons, when stung by the scorpion, are not sensible of any painful effects so long as they hold this plant in their hand. Chapter 108. 1 Remedy derived from the pessaluta. The Egyptians also cultivate the pessaluta in their gardens for chaplets. There are 2 kinds of this plant, the male and the female. Either of them, it is said, placed beneath the person when in bed, acts as an antiphrodisiac, upon the male sex more particularly. Chapter 109. An explanation of Greek terms relative to weights and measures. As we have occasion to make use of Greek names very frequently when speaking of weights and measures, I shall here subjoin once for all some explanation of them. The Attic drachma, for it is generally the Attic reckoning that medical men employ, is much the same in weight as the silver denarius, and is equivalent to 6 oboli, the obolus being 10 calci. The cyathus is equal in weight to 10 drachma. When the measure of an acetobolum is spoken of, it is the same as 1/4 part of a hemina, or 15 drachma in weight. The Greek emene, or as we more generally call it mina, equals 100 Attic drachma in weight. Summary. Remedies, Narratives, and Observations 730. Roman authors quoted: Cato the Censor, M. Varro, Antius, Sapio, Vestinus, Vibius Rufus, Hyginus, Pomponius Mela, Pompeius Linnaeus, Cornelius Celsus, Calpurnius Bassus, C. Valgius, Licinius Macer, Sextius Niger, who wrote in Greek, Julius Bassus, who wrote in Greek, Antonius Castor. Foreign authors quoted: Theophrastus, Democritus, Orpheus, Pythagoras, Mago, Menander, who wrote the Biocresta, Nicander, Homer, Hesiod, Mucius, Sophocles, Anaxagoras. Medical authors quoted: Menestheus, who wrote on chaplets, Callimachus, who wrote on chaplets, Phineas, the physician, Simus, Tamaristus, Hippocrates, Chrysippus, Diocles, Ophelion, Heraclides, Hesius, Dionysius, Apollodorus of Citium, Apollodorus of Tarentum, Paraxagoras, Plistonicus, Medius, Diuches, Cleophantus, Philistio, Asclepiades, Cratius, Petronius Diodotus, Iollas, Erasistrus, Diagoras, Andreas, Messenides, Epicharmus, Damian, Dalian, Sosimenes, Telepomenes, Metrodorus, Solo, Lycus, Olympius of Thebes, Philinus, Petricus, Micton, Glacius, Xenocrates. End of section 6.
Section 7 of the Natural History, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Natural History, Volume 5 by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 7, Book 22, Chapters 1 through 15. The Properties of Plants and Fruits. Chapter 1, The Properties of Plants. Nature and the earth might have well filled the measure of our admiration if we had nothing else to do but to consider the properties enumerated in the preceding book, and the numerous varieties of plants that we find created for the wants or the enjoyment of mankind. And yet how much is there still left for us to describe, and how many discoveries of a still more astonishing nature! The greater part, in fact, of the plants there mentioned recommend themselves to us by their taste, their fragrance, or their beauty, and so invite us to make repeated trials of their virtues. But, on the other hand, the properties of those which remain to be described furnish us with abundant proof that nothing has been created by nature without some purpose to fulfill, unrevealed to us though it may be. Chapter 2. Plants used by nations for the adornment of the person. I remark in the first place that there are some foreign nations which, in obedience to long-established usage, employ certain plants for the embellishment of the person. That among some barbarous peoples the females stain the face by means of various plants there can be little doubt, and among the Daci and the Sarmatii we find the men even marking their bodies. There is a plant in Gaul, similar to the plantigo in appearance, and known there by the name of glastum. With it, both matrons and girls among the people of Britain are in the habit of staining the body all over when taking part in the performance of certain sacred rites. Rivaling hereby the swarthy hue of the Ethiopians, they go in a state of nature. Chapter 3. Employment of plants for dyeing. Explanation of the terms sagmen, verbena, and clarigatio. We know, too, that from plants are extracted admirable colors for dyeing, and not to mention the berries of Galatia, Africa, and Lusitania, which furnish the coccus, a dye reserved for the military costume of our generals, the people of Gaul beyond the Alps produce the Tyrian colors, the conciliated and all the other hues by the agency of plants alone. They have not there to seek the murex at the bottom of the sea, or to expose themselves to be the prey of the monsters of the deep, while tearing it from their jaws, nor have they to go searching in depths to which no anchor has penetrated. And all this for the purpose of finding the means whereby some mother of a family may appear more charming in the eyes of her paramour, or the seducer may make himself more captivating to the wife of another man. Standing on dry land, the people there gather in their dyes just as we do our crops of corn, though one great fault in them is that they wash out, were it not for which the luxury would have the means of bedecking itself with far greater magnificence, or, at all events, at the price of far less danger. It is not my purpose, however, here to enter further into these details, nor shall I make the attempt, by substituting resources attended with fewer risks, to circumscribe luxury within the limits of frugality, though at the same time I shall have to speak on another occasion how that vegetable productions are employed for staining stone and imparting their colours to walls. Still, however, I should not have omitted to enlarge upon the art of dyeing, had I found that it had ever been looked upon as forming one of our liberal arts. Meantime I shall be actuated by higher considerations, and shall proceed to show in what esteem we are bound to hold the mute plants, even, or in other words, the plants of little note. For indeed the authors and founders of the Roman sway have derived from these very plants even almost boundless results, as it was these same plants and no others that afforded them the sagmen employed in seasons of public calamity, and the verbena of our sacred rites and embassies. These two names, no doubt, originally signified the same thing, a green turf torn up from the citadel with the earth attached to it, and hence, when envoys were dispatched to the enemy for the purpose of clarigation, or, in other words, with the object of clearly demanding restitution of property that had been carried off, one of these officers was always known as the verbinarius. Chapter 4. The Grass Crown. How rarely it has been awarded. Of all the crowns with which, in the days of its majesty, the all-sovereign people, the ruler of the earth, recompensed the valor of its citizens, there was none attended with higher glory than the crown of grass. The crowns bedecked with gems of gold, the valor, mural, rostrate, civic, and triumphal crowns were, all of them, inferior to this. Great indeed was the difference between them, and far in the background were they thrown by it. As to all the rest, a single individual could confer them, a general or commander on his soldiers, for instance, or, as on some occasions, on his colleague. The Senate, too, exempt from the cares and anxieties of war, and the people in the enjoyment of repose, could award them, together with the honours of a triumph. But as for the crown of grass, it was never conferred except at a crisis of extreme desperation, never voted except by the acclamation of the whole army, and never to any one but to him who had been its preserver. Other crowns were awarded by the generals to the soldiers, this alone by the soldiers and to the general. This crown is known also as the obsidianal crown, from the circumstance of a beleaguered army being delivered, and so preserved from fearful disaster. If we are to regard as a glorious and a hallowed reward the civic crown, presented for preserving the life of a single citizen, and him, perhaps, of the very humblest rank, what, pray, ought to be thought of a whole army being saved, and indebted for its preservation to the valor of a single individual? The crown thus presented was made of green grass gathered on the spot where the troops so rescued had been beleaguered. Indeed, in early times it was the usual token of victory for the vanquished to present to the conqueror a handful of grass, signifying thereby that they surrendered their native soil, the land that had nurtured them, and the very right even there to be interred, a usage which, to my own knowledge, still exists among the nations of Germany. Chapter 5. The only persons that have been presented with this crown. Sciocius Dentatus was presented with this crown but once, though he gained as many as 14 civic crowns and fought 120 battles, in all of which he was victorious. So rarely is it that an army has to thank a single individual only for its preservation. Some generals, however, have been presented with more than one of these crowns. P. Decius Mus, the military tribune, for example, who received one from his own army, and another from the troops which he had rescued when surrounded. He testified by an act of devoutness in what high esteem he held such an honor as this, for, adorned with these insignia, he sacrificed a white ox to Mars, together with 100 red oxen, which had been presented to him by the beleaguered troops, as the recompense for his valor. It was this same Decius who afterwards, when consul with Imperiotius for his colleague, devoted his life to secure victory to his fellow citizens. This crown was presented also by the Senate and people of Rome, a distinction than which I know of nothing in existence more glorious, to that same Fabius who restored the fortunes of Rome by avoiding a battle, not, however, on the occasion when he preserved the master of the horse and his army, for then it was deemed preferable by those who were indebted to him for their preservation to present him with a crown under a new title, that of father. The crown of grass was, however, awarded to him with that unanimity which I have mentioned, after Hannibal had been expelled from Italy, being the only crown, in fact, that has hitherto been placed upon the head of a citizen by the hands of the state itself, and another remarkable extinction, the only one that has ever been conferred by the whole of Italy united. Chapter 6. The only centurion that has been thus honored. In addition to the persons already mentioned, the honor of this crown has been awarded to M. Calpurnius Flamma, then a military tribune in Sicily. But up to the present time it has been given to a single centurion only, Cneius Petreius Atinus, during the war with the Cimbri. This soldier, while acting as primipalus under Catulus, on finding all retreat for his legion cut off by the enemy, harangued the troops, and after slaying his tribune who hesitated to cut a way through the encampment of the enemy, brought away the legion in safety. I find it stated also by some authors that, in addition to this honor, this same Petreius, clad in the praetexta, offered sacrifice at the altar to the sound of the pipe, in presence of the then consuls Marius and Catulus. The dictator Sylla has also stated in his memoirs that when legatus in the Marsic War he was presented with this crown by the army at Nola, an event which he caused to be commemorated in a painting at his Tusculan villa, which afterwards became the property of Cicero. If there is any truth in this statement, I can only say that it renders his memory all the more execrable, and that by his prescriptions with his own hand he tore this crown from his brow, for few indeed were the citizens whom he thus preserved, in comparison with those he slaughtered at a later period. And let him even add to this high honor his proud surname of Felix, if he will. All the glories of this crown he surrendered to Sertorius, from the moment that he put his proscribed fellow citizens in a state of siege throughout the whole world. Varro too relates that Scipio Aemilianus was awarded the obsidianal crown in Africa under the consul Manilius, for the preservation of 3 cohorts, by bringing as many to their rescue, an event commemorated by an inscription upon the base of the statue erected in honor of him by the now deified Emperor Augustus in the forum which bears his name. Augustus himself was also presented by the Senate with the obsidianal crown upon the Ides of September in the consulship of M. Cicero the Younger, the civic crown being looked upon as not commensurate with his deserts. Beyond these, I do not find anyone mentioned as having been rewarded with this honor. Chapter 7. Remedies derived from other chaplet plants. No plant in particular was employed in the composition of this crown, such only being used as were found growing on the spot so imperilled, and thus did they become the means, however humble and unnoted themselves, of conferring high honor and renown. All this, however, is but little known among us at the present day, a fact which I am the less surprised at when I reflect that those plants even are treated with the same indifference, the purpose of which is to preserve our health, to allay our bodily pains, and to repel the advances of death. And who is there that would not visit with censure, and justly visit, the manners of the present day? Luxury and effeminacy have augmented the price at which we live, and never was life more hankered after, or worse cared for, than it is at present. This, however, we look upon as the business of others, forsooth. Other persons must see to it, without our troubling ourselves to request them, and the physicians must exercise the necessary providence in our behalves. As for ourselves, we go on enjoying our pleasures, and are content to live, a thing that, in my opinion, reflects the highest possible disgrace, by putting faith in others. Nay, even more than this, we ourselves are held in derision by many for undertaking these researches, and are charged with busying ourselves with mere frivolities. It is some solace, however, in the prosecution of these our boundless labors, to have nature as our sharer in this contempt. Nature, who, as we will prove beyond a doubt, has never failed in coming to the assistance of man, and has implanted remedies for our use in the most despised even of the vegetable productions, medicaments in plants which repel us with their thorns. It is of these, in fact, that it remains for us now to speak, as next in succession to those which we have mentioned in the preceding book. And here we cannot sufficiently admire and indeed adore the wondrous providence displayed by nature. She has given us, as already shown, plants soft to the touch and agreeable to the palate. In the flowers she had painted the remedies for our diseases with her varied tints, and while commingling the useful with the delicious, had attracted our attention by means of the pleasures of the eye. Here, however, she has devised another class of plants, bristling and repulsive to the sight, and dangerous to the touch. So much so, indeed, that we fancy we all but hear the voice of her who made them, as she reveals to us her motives for so doing. It is her wish, she says, that no ravening cattle may browse upon them, that no wanton hand may tear them up, that no heedless footstep may tread them down, that no bird perching there may break them. And in thus fortifying them with thorns, and arming them with weapons, it has been her grand object to save and protect the remedies which they afford to man. Thus we see, the very qualities even which we hold in such aversion have been devised by nature for the benefit and advantage of mankind. Chapter 8. The Erynge or Eryngium. In the first rank of the plants armed with prickles, the erynge or eryngium stands preeminent, a vegetable production held in high esteem as an antidote formed for the poison of serpents and all venomous substances. For stings and bites of this nature, the root is taken in wine in doses of 1 drachma, or if, as generally is the case, the wound is attended with fever, in water. It is employed also in the form of liniment for wounds, and is found to be particularly efficacious for those inflicted by water snakes or frogs. The physician Heraclides states it as his opinion that, boiled in goose broth, it is a more valuable remedy than any other known, for aconite and other poisons. Apollodorus recommends that in cases of poisoning it should be boiled with a frog, and other authorities in water only. It is a hardy plant, having much the appearance of a shrub, with prickly leaves and a jointed stem. It grows a cubit or more in height. Sometimes it is found of a whitish color, and sometimes black, the root of it being odoriferous. It is cultivated in gardens, but it is frequently to be found growing spontaneously in rugged and craggy localities. It grows, too, on the seashore, in which case it is tougher and darker than usual, the leaf resembling that of parsley. Chapter 9. The Eryngium, called Centum capita. 30 remedies. The white variety of the Eryngium is known in our language as the Centum capita. It has all the properties above mentioned, and the Greeks employ both the stalk and the root as an article of food, either boiled or raw. There are some marvelous facts related in connection with this plant. The root of it, it is said, bears a strong resemblance to the organs of either sex. It is but rarely found, but if a root resembling the male organs should happen to fall in the way of a man, it will ensure him woman's love. Hence it is that Phaon the lesbian was so passionately beloved by Sappho. Upon this subject, too, there have been numerous other reveries, not only on the part of the Magi, but of Pythagorean philosophers even as well. So far as its medicinal properties are concerned, in addition to those already mentioned, this plant taken in hydromel is good for flatulency, gripings of the bowels, diseases of the heart, stomach, liver, and thoracic organs, and taken in oxycrate for affections of the spleen. Mixed with hydromel, it is recommended also for diseases of the kidneys, strangury, epistony, spasms, lumbago, dropsy, epilepsy, suppression or excess of the catamenia, and all maladies of the uterus. Applied with honey, it extracts foreign substances from the body, and with salted axle grease and cerate, it disperses scrofulous sores, impostumes of the parotid glands, inflamed tumors, denudations of the bones, and fractures. Taken before drinking, it prevents the fumes of wine from rising to the head, and it arrests looseness of the bowels. Some of our authors have recommended that this plant should be gathered at the period of the summer solstice, and that it should be applied in combination with rainwater for all kinds of maladies of the neck. They say, too, that, attached as an amulet to the person, it is a cure for albugo. Chapter 10. The Acanos, one remedy. There are some authors, too, who make the acanos to be a species of eryngium. It is a thorny plant, stunted and spreading, with prickles of a considerable size. Applied topically, they say, it arrests hemorrhage in a most remarkable degree. Chapter 11. The glycyrrhiza, or adipsas. 15 remedies. Other authors, again, have erroneously taken the glycyrrhiza to be a kind of eryngium. It will, therefore, be as well to take this opportunity of making some further mention of it. There can be no doubt, however, that this is one of the thorny plants, the leaves of it being covered with prickles, substantial and viscous and gummy to the touch. It has much the appearance of a shrub, is a couple of cubits in height, and bears a flower like that of the hyacinth, and a fruit the size of the little round balls of the plane. The best kind is that grown in Cilicia, and the next best that of Pontus. The root of it is sweet, and this is the only part that is used. It is gathered at the setting of the Virgilii, the root of it being long like that of the vine. That which is yellow, the color of boxwood in fact, is superior to the darker kind, and the flexible is better than the brittle. Boiled down to 1/3, it is employed for pessaries, but for general purposes a decoction is made of it of the consistency of honey. Sometimes also it is used pounded, and it is in this form that it is applied as a liniment for wounds and all affections of the throat. The juice of it is also very good for the voice, for which purpose it is thickened and then placed beneath the tongue. It is good, too, for the chest and liver. We have already stated that this plant has the effect of allaying hunger and thirst. Hence it is that some authors have given it the name of adipsas, and have prescribed it for dropsical patients to allay thirst. It is for this reason, too, that it is chewed as a stomatic, and that the powder of it is often sprinkled on ulcerous sores of the mouth and films on the eyes. It heals, too, excrescences of the bladder, pains in the kidneys, condylomata, and ulcerous sores of the genitals. Some persons have given it in potions for quartan fevers, the doses of being 2 drachmae mixed with pepper in 1 hemina of water. Chewed and applied to wounds, it arrests hemorrhage. Some authors have asserted also that it expels calculi of the bladder. Chapter 12. 2 varieties of the tribulus. 12 remedies. Of the 2 kinds of tribulus, the one is a garden plant, the other grows in rivers only. There is a juice extracted from them which is employed for diseases of the eyes, it being of a cool and refreshing nature, and consequently useful for inflammations and abscesses. Used with honey, this juice is curative of spontaneous ulcerations, those of the mouth in particular. It is good also for affections of the tonsils. Taken in a potion, it breaks calculi of the bladder. The Thracians who dwell on the banks of the river Strymon feed their horses on the leaves of the tribulus and employ the kernels as an article of food, making of them a very agreeable kind of bread, which acts astringently upon the bowels. The root, if gathered by persons in a state of chastity and purity, disperses scrofulous sores, and the seed, used as an amulet, allays the pains attendant upon varicose veins. Pounded and mixed with water, it destroys fleas. Chapter 13. The stobe or pheos. The stobe, by some persons known as the pheos, boiled in wine, is particularly good for the cure of suppurations of the ears, and for extravasations of blood in the eyes from the effects of a blow. It is employed also in injections for hemorrhage and dysentery. Chapter 14. 2 varieties of the hippophaes. 2 remedies. The hippophaes grows in sandy soils and on the seashore. It is a plant with white thorns and covered with clusters like the ivy, the berries being white and partly red. The root of it is full of a juice which is either used by itself or else is made up into lozenges with meal of fitches. Taken in doses of 1 obulus, it carries off bile, and it is extremely beneficial if used with honeyed wine. There is another hippophase without either stalk or flowers, and consisting only of diminutive leaves. The juice of this also is wonderfully useful for dropsy. These plants would appear, too, to be remarkably well adapted to the constitution of the horse, as it can be for no other reason than this, that they have received their name. For in fact there are certain plants which have been created as remedies for the diseases of animals, the divinity being bounteously lavish of his succours and resources, so much so indeed that we cannot sufficiently admire the wisdom with which he has arranged them according to the classes of animated beings which they are to serve, the causes which give rise to their various maladies, and the times at which they are likely to be in requisition. Hence it is that there is no class of beings, no season, and, so to speak, no day, that is without its remedy. Chapter 15. The Nettle. 61 Remedies. What plant can there possibly be that is more an object of our aversion than the nettle? And yet, in addition to the oil which we have already mentioned as being extracted from it in Egypt, it abounds in medicinal properties. The seed of it, according to Nicander, is an antidote to the poison of hemlock, of fungi, and of quicksilver. Apollodorus prescribes it too, taken in the broth of a boiled tortoise, for the bite of the salamander, and as an antidote for the poison of henbane, serpents, and scorpions. The stinging pungency even of the nettle has its uses, for by its contact it braces the uvula and effects the cure of prolapsus of the uterus, and of procedence of the anus in infants. By touching the legs of persons in a lethargy, and the forehead more particularly, with nettles, they are awakened. Applied with salt, the nettle is used to heal the bites of dogs, and beaten up and applied topically, it arrests bleeding at the nostrils, the root in particular. Mixed with salt, also, it is employed for the cure of cancers and foul ulcers, and applied in a similar manner it cures sprains and inflamed tumors, as well as imposthumes of the parotid glands and denudations of the bones. The seed of it, taken with boiled must, dispels hysterical suffocations, and, applied topically, it arrests mucus discharges of the nostrils. Taken with hydromel after dinner in doses of 2 obuli, the seed produces a gentle vomit, and a dose of 1 obulus, taken in wine, has the effect of dispelling lassitude. The seed is prescribed also, parched, and in doses of 1 acetabulum, for affections of the uterus, and taken in boiled must, it is a remedy for flatulency of the stomach. Taken in an electuary with honey, it gives relief in hardness of breathing, and clears the chest by expectoration. Applied with linseed, it is a cure for pains in the side, with the addition of some hyssop and a little pepper. The seed is employed also in the form of a liniment for affections of the spleen, and, parched and taken with the food, it acts as a laxative in constipation of the bowels. Hippocrates says that the seed, taken in drink, acts as a purgative upon the uterus, and that taken parched with sweet wine in doses of 1 acetabulum, or applied externally with juice of mallows, It alleviates pains in that organ. He states also that, used with hydromel and salt, it expels intestinal worms, and that a liniment made of the seed will restore the hair when falling off. Many persons, too, employ the seed topically with old oil for diseases of the joints, and for gout, or else the leaves beaten up with bear's grease. The root, too, pounded in vinegar, is no less useful for the same purposes, as also for affections of the spleen. Boiled in wine and applied with stale axle grease and salt, the root disperses inflamed tumors, and, dried, it is used as a depilatory. Phineas, the physician, has enlarged upon the praises of the nettle, and he assures us that, taken with the food, either boiled or preserved, it is extremely beneficial for affections of the trachea, cough, fluxes of the bowels, stomachic complaints, inflamed tumors, imposthumes of the parotid glands, and chilblains; that, taken with oil, it acts as a sudorific, and that, boiled with shellfish, it relaxes the bowels. He says, too, that taken with a tisane it facilitates expectoration and acts as an emmenagogue, and that applied with salt it prevents ulcers from spreading. The juice of the nettle is also used. Applied to the forehead, it arrests bleeding at the nose. Taken in drink, it acts as a diuretic and breaks calculi in the bladder, and used as a gargle, it braces the uvula when relaxed. Nettle seed should be gathered at harvest time. That of Alexandria is the most highly esteemed. For all these different purposes the milder and more tender plants are the best, the wild nettle in particular. This last, taken in wine, has the additional property of removing leprous spots on the face. When animals refuse to couple, it is recommended to rub the sexual organs with nettles. End of Section 7. Reading by Rita Louise for LibriVox, 2019, Ann Arbor, Michigan.
Section 8 of the Natural History, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. The Natural History, Volume 5, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 8, Book 22, Chapters 16 to 32. Chapter 16, The Lamium, 7 Remedies. The variety of nettle, too, which we have already spoken of under the name of lamium, the most innoxious of them all, the leaves not having the property of stinging, is used for the cure of bruises and contusions, with a sprinkling of salt, as also for burns and scrofulous sores, tumors, gout, and wounds. The middle of the leaf is white and is used for the cure of erysipelas. Some of our authors have distinguished the various species of this plant according to their respective seasons. Thus, for instance, the root of the autumn nettle, they say, carried on the person as an amulet, is a cure for tertian fevers. If due care is taken, when pulling up the root, to mention the patient's name, and to state who he is and who are his parents. They say, too, that this plant is productive of similar results in quartan fever, and they pretend that the root of the nettle, with the addition of salt, will extract foreign substances from the body, and that the leaves mixed with stale axle grease will disperse scrofulous sores, or if they suppurate, cauterize them and cause them to fill up with new flesh. Chapter 17, The Scorpio, 2 kinds of it, 1 remedy. The Scorpio has received its appellation from the animal of that name, in consequence of the resemblance of its seeds to a scorpion's tail. The leaves of it are few in number, and it is efficacious for the sting of the animal from which it derives its name. There is also another plant known by the same name, and possessed of similar properties. It is destitute of leaves, has a stem like that of asparagus, and a sharp point at the top, to which it owes its appellation. Chapter 18, The Leucacantha, Phylos, Issachaius, or Polygonatos, 4 remedies. The leucacantha, also known as the Phylos, Isachias, or polygonatos, has a root like that of the cyprius, which, when chewed, has the effect of curing toothache, as also pains in the sides and loins, according to Hesius, the seed or juice being taken in drink in doses of 8 drachma. This plant is employed also for the cure of ruptures and convulsions. Chapter 19. The Helk-sign. 12 remedies. The Helk-sign is called by some paradisium, from the circumstance of its forming the principal food of partridges. Other persons, however, give it the name of sidereus, and to some it is known as parthenium. It has leaves the shape of which is a mixture of those of the plantago and the marubium. The stalks are slight and closely packed, and are of a light red color. The seeds, enclosed in heads resembling those of the lappa, adhere to the clothes, a circumstance, it is said, to which it owes its name of Helk-sign. We have already stated in the preceding book what are the characteristics of the plant properly so called. The one of which we are now speaking is used for dyeing wool, and is employed for the cure of urus palis, tumors, all kinds of abscesses, and burns. The juice of it, taken in doses of 1 cyathus with white lead, is a cure for inflamed tumors, incipient swellings of the throat, and inveterate coughs. It is good, too, for all maladies of the human parts of the body, the tonsillary glands, for instance, and, in combination with rose oil, it is useful for varicose veins. It is employed topically for the gout with goat suet and cyprian wax. Chapter 20. The paradisium, parthenium, urceolaris, or astracum. 11 remedies. The paradisium or parthenium, for the sideritis is, in reality, a different plant, is known to the people of our country as the herb urceolaris, and to some persons as the astracum. The leaf of it is similar to that of the ocimum, but darker, and it is found growing on tiled roofs and walls. Beaten up with a sprinkling of salt, it has all the medicinal properties of the lamium, and is used in similar manner. The juice of it taken warm is good too for suppurated abscesses. But for the cures of convulsions, ruptured bruises, and the effects of falls from a height, or of the overturning of vehicles, it is possessed of singular virtues. A slave who was held in high esteem by Pericles, the ruler of the Athenians, being engaged upon the buildings of a temple in the citadel, while creeping along the top of the roof, happened to fall, from the effects of which he was relieved, it is said, by this plant, the virtues whereof had been disclosed to Pericles by Minerva in a dream. Hence it is that it was first called Parthenium, and was consecrated to that goddess. It is this slave of whom there is a famous statue in molten bronze, well known as the Splanactines. Chapter 21. The chameleon, Iaxis, Olphonon, or Cinzolon. 2 varieties of it, 12 remedies. The chameleon is spoken of as the Iaxis by some authors. There are 2 species of this plant. The white kind has a rougher leaf than the other, and creeps along the ground, erecting its prickles like the quills of a hedgehog. The root of it is sweet, and the odor very powerful. In some places it secretes, just as they say incense is produced, a white viscous substance beneath the axils of the leaves, about the rising of the dog star more particularly. To this viscous nature it owes its name of Iaxis. Females make use of it as a substance for mastage. As to its name of chameleon, that is given to it from the varying tints of the leaves, for it changes its colors, in fact, just according to the soil, being black in one place, green in another, blue in a third, yellow elsewhere, and of various other colors as well. A decoction of the root of the white chameleon is employed for the cure of dropsy, being taken in doses of 1 drachma in raisin wine. This decoction, taken in doses of 1 acidibulum in astringent wine, with some sprigs of origanum in it, has the effect of expelling intestinal worms. It is good too as a diuretic. Mixed with polenta, the juice of it will kill dogs and swine. With the addition of water and oil, it will attract mice to it and destroy them, unless they immediately drink water to counteract its effects. Some persons recommend the root of it to be kept, cut in small pieces, and suspended from the ceiling. When wanted, it must be boiled and taken with the food, for the cure of those fluxes to which the Greeks have given the name of rheumatismi. In reference to the dark kind, some writers say that the one which bears a purple flower is the male, and that with a violet flower the female. They grow together upon a stem, a cubit in length and a finger in thickness. The root of these plants, boiled with sulphur and bitumen, is employed for the cure of lichens, and they are chewed, or a decoction of them is made in vinegar to fasten loose teeth. The juice of them is employed for the cure of scab in animals, and it has the property of killing ticks upon dogs. Upon steers it takes effect like a sort of quinsy, from which circumstance it has received the name of ulophonon, as also that of cynozolan from its offensive smell. These plants produce also a viscus, which is a most excellent remedy for ulcers. The roots of all the different kinds are an antidote to the sting of the scorpion. Chapter 22. The Coronapus. The coronapus is an elongated plant with fissures in the leaves. It is sometimes cultivated as the root, roasted in hot ashes. It is found to be an excellent remedy for celiac complaints. Chapter 23. The Anchusa. 14 remedies. The root of the Anchusa, too, is made use of, a plant a finger in thickness. It is split into leaves like the papyrus, and when touched it stains the hands the color of blood. It is used for imparting rich colors to wool. Applied with cerate, it heals ulcerous sores, those of aged people in particular. It is employed also for the cure of burns. It is insoluble in water, but dissolves in oil, this being in fact the test of its genuineness. It is administered also in doses of 1 drachma in wine for nephritic pains, or else, if there is fever, in a decoction of balanus. It is employed in a similar manner also for affections of the liver and spleen, and for enlarged secretions of the bile. Applied with vinegar, it is used for the cure of leprosy and the removal of freckles. The leaves, beaten up with honey and meal, are applied topically for sprains, and taken in honeyed wine in doses of 2 drachma. They arrest looseness of the bowels. A decoction of the root in water, it is said, kills fleas. Chapter 24. The Pseudoanchusa, Aechis, or Doris. 3 remedies. There is another plant similar to the preceding one, and hence known as the Pseudoanchusa, though by some it is called Aechis or Doris, as well as by many other names. It is more downy than the other plant, however, and not so substantial. The leaves, too, are thinner and more drooping. The root of it, treated with oil, does not give out any red juice, a sign by which it is distinguished from the genuine Anchusa. The leaves of this plant, or the seed, taken in drink, are extremely efficacious for the stings of serpents. The leaves, too, are applied topically to the wound, and the powerful smell of them will keep serpents at a distance. A preparation of this plant is taken also as a potion for affections of the vertebrae. The Magi recommend that the leaves of it should be plucked with the left hand, it being mentioned at the same time for whom they are being gathered, after which they are to be worn as an amulet attached to the person for the cure of tertian fevers. Chapter 25. The Onocylon, Archibion, Onochelys, Rexia, or Ancrisa. 30 remedies. There is another plant, too, the proper name of which is Onocylon, but which some people call Anchusa, others Archibion, and others again Onochelys or Rexia, and more universally Ancrisa. This plant has a diminutive stem, a purple flower, rough leaves and branches, and a root the color of blood at harvest time, though dark and swarthy at other times. It grows in sandy soils and is extremely efficacious for the stings of serpents, vipers in particular, the roots or leaves of it being taken indifferentially with the food or in the drink. It develops its virtues at harvest time more especially. The leaves of it, when bruised, have just the smell of a cucumber. This plant is prescribed in doses of 3 cyathi for prolapsus of the uterus, and taken with hyssop it expels tapeworms. For pains in the liver or kidneys, it is taken in hydromel, if the patient shows symptoms of fever, but if not, in wine. With the root of it, a liniment is made for the removal of freckles and leprous sores, and it is asserted that persons who carry this root about them will never be attacked by serpents. There is another plant, again, very similar to this, with a red flower and somewhat smaller. It is applied to the same uses as the other. It is asserted, too, that if it is chewed and then spit out upon a serpent, it will cause its instantaneous death. Chapter 26. The Anthemis, Leucanthemum, Chameleum, or Melanthium. 3 varieties of it, 11 remedies. The Anthemis has been highly extolled by Asclepiades. Some persons call it Leucanthemis, some Leucanthemum, others again Eranthemis, from its flowering in spring, and others chameleon, because it has a smell like that of an apple. Sometimes, too, it is called Melanthion. There are 3 varieties of this plant which only differ from one another in the flower. They do not exceed a palm in height, and they bear small blossoms like those of rue, white, yellow, or purple. This plant is mostly found in thin, poor soils or growing near footpaths. It is usually gathered in spring and put by for the purpose of making chaplets. At the same time, 2 medical men pound the leaves and make them up into lozenges, the same being done with the flowers also and the root. All the parts of this plant are administered together in doses of 1 drachma for the stings of serpents of all kinds. Taken in drink, too, they bring away the dead fetus, act as an ememagogue and diuretic, and disperse calculi of the bladder. The Anthemis is employed also for the cure of flatulency, affections of the liver, excessive secretions of the bile, and fistulas of the eye. Chewed, it heals running sores. Of all the different varieties, the one that is most efficacious for the treatment of calculi is that with the purple flower, the leaves and stem of which are somewhat larger than those of the other kinds. Some persons, and with strict propriety, give to this last the name of Eranthemis. Chapter 27. The Lotus Plant. 4 remedies. Those who think that the lotus is nothing but a tree only can easily be refuted, if upon the authority of Homer only, for that poet names the lotus first of all among the herbs which grow to administer to the pleasures of the gods. The leaves of this plant, mixed with honey, disperse the marks of sores, argama, and films upon the eyes. Chapter 28. The Lotometra. 2 remedies. The Lotometra is a cultivated lotus with the seeds of it, which resembles millet. The shepherds in Egypt make a coarse bread, which they mostly knead with water or milk. It is said, however, that there is nothing lighter or more wholesome than this bread, so long as it is eaten warm, but that when it gets cold it becomes heavy and more difficult of digestion. It is a well-known fact that persons who use it as a diet are never attacked by dysentery, tenesmus, or other affections of the bowels. Hence it is that this plant is reckoned among the remedies for that class of diseases. Chapter 29. The Heliotropium, or Varicuaria. 12 remedies. The Heliotropium trichocum, or Scorpiorum. 14 remedies. We have spoken more than once of the marvels of the Heliotropium, which turns with the sun, in cloudy weather even, so great is its sympathy with that luminary. At night, as though in regret, it closes its blue flower. There are 2 species of Heliotropium, the trichocum and the Helioscopium, the latter being the taller of the 2, though they neither of them exceed half a foot in height. The Helioscopium throws out branches from the root, and the seed of it, enclosed in follicules, is gathered at harvest time. It grows nowhere but in a rich soil, a highly cultivated one more particularly. The trichocum, on the other hand, is to be found growing everywhere. I find it stated that the Helioscopium boiled is considered an agreeable food, and that taken in milk it is gently laxative to the bowels, while again a decoction of it, taken as a potion, acts as a most effectual purgative. The juice of this plant is collected in summer at the 6th hour of the day. It is usually mixed with wine, which makes it keep all the better. Combined with rose oil, it alleviates headache. The juice extracted from the leaves combined with salt removes warts, from which circumstance our people have given this plant the name of Varicaria, although from its various properties it fully merits a better name. For taken in wine or hydromel, it is an antidote to the venom of serpents and scorpions, as Apollophanes and Apollodorus state. The leaves, too, employed topically are a cure for the cerebral affections of infants known as psoriasis, as also for convulsions even when they are epileptic. It is very wholesome, too, to gargle the mouth with a decoction of this plant. Taken in drink, it expels tapeworm and gravel, and with the addition of cumin, it will disperse calculi. A decoction of the plant with the root, mixed with the leaves and some suet of a he-goat, is applied topically for the cure of gout. The other kind, which we have spoken of as being called the trichocum, and which also bears the name of scorpurion, has leaves that are not only smaller than those of the other kind, but droop downwards toward the ground. The seed of it resembles a scorpion's tail, to which in fact it owes its latter appellation. It is of great efficacy for injuries received from all kinds of venomous insects and the spider known as phalangium, but more particularly for the stings of scorpions if applied topically. Those who carry it about their person are never stung by a scorpion, and it is said that if a circle is traced on the ground around a scorpion with a sprig of this plant, the animal will never move out of it, and that if a scorpion is covered with it, or even sprinkled with the water in which it has been steeped, it will die that instant. 4 grains of the seed taken in drink are said to be a cure for the quartan fever, and 3 for the tertian, a similar effect being produced by carrying the plant 3 times round the patient and then laying it under his head. The seed, too, acts as an aphrodisiac, and applied with honey it disperses inflamed tumors. This kind of heliotropium, as well as the other, extracts warts radically and the excrescences of the anus. Applied topically, the seed draws off corrupt blood from the vertebrae and loins, and a similar effect is produced by taking a decoction of it in chicken broth or with beet and lentils. The husks of the seed restore the natural color to lividities of the skin. According to the Magi, the patient himself should make 4 knots in the heliotropium for a quartan and 3 for a tertian fever, at the same time offering a prayer that he may recover to untie them, the plant being left in the ground meanwhile. Chapter 30. The Adiantum, Callitrichos, Trichomanes, Polytrichos, or Saxifragum. 2 varieties of it, 28 remedies. Equally marvelous, too, in other respects, is the Adiantum. It is green in summer, never dies in the winter, manifests an aversion to water, and when sprinkled with water or dipped in it has all the appearance of having been dried. So great is its antipathy to moisture, a circumstance to which it owes the name of Adiantum, given to it by the Greeks. In other respects it is a shrub which might well be employed in ornamental gardening. Some persons give to it the name of Callitrichos, and others of Polytrichos, both of them bearing reference to its property of imparting color to the hair. For this purpose a decoction of it is made in wine with parsley seed, large quantities of oil being added, if it is desired to make the hair thick and curly as well. It has also the property of preventing the hair from coming off. There are 2 kinds of this plant, one being whiter than the other, which last is swarthy and more stunted. It is the larger kind that is known as the polytrichos, or as some call it, trichomanes. Both plants have tiny branches of a bright black color, and leaves like those of fern, the lower ones being rough and tawny, and all of them lying close together and attached to footstalks arranged on either side of the stem. Of root, so to say, there is nothing. This plant frequents umbrageous rocks, walls sprinkled with the spray of running water, grottos of fountains more particularly, and crags surrounded with streamlets, a fact that is all the more remarkable in a plant which derives no benefit from water. The adiantum is of singular efficacy in expelling and breaking calculi of the bladder, the dark kind in particular, and it is for this reason, in my opinion, rather than because it grows upon stones, that it has received from the people of our country the name of saxifragum. It is taken in wine, the usual dose being a pinch of it in 3 fingers. Both these plants are diuretics and act as an antidote to the venom of serpents and spiders. A decoction of them in wine arrests looseness of the bowels. A wreath of them worn on the head alleviates headache. For the bite of the scolopendra, they are applied topically, but they must be removed every now and then to prevent them from cauterizing the flesh. They are employed in a similar manner also for alopecia. They disperse scrofulous sores, scurf on the face, and running ulcers of the head. A decoction of them is useful also for asthma, affections of the liver and spleen, enlarged secretions of the gall, and dropsy. In combination with wormwood, they form a liniment for strangury and affections of the kidneys. They have the effect also of bringing away the afterbirth and act as an emmenagogue. Taken with vinegar or juice of brambleberries, they arrest hemorrhage. Combined with rose oil, they are employed as a liniment for excoriations on infants, the parts affected being first fomented with wine. The leaves, steeped in the urine of a youth who has not arrived at puberty, and beaten up with saltpeter, compose a liniment which, it is said, prevents wrinkles from forming on the abdomen in females. It is a general belief that partridges and cocks are rendered more pugnacious if this plant is mixed with their food, and it is looked upon as particularly beneficial for cattle. Chapter 31. The Picris, one remedy. The Thecian, one remedy. The picris derives its name from its intense bitterness, as we have previously stated. The leaf of it is round. It is remarkably efficacious for the removal of warts. The Thecium, too, has a bitterness not unlike it. It is a powerful purgative, for which purpose it is employed bruised in water. Chapter 32. The Asphodel, 51 remedies. The asphodel is one of the most celebrated of all the plants, so much so, indeed, that by some persons it has been called heroum. Hesiod has mentioned the fact of its growing in rivers, and Dionysius distinguishes it into male and female. It has been observed that the bulbs of it, boiled with a ptisson, are remarkably good for consumption and phthisis, and that bread in which they have been kneaded up with the meal is extremely wholesome. Nicander recommends also for the stings of serpents and scorpions either the stalk, which we have already spoken of under the name of anthericus, or else the cedar bulbs, to be taken in wine in doses of 3 drachma, and he says that these should be strewed beneath the bed if there is any apprehension of their presence. The asphodel is prescribed also for wounds inflicted by marine animals of a venomous nature, and the bite of the land scolopendra. It is quite wonderful how the snails in Campania seek the stalk of this plant and dry it by extracting the inside. The leaves, too, are applied with wine to wounds made by venomous animals, and the bulbs are beaten up with polenta and similarly used for the affections of the sinews and joints. It is also a very good plan to rub lichens with them, chopped up and mixed with vinegar, and to apply them in water to putrid sores, as also to inflammations of the testes or mammae. Boiled in lees of wine and applied in a linen pledget, they are used for the cure of defluxions of the eyes. Whatever the malady may happen to be, it is generally in a boiled state that the bulbs are employed, but for foul ulcers of the legs and for chaps upon any part of the body, they are dried and reduced to powder. The bulbs are usually gathered in autumn, a period when their medicinal properties are most fully developed. The juice is extracted from them, pounded, or else a decoction of them is good mixed with honey for pains in the body. It is employed also with dried iris and a little salt by those who wish to impart an agreeable odor to the person. The leaves are used for the cure of the various maladies above mentioned, as also boiled in wine for scrofulous sores, inflamed tumors, and ulcers of the face. The ashes of the root are a remedy for alopecia and chaps on the feet, and an extract of the root boiled in oil is good for burns and chilblains. It is injected also in the ears for deafness, and for toothache it is poured into the ear opposite to the part affected. A moderate dose of the root taken in drink acts as a diuretic and an emmenagogue. It is good also for pains in the sides, ruptures, convulsions, and coughs, in doses of 1 drachma taken in wine. Chewed, the root promotes vomiting, but the seed taken internally disorders the bowels. Chrysermus used to employ a decoction of the root in wine for imposthumes of the parotid glands, and he has prescribed it in combination with caccharis in wine for the cure of scrofulous sores. Some persons say that if, after applying the root to the sores, a part of it is hung up in the smoke to dry, and not taken down till the end of 4 days, the sores will gradually dry up with this portion of the root. Sophocles used to employ it both ways, boiled and raw, for the cure of gout, and he prescribed it boiled in oil for chilblains and in vinegar for jaundice and dropsy. It has been stated also that used as a friction with wine and honey or taken in drink, it acts as an aphrodisiac. Xenocrates assures us, too, that a decoction of the root in vinegar removes lichens, itch scabs, and leprous sores, and that a decoction of it with henbane and tar has a similar effect and is good also for the removal of bad odors of the armpits and thighs. He states also that if the head is well rubbed with the root, being first shaved, the hair will curl all the better for it. Simus prescribes a decoction of it in wine to be taken for calculi in the kidneys, and Hippocrates recommends the seed for obstructions of the spleen. The root, or else a decoction of it, applied topically, restores the hair in beasts of burden, where it has been lost by ulcerations or scab. It has the effect, too, of driving away rats and mice, and of exterminating them, if placed before their holes. End of section 8. Section 9 of the Natural History, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. The Natural History, Volume 5, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 9, Book 22, Chapters 33 through 49. Chapter 33, the Halamon, 14 Remedies. Some authors have thought that it is the asphodel that is called Halamon by Hesiod, an opinion which appears to me to be ill-founded. Halamon being the name of a distinct plant which has been the occasion of no few mistakes committed by writers. According to some, it is a tufted shrub, white, destitute of thorns, and with leaves like those of the olive, only softer, which eaten boiled are an agreeable food. The root, they say, taken in doses of 1 drachma in hydromel, allays gripings of the bowels, and is a cure for the ruptures and convulsions. Others again pronounce it to be a vegetable growing near the seashore, of a salt taste, to which in fact it owes its name, with leaves somewhat round but elongated, and much esteemed as an article of food. They say too that there are 2 species of it, the wild and the cultivated, and that, mixed with bread, they are good, both of them, for dysentery, even if ulceration should have supervened, and are useful for stomachic affections in combination with vinegar. They state also that this plant is applied raw to ulcers of long standing, and that it modifies the inflammation of recent wounds and the pain attendant upon sprains of the feet and affections of the bladder. The wild halamon, they tell us, has thinner leaves than the other, but is more effectual as a medicament in all the above cases, as also for the cure of itch, whether in man or beast. The root, too, according to them, employed as a friction, renders the skin more clear and the teeth whiter, and they assert that if the seed of it is put beneath the tongue, no thirst will be experienced. They state also that this kind is eaten as well as the other, and that they are, both of them, preserved. Craetus has spoken of a third kind also, with longer leaves than the others, and more hairy. It has the smell of the cypress, he says, and grows beneath the ivy more particularly. He states that this plant is extremely good for episthiontony and contractions of the sinews, and taken in doses of 3 aboli to 1 sextarius of water. Chapter 34, the acanthus, pederos, or melamphilos, 5 Remedies. The acanthus is a plant that grows in cities and is used in ornamental gardening. It has a broad, long leaf and is used as a covering for the margins of ornamental waters and of parterres in gardens. There are 2 varieties of it. The one that is thorny and crisped is the shorter of the 2. The other, which is smooth, is by some persons called pederos, and by others melamphilos. The root of this last is remarkably good for burns and sprains, and boiled with the food, the ptitsin more particularly, it is equally good for ruptures, spasms in patients who are in apprehension of phthisis. The root is also beaten up and applied warm for hot gout. Chapter 35, the buplerion, 5 Remedies. The buplerion is reckoned by the Greeks in the number of the leguminous plants which grow spontaneously. The stem of it is a cubit in height, and leaves are long and numerous, and the head resembles that of dill. It has been extolled as an ailment by Hippocrates, and for its medicinal properties by Glaucon and Nicander. The seed of it is good for the stings of serpents, and the leaves, or else the juice, applied as a liniment with wine, bring away the afterbirth. The leaves also, in combination with salt and wine, are applied to scrofulous sores. The root is prescribed in wine for the stings of serpents and as a diuretic. Chapter 36. The buprestis, one remedy. With a remarkable degree of inconsistency, the Greek writers, while praising the buprestis as an aliment, point out certain antidotes to it, as though it were a poison. The very name, however, proves to a certainty that it is poisonous to cattle, and it is generally admitted that on tasting it, they burst asunder. We shall therefore say no more about it. Is there any reason, in fact, why, when we are speaking of the materials employed in making our grass crowns, we should describe a poison? Or really ought we to enlarge upon it only to please the libidinous fancies of those who imagine that there is not a more powerful aphrodisiac in existence than this, when taken in drink? Chapter 37. The elaphoboscan, 9 remedies. The elaphoboscan is a feruculous plant, articulated and about a finger in thickness. The seed of it is like that of dill, hanging in umbels, resembling those of heartwort in appearance, but not bitter. The leaves are very like those of olastrum. This plant, too, is highly spoken of as an article of food, in addition to which it is preserved and kept as a diuretic and for the purpose of assuaging pains in the sides, curing ruptures and convulsions, and dispelling flatulency and colic. It is used, too, for the cure of wounds inflicted by serpents and all kinds of animals that sting. So much so, indeed, that, as the story goes, stags, by eating of it, fortify themselves against the attack of serpents. The root, too, applied topically with the addition of nitre, is a cure for fistula, but when wanted for this purpose it must be dried first, so as to retain none of the juice, though on the other hand this juice does not at all impair its efficacy as an antidote to the poisons of serpents. Chapter 38. The scandix, 9 remedies. The anthriscum, 2 remedies. The scandix, too, is reckoned by the Greeks in the number of the wild vegetables, as we have learned from Oppian and Aristratus. Boiled, it arrests looseness of the bowels, and the seed of it, administered with vinegar, immediately stops hiccup. It is employed topically for burns and acts as a diuretic. A decoction of it is good, too, for affections of the stomach, liver, kidneys, and bladder. It is this plant that furnished Aristophanes with his joke against the poet Euripides, that his mother used to sell not real vegetables, but only scandix. The anthriscum would be exactly the same plant as the scandix if its leaves were somewhat thinner and more odoriferous. Its principal virtue is that it reinvigorates the body when exhausted by sexual excesses, and acts as a stimulant upon the enfeebled powers of old age. It arrests leucorrhea in females. Chapter 39. The iasone, 4 remedies. The iasone, which is also looked upon as a wild vegetable, is a creeping plant full of milky juice. It bears a white flower, the name given to which is concilium. The chief recommendation of this plant, too, is that it acts as an aphrodisiac. Eaten with the food, raw, in vinegar, it promotes the secretion of the milk in nursing women. It is salutary also for patients who are apprehensive of phthisis, and applied to the head of infants, it makes hair grow and renders the scalp more firm. Chapter 40. The calculus, 12 remedies. The calculus, too, is an edible plant. It resembles fennel in appearance and has a short stem with a white flower. It is usually considered a good cordial. The juice, too, of this plant is taken as a potion, being particularly recommended as a stomachic, a diuretic, an expellant of calculi and gravel, and for the cure of irritations of the bladder. It has the effect also of attenuating morbid secretions of the spleen, liver, and kidneys. The seed of it acts as an emmenagogue and dispels the bilious secretions after childbirth. It is prescribed also for males in cases of seminal weakness. Chrysippus is of opinion that this plant promotes conception, for which purpose it is taken by women in wine, fasting. It is employed in the form of a liniment for wounds inflicted by marine animals of a venomous nature. At least we find it so stated by Petrarchus in his poem. Chapter 41. The Seum, 11 remedies. Among these plants there is reckoned also the seum. It grows in the water, has a leaf broader than that of parsley, thicker and of a more swarthy color, bears a considerable quantity of seed, and has the taste of nasturtium. It is an active diuretic, is very good for the kidneys and spleen, and acts as an emmenagogue, either eaten by itself as an aliment, or taken in the form of a decoction. The seed of it is taken in wine in doses of 2 drachma. It disperses calculi in the bladder and neutralizes the action of water which tend to their formation. Used in the form of an injection, it is good for dysentery and applied topically for the removal of freckles. It is applied by females at night for the removal of spots on the face, a result which it produces almost instantaneously. It has the effect also of assuaging hernia and is good for the scab in horses. Chapter 42. The Syllabum. The Syllabum resembles the white chameleon and is a plant quite as prickly. In Sicilia, Syria, and Phoenicia, the countries where it grows, it is not thought worth while to boil it, the cooking of it being so extremely troublesome, it is said. It is of no use whatever in medicine. Chapter 43. The Scolamos, or Limonia. 5 remedies. The scolamos, too, is used as an ailment in the East, where it also has the name of limonia. This is a shrub-like plant, which never exceeds a cubit in height, with tufted leaves and a black root, but sweet. Eratosthenes speaks highly of it as a diet used by the poor. It is said to possess diuretic properties in a very high degree, and to heal lichens and leprous sores applied with vinegar. Taken in wine, it acts as an aphrodisiac, according to the testimony of Hesiod and Alcaeus, who have stated in their writings that while it is in blossom, the song of the grasshopper is louder than at other times, women more inflamed with desire, and men less inclined to amorous intercourse, and that it is by a kind of foresight on the part of nature that this powerful stimulant is then in its greatest perfection. The root, too, used without the pith, corrects the noisome odor of the armpits, in doses of 1 ounce to 2 herminae of Falermian wine, the mixture being boiled down to 1/3 and taken fasting after the bath, as also after meals, 1 cyathus at a time. It is a remarkable thing, but Xenocrates assures us that he has ascertained it experimentally, that these bad odors are carried off by the urine. Chapter 44. The Sonchos, 2 varieties, 15 remedies. The Sonchos, too, is edible. At least it was this, that according to Callimachus, Hecale set before Theseus. There are 2 kinds, the white and the black. They are both of them similar to the lettuce, except that they are prickly, with a stem a cubit in height, angular and hollow within. When broken, the stem gives out an abundance of milky juice. The white kind, which derives its color from the milk it contains, is good for hardness of breathing, if eaten dressed with seasoning like the lettuce. Aristaeus says that it carries off calculi by the urine, and that, chewed, it is a corrective of bad breath. The juice of it, taken warm in doses of 3 cyathi, with white wine and oil, facilitates delivery, but the patient must be careful to walk about immediately after drinking it. It is also given in broth. A decoction of the stalk renders the milk more abundant in nursing women, and improves the complexion of the infants suckled by them. It is also remarkably beneficial for females when the milk coagulates. The juice of it is used as an injection for the ears, and is taken warm in doses of 1 cyathus for strangury, as also for gnawing pains of the stomach, with cucumber seed and pine nuts. It is employed topically for abscesses of the rectum, and is taken in drink for the stings of serpents and scorpions, the root also being applied to the wounds. The root, boiled in oil with the rind of a pomegranate, is a remedy for diseases of the ears. All these remedies, however, be it remembered, are derived from the white kind. As to the black Sonchos, Cleomporus forbids it to be eaten, as being productive of diseases, but at the same time he approves of the use of the white. Agathocles, however, goes so far as to assert that the juice of the black kind is an antidote for poisoning by bull's blood, and indeed it is generally agreed that the black Sonchos has certain refreshing properties, for which reason cataplasms of it may be advantageously applied with polenta. Zeno recommends the root of the white kind for strangury. Chapter 45. The Chondrion or Chondrylla, 6 remedies. The chondrion or chondrylla has leaves eaten away as it were at the edges, and similar to those of endive, a stalk less than a foot in length and full of a bitter juice, and a root resembling that of a bean and occasionally very ramified. It produces near the surface of the earth a sort of mastich, in a tubercular form, the size of a bean. This mastich, it is said, employed as a pessary, promotes the menstrual discharge. This plant, pounded whole with the roots, is divided into lozenges, which are employed for the stings of serpents, and probably with good effect. For field mice, it is said, when injured by those reptiles, are in the habit of eating this plant. A decoction of it in wine arrests looseness of the bowels and makes a most excellent substitute for gum, as a bandolin for the eyelashes, even when the hairs are most stubborn. Dorotheus says in his poems that it is extremely good for the stomach and the digestive organs. Some persons, however, have been of opinion that it is unwholesome for females, bad for the eyesight, and productive of impotence in the male sex. Chapter 46. Mushrooms. Peculiarities of their growth. Among those vegetable productions which are eaten with risk, I shall with good reason include mushrooms, a very dainty food it is true, but deservedly held in disesteem since the notorious crime committed by Agrippina, who through their agency poisoned her husband, the Emperor Claudius, at the same moment, in the person of his son Nero, inflicted another poisonous curse upon the whole world, herself in particular. Some of the poisonous mushrooms are easily known, being of a rank, unwholesome look, light red without and livid within, with the clefts considerably enlarged, and a pale, sickly margin to the head. These characteristics, however, are not presented by others of the poisonous kinds, but being dry to all appearance, and strongly resembling the genuine ones, they present white spots upon the head, on the surface of the outer coat. The earth, in fact, first produces the uterus or receptacle for the mushroom, and then mushroom within, like the yolk in the egg. Nor is this envelope less conducive to the nutrition of the young mushroom than is the albumen of the egg to that of the chicken. Bursting forth from the envelope at the moment of its first appearance, as it gradually increases, it becomes transformed into a substantial stalk. It is but very rarely, too, that we find two growing from a single foot stalk. The generative principle of the mushroom is in the slime and the fermenting juices of the damp earth, or of the roots of most of the glandiferous trees. It appears at first in the shape of a sort of viscous foam, and then assumes a more substantial but membranous form, after which, as already stated, the young mushroom appears. In general, these plants are of a pernicious nature, and the use of them should be altogether rejected, for if by chance they should happen to grow near a hobnail, a piece of rusty iron, or a bit of rotten cloth, they will immediately imbibe all these foreign emanations and flavors and transform them into poison. Who, in fact, is able to distinguish them, except those who dwell in the country, or the persons that are in the habit of gathering them? There are other circumstances, too, which render them noxious. If they grow near the hole of a serpent, for instance, or if they should happen to have been breathed upon by one when just beginning to open, being all the more disposed to imbibe the venom from their natural affinity to poisonous substances. It will therefore be as well to be on our guard during the season at which the serpents have not as yet retired to their holes for the winter. The best sign to know this by is a multitude of herbs, of trees, and of shrubs, which remain green from the time that these reptiles leave their holes, till their return. Indeed, the ash alone will be quite different for the purpose, the leaves of it never coming out after the serpents have made their appearance, or beginning to fall before they have retired to their holes. The entire existence of the mushroom from its birth to its death is never more than 7 days. Chapter 47. Fungi. Signs by which the venomous kinds may be recognized. 9 remedies. Fungi are of a more human nature than the last, and are divided into numerous kinds, all of which are derived solely from the pituitous humours of trees. The safest are those on the flesh of which is red, the colour being more pronounced than that of the mushroom. The next best are the white ones, the stems of which have a head very similar to the apex worn by the flemons. And a third kind are the suilli, very conveniently adapted for poisoning. Indeed, it is but very recently that they have carried off whole families, and all the guests at a banquet. Aeneas Serenus, for instance, the prefect of Nero's guard, together with all the tribunes and centurions. What great pleasure, then, can there be in partaking of a dish of so doubtful a character as this? Some persons have classified these fungi according to the trees to which they are indebted for their formation, the fig, for instance, the fennel giant, and the gummiferous trees, those belonging to the beech, the robur, and the cypress, not being edible, as already mentioned. But who is there to give us a guarantee that when they come to market that these distinctions have been observed? All of the poisonous fungi are of a livid color, and the degree of similarity borne by the sap of the tree itself to that of the fig will afford an additional indication whether they are venomous or not. We have already mentioned various remedies for the poison of fungi, and shall have occasion to make mention of others, but in the meantime it will be well to observe that they themselves also have some medicinal uses. Glaucius is of the opinion that mushrooms are good for the stomach. The psylliae are dried and strung up upon a rush, as we see done with those brought from Bithynia. They are employed as a remedy for the fluxes known as rheumatismi, and for excrescences of the fundament, which they diminish and gradually consume. They are used also for freckles and spots on women's faces. A wash too is made of them, as is done with lead, for maladies of the eyes. Steeped in water, they are applied topically to foul ulcers, eruptions of the head, and bites inflicted by dogs. I would here also give some general directions for the cooking of mushrooms, as this is the only article of food that the voluptuaries of the present day are in the habit of dressing with their own hands, and so feeding upon it in anticipation, being provided with amber-handled knives and silver plates and dishes for the purpose. Those fungi may be looked upon as bad which come hard in cooking, while those on the other hand are comparatively innoxious, which admit of being thoroughly boiled with the addition of some nitre. They will be all the safer if they are boiled with some meat or the stalks of pears. It is a very good plan, too, to eat pears directly after them. Vinegar, too, being of a nature diametrically opposed to them, neutralizes their dangerous qualities. Chapter 48. Silphium. 7 Remedies. All these productions owe their origin to rain, and by rain is silphium produced. It originally came from Cyrene, as already stated. At the present day it is mostly imported from Syria, the produce of which country, though better than that of Media, is inferior to the Parthian kind. As already observed, the silphium of Cyrene no longer exists. It is of considerable use in medicine, the leaves of it being employed to purge the uterus, and as an expellant of the dead fetus, for which purposes a decoction of them is made in white aromatic wine, and taken in doses of 1 acetabulum immediately after the bath. The root of it is good for irritations of the trachea, and is employed topically for extravased blood, but, used as an aliment, it is difficult of digestion, being productive of flatulency and accretations. It is injurious also to the urinary secretions. Combined with wine and oil, it is extremely good for bruises, and with wax for the cure of scrofulous sores. Repeated fumigations with the root causes excrescences of the anus to subside. Chapter 49. Laser. 39 Remedies. Laser, a juice which distills from silphium, as we have already stated, and reckoned among the most precious gifts presented to us by nature, is made use of in numerous medicinal preparations. Employed by itself, it warms and revives persons benumbed with cold, and taken in drink, it alleviates affections of the sinews. It is given to females in wine, and is used with soft wool as a pessary to promote the menstrual discharge. Mixed with wax, it extracts corns on the feet after they have been first loosened with the knife. A piece of it, the size of a chickpea melted in water, acts as a diuretic. Andreas assures us that taken in considerable doses even, it is never productive of flatulency, and that it greatly promotes the digestion both in aged people and females. He says, too, that it is better used in winter than in summer, and that even then it is best suited for those whose beverage is water, but due care must be taken that there is no internal ulceration. Taken with the food, it is very refreshing for patients just recovering from an illness. Indeed, if it is used at the proper time, it has all the virtues of a desiccatory, though it is more wholesome for persons who are in the habit of using it than for those who do not ordinarily employ it. As to external maladies, the undoubted virtues of this medicament are universally acknowledged. Taken in drink, it has the effect also of neutralizing the venom of serpents and of poisoned weapons, and applied with water, it is in general use for the cure of wounds. In combination with oil, it is only used as a liniment for the stings of scorpions, and with barley meal or dried figs for the cure of ulcers that have not come to a head. It is applied topically also to carbuncles with rue or honey, or else by itself, with some viscous substance to make it adhere. For the bites of dogs also it is similarly employed. A decoction of it in vinegar with pomegranate rind is used for excrescences of the fundament and mixed with nitra for the corns commonly known as morticini. In cases of alopecia which have been first treated with nitra, it makes the hair grow again, applied with wine and saffron, or else pepper or mouse dung and vinegar. For chilblains, fomentations are made of it with wine, or liniments with oil, as also for callosities and indurations. For corns on the feet, if pared first, it is particularly useful, as also as a preservative against the effects of bad water and of unhealthy climates or weather. It is prescribed for cough, too, affections of the uvula, jaundice of long standing, dropsy, and hoarseness, having the effect of instantly clearing the throat and restoring the voice. Diluted in oxycrate and applied with a sponge, it assuages the pains in gout. It is also given in broth to patients suffering from pleurisy when about to take wine, and it is prescribed for convulsions and epistaxy in pills about as large as a chickpea, coated with wax. For quinsy, it is used as a gargle, and to patients troubled with asthma or inveterate cough, it is given with leeks in vinegar. It is prescribed also with vinegar after drinking buttermilk. It is recommended with wine for consumptive affections of the viscera and epilepsy, and with hydromel for paralysis of the tongue. With a decoction of honey, it forms a liniment for sciatica and lumbago. For my own part, I should not recommend what some authors advise, to insert a pill of laser covered with wax in a hollow tooth for toothache, being warned to the contrary by a remarkable case of a man who, after doing so, threw himself headlong from the top of a house. Besides, it is a well-known fact that if it is rubbed on the muzzle of a bull, it irritates him to an extraordinary degree, and that if it is mixed with wine, it will cause serpents to burst, those reptiles being extremely fond of wine. In addition to this, I should not advise anyone to rub the gums with Attic honey, although that practice is recommended by some. It would be an endless task to enumerate all the uses to which laser is put, in combination with other substances, and the more so as it is only our object to treat of simple remedies, it being these in which nature displays her resources. In the compound remedies, too, we often find our judgment deceived, and quite at fault from our comparative inattention to the sympathy or antipathy which naturally exists between the ingredients employed. On this subject, however, we shall have to enlarge on a future occasion. End of section 9.
Section 10 of the Natural History, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by JLF. The Natural History, Volume 5, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 10, Book 22, Chapters 50 to 56. Chapter 50. Propolis, 5 Remedies. Honey would be held in no less esteem than laser were it not for the fact that nearly every country produces it. Laser is the production of nature herself, but for the formation of honey, she has created an insect, as already described. The uses to which honey is put are quite innumerable, if we only consider the vast number of compositions in which it forms an ingredient. First of all, there is the propolis, which we find in the hives, as already mentioned. This substance has the property of extracting stings and all foreign bodies from the flesh, dispersing tumors, ripening indurations, allaying pains of the sinews, and cicatrizing ulcers of the most obstinate nature. As to honey itself, it is of so peculiar a nature that it prevents putrefaction from supervening by reason of its sweetness solely and not any inherent acridity, its natural properties being altogether different from those of salt. It is employed with the greatest success for affections of the throat and tonsils, for quinsy and all ailments of the mouth, as also in fever when the tongue is parched. Decoctions of it are used for parapneumony and pleurisy, for wounds inflicted by serpents, and for the poison of fungi. For paralysis, it is prescribed in honeyed wine, though that liquor also has its own peculiar virtues. Honey is used with rose oil as an injection for the ears, It has the effect also of exterminating nits and foul vermin of the head. It is the best plan always to skim it before using it. Still, however, honey has a tendency to inflate the stomach. It increases the bilious secretions also, produces qualmishness, and, according to some, if employed by itself, is injurious to the sight, though on the other hand, there are persons who recommend ulcerations at the corner of the eyes to be touched with honey. As to the elementary principles of honey, the different varieties of it, the countries where it is found, and its characteristic features, we have enlarged upon them on previous occasions. First, when treating of the nature of bees, and secondly, when speaking of that of flowers. The plan of this work compelling us to separate subjects which ought properly to be united, if we would arrive at a thorough knowledge of the operations of nature. Chapter 51. The various influences of different ailments upon the disposition. While speaking of the uses of honey, we ought also to treat of the properties of hydromel. There are two kinds of hydromel, one of which is prepared at the moment and taken while fresh, the other being kept to ripen. The first, which is made of skimmed honey, is an extremely wholesome beverage for invalids who take nothing but a light diet, such as strained alica, for instance. It reinvigorates the body, is soothing to the mouth and stomach, and by its refreshing properties allays feverish heats. I find it stated too by some authors that to relax the bowels it should be taken cold, and that it is particularly well suited for persons of a chilly temperament or of a weak pusillanimous constitution, such as the Greeks, for instance, call micropsyche. For there is a theory, remarkable for its extreme ingenuity, first established by Plato, according to which the primary atoms of bodies, as they happen to be smooth or rough, angular or round, are more or less adapted to the various temperaments of individuals, and hence it is that the same substances are not universally sweet or bitter to all. So, when affected with lassitude or thirst, we are more prone to anger than at other times. These asperities, however, of the disposition, or rather I should say of the mind, are capable of being modified by the sweeter beverages, as they tend to lubricate the passages for the respiration and to mollify the channels, the work of inhalation and exhalation being thereby unimpeded by any rigidities. Every person must be sensible of this experimentally, in his own case. There is no one in whom anger, affliction, sadness, and all the emotions of the mind may not, in some degree, be modified by diet. It will therefore be worth our while to observe what ailments they are which exercise a physical effect not only upon the body, but the disposition as well. Chapter 52. Hydromel, 18 remedies. Hydromel is recommended too as very good for a cough. Taken warm, it promotes vomiting. With the addition of oil, it counteracts the poison of white lead, of henbane also, and of the helicacobum, as already stated, if taken in milk, ass's milk in particular. It is used as an injection for diseases of the ears, and in cases of fistula of the generative organs. With crumb of bread, it is applied as a poultice to the uterus, as also to tumors suddenly formed, sprains, and all affections which require soothing applications. The more recent writers have condemned the use of fermented hydromel as being not so harmless as water, and less strengthening than wine. After it has been kept a considerable time, it becomes transformed into a wine, which, it is universally agreed, is extremely prejudicial to the stomach and injurious to the nerves. Chapter 53. Honeyed wine, 6 remedies. As to honeyed wine, that is always the best which has been made with old wine. Honey, too, incorporates with it very readily, which is never the case with sweet wine. When made with astringent wine, it does not clog the stomach, nor has it that effect when the honey has been boiled. In this last case, too, it causes less flatulency, an inconvenience generally incidental to this beverage. It acts as a stimulant, also upon a failing appetite. Taken cold, it relaxes the bowels, but used warm, it acts astringently, in most cases at least. It has a tendency, also, to make flesh. Many persons have attained an extreme old age by taking bread soaked in honeyed wine and no other diet. The famous instance of Pollio Romilius, for example. This man was more than 100 years old when the late Emperor Augustus, who was then his host, asked him by what means in particular he had retained such remarkable vigor of mind and body. Honeyed wine within, oil without, was his answer. According to Varro, the jaundice has the name of royal disease given to it because its cure is effected with honeyed wine. Chapter 54. Melilotes, 3 remedies. We have already described how melilotes is prepared of must and honey when speaking on the subject of wines. It is, I think, some ages, however, since this kind of beverage was made, so extremely productive as it was found to be of flatulency. It used, however, to be given in fever to relieve inveterate costiveness of the bowels, as also for gout and affections of the sinews. It was prescribed also for females who were not in the habit of taking wine. Chapter 55. Wax, 8 remedies. To an account of honey, that of wax is naturally appended, of the origin, qualities, and different kinds of which we have previously made mention on the appropriate occasions. Every kind of wax is emollient and warming, and tends to the formation of new flesh. Fresh wax is, however, the best. It is given in broth to persons troubled with dysentery, and the combs themselves are sometimes used in a pottage made of parched alica. Wax counteracts the bad effects of milk, and 10 pills of wax, the size of a grain of millet, will prevent milk from coagulating in the stomach. For swellings in the groin, it is found beneficial to apply a plaster of white wax to the pubes. Chapter 56. Remarks in disparagement of medicinal compositions. As to the different uses to which wax is applied, in combination with other substances in medicine, we could no more make an enumeration of them than we could of all the other ingredients which form part of our medicinal compositions. These preparations, as we have already observed, are the results of human invention. Cerates, poultices, plasters, eye salves, antidotes, none of these have been formed by nature, that parent and divine framer of the universe. They are merely the inventions of the laboratory, or rather, to say the truth, of human avarice. The works of nature are brought into existence complete and perfect in every respect, her ingredients being but few in number, selected as they are from a due appreciation of cause and effect, and not from mere guesswork. Thus, for instance, if a dry substance is wanted to assume a liquefied form, a liquid, of course, must be employed as a vehicle, while liquids, on the other hand, must be united with a dry substance to render them consistent. But as for man, when he pretends with balance in hand to unite and combine the various elementary substances, he employs himself not merely upon guesswork, but proves himself guilty of downright impudence. It is not my intention to touch upon the medicaments afforded by the drugs of India or Arabia and other foreign climates. I have no liking for drugs that come from so great a distance. They are not produced for us, no, nor yet for the natives of those countries, or else they would not be so ready to sell them to us. Let people buy them if they please, as ingredients in perfumes, unguents, and other applications of luxury. Let them buy them as adjuncts to their superstitions even, if incense and costus we must have to propitiate the gods. But as to health, we can enjoy that blessing without their assistance, as we can easily prove. The greater reason then has luxury to blush at its excesses. End of section 10. Recording by JLF.
Section 11 of the Natural History, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Natural History, Volume 5 by Pliny the Elder, translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 11, Book 22, Chapters 57 to 82. Chapter 57. Remedies derived from grain. Siligo 1 remedy, wheat 1 remedy, chaff 2 remedies, spelt 1 remedy, bran 1 remedy, olira or arinca 2 remedies. Having now described the remedies derived from flowers, both those which enter into the composition of garlands and the ordinary garden ones, as well as from the vegetable productions, how could we possibly omit those which are derived from the cereals? 25. It will be only proper then to make some mention of these as well. In the first place, however, let us remark that it is a fact, universally acknowledged, that it is the most intelligent of the animated beings that derive their subsistence from grain. The grain of siligo, highly roasted and pounded in Aminian wine, applied to the eyes, heals defluxions of those organs, and the grain of wheat, parched on a plate of iron, is an instantaneous remedy for frostbite in various parts of the body. Wheatmeal, boiled in vinegar, is good for contractions of the sinews, and bran, mixed with rose oil, dried figs, and mixer plums boiled down together, forms an excellent gargle for the tonsillary glands and throat. Sextus Pomponius, who had a son praetor, and who was himself the first citizen of Nearer Spain, was on one occasion attacked with gout, while superintending the winnowing in his granaries, upon which he immediately thrust his legs, to above the knees, in a heap of wheat. He found himself relieved, the swelling in the legs subsided in a most surprising degree, and from that time he always employed this remedy. Indeed, the action of grain in masses is so extremely powerful as to cause the entire evaporation of the liquor in a cask. Men of experience in these matters recommend warm chaff of wheat or barley as an application for hernia, and fomentations with the water in which it has been boiled. In the grain known as spelt, there is a small worm found, similar in appearance to the teredo. If this is put with wax into the hollow of carious teeth, they will come out, it is said, or indeed if the teeth are only rubbed with it. Another name given to olira, as already mentioned, is erynge. With the decoction of it a medicament is made, known in Egypt as athera, and extremely good for infants. For adult persons it is employed in the form of a liniment. Chapter 58. The various kinds of meal, 28 remedies. Barley meal, raw or boiled, disperses, softens or ripens gatherings and inflammatory tumours, and for other purposes a decoction of it is made in hydromel or with dried figs. If required for pains in the liver, it must be boiled with oxycrate in wine. When it is a matter of doubt whether an abscess should be made to suppurate or be dispersed, it is a better plan to boil the meal in vinegar or lees of vinegar, or else with a decoction of quinces or pears. For the bite of the millipede it is employed with honey, and for the stings of serpents, and to prevent suppurations, with vinegar. To promote suppuration it should be used with oxycrate, with the addition of gallic resin. For gatherings also that have come to a head and ulcers of long standing, it must be employed in combination with resin, and for indurations with pigeon's dung, dried figs, or ashes. For inflammation of the tendons or of the intestines and sides, or for pains in the male organs and denudations of the bones, it is used with poppies or melilote, and for scrofulous sores it is used with pitch and oil, mixed with the urine of a youth who has not reached the years of puberty. It is employed also with fenugreek for tumours of the thoracic organs, and in fevers with honey or stale grease. For suppurations, however, wheatmeal is much more soothing. It is applied topically also for the affections of the sinews, mixed with the juice of henbane, and for the cure of freckles with vinegar and honey. The meal of zea, from which, as already stated, an alica is made, appears to be more efficacious than that of barley even, but that of the 3-month kind is the most emollient. It is applied warm, in red wine, to the stings of scorpions, as also for affections of the trachees and spitting of blood. For coughs it is employed in combination with goat suet or butter. The meal of fenugreek, however, is the most soothing of them all. Boiled with wine and nitre, it heals running ulcers, eruptions of the body, and diseases of the feet and mammillae. The meal of aera is more detergent than the other kinds for inveterate ulcers and gangrenes. In combination with radishes, salt and vinegar, it heals lichens, and with virgin sulphur, leprosy. For headache it is applied to the forehead with goose grease. Boiled in wine, with pigeon's dung and linseed, it ripens inflamed tumours and scrofulous sores. Chapter 59. Polenta, 8 remedies. Of the various kinds of polenta we have already treated sufficiently at length when speaking of the places where it is made. It differs from barley meal in being parched, a process which renders it more wholesome for the stomach. It arrests looseness of the bowels and heals inflammatory eruptions, and it is employed as a liniment for the eyes and for headache, combined with mint or some other refreshing herb. It is used in a similar manner also for chilblains and wounds inflicted by serpents, and with wine for burns. It has the effect also of checking pustular eruptions. Chapter 60. Fine flour 5 remedies, pulse 1 remedy, meal used for pasting papyrus 1 remedy. The flour of bolted meal kneaded into a paste has the property of drawing out the humours of the body, hence it is applied to bruises gorged with blood, to extract the corrupt matter, even to soaking the bandages employed. Used with boiled must, it is still more efficacious. It is used as an application also for callosities of the feet and corns. Boiled with old oil and pitch, and applied as hot as possible, it cures condylomata and all other maladies of the fundament in a most surprising manner. Pulse is a very feeding diet. The meal used for pasting the sheets of papyrus is given warm to patients for spitting of blood, and it is found to be an effectual cure. Chapter 61. Alica, 6 remedies. Alica is quite a Roman invention, and not a very ancient one, for otherwise the Greeks would never have written in such high terms of the praises of Tison in preference. I do not think that it was yet in use in the days of Pompeius Magnus, a circumstance which will explain why hardly any mention has been made of it in the works of the school of Asclepiades. That it is a most excellent preparation no one can have a doubt, whether it is used strained in hydromel, or whether it is boiled and taken in the form of broth or pulse. To arrest flux of the bowels, it is first parched and then boiled with honeycomb, as already mentioned, but it is more particularly useful when there is a tendency to phthisis after a long illness, the proper proportions being 3 chiathi of it to 1 sextarius of water. This mixture is boiled till all the water has gone off by evaporation, after which 1 sextarius of sheep or goat's milk is added. It is then taken by the patient daily, and after a time some honey is added. By this kind of nutriment a deep decline may be cured. Chapter 62. Millet, 6 remedies. Millet arrests looseness of the bowels and dispels gripings of the stomach, for which purposes it is first parched. For pains in the sinews and of various other descriptions, it is applied hot in a bag to the part affected. Indeed, there is no better topical application known, as it is extremely light in emollient and retains heat for a very long time. Hence it is that it is so much employed in all those cases in which the application of heat is necessary. The meal of it, mixed with tar, is applied to wounds inflicted by serpents and millipedes. Chapter 63. Panic, 4 remedies. Diocles the physician has given to panic the name of honey of corn. It has the same properties as millet, and taken in wine it is good for dysentery. In a similar manner, too, it is applied to such parts of the body as require to be treated with heat. Boiled in goat's milk and taken twice a day, it arrests looseness of the bowels, and used in a similar manner, it is very good for gripings of the stomach. Chapter 64. Sesame, 7 remedies. Sesamoides, 3 remedies. Antichiricum, 3 remedies. Sesame, pounded and taken in wine, arrests vomiting. It is applied also topically to inflammations of the ears and burns. It has a similar effect even while in the blade, and in that state a decoction of it in wine is used as a liniment for the eyes. As an aliment it is injurious to the stomach and imparts a bad odour to the breath. It is an antidote to the bite of the spotted lizard, and heals the cancerous sore known as cacoethes. The oil made from it, as already mentioned, is good for the ears. Sesamoides owes its name to its resemblance to sesame. The grain of it, however, is bitter, and the leaf more diminutive. It is found growing in sandy soils. Taken in water, it carries off bile, and with the seed a liniment is made for the erysipelas. It disperses inflamed swellings also. Besides this, there is another sesamoides, which grows at Antikyra, and for that reason is known by some as Antichiricon. In other respects, it is similar to the plant erigeron, of which we shall have to speak on a future occasion, but the seed of it is like that of sesame. It is given in sweet wine as an evacuant, in doses of a pinch in 3 fingers, mixed with an obolus and a half of white hellebore. This preparation being employed principally as a purgative in cases of insanity, melancholy, epilepsy, and gout. Taken alone in doses of 1 drachma, it purges by stool. Chapter 65. Barley, 9 remedies. Mouse barley, by the Greeks called phoenici, 1 remedy. The whitest barley is the best. Boiled in rainwater, the pulp of it is divided into lozenges, which are used in injections for ulcerations of the intestines and the uterus. The ashes of barley are applied to burns, to bones denuded of the flesh, to purulent eruptions, and to the bite of the shrew mouse. Sprinkled with salt and honey, they impart whiteness to the teeth and sweetness to the breath. It is alleged that persons who are in the habit of eating barley bread are never troubled with gout in the feet. They say too that if a person takes 9 grains of barley and traces 3 times round a boil, with each of them in the left hand, and then throws them all into the fire, he will experience an immediate cure. There is another plant too, known as phoenici by the Greeks, and as mouse barley by us. Pounded and taken in wine, it acts remarkably well as an emmenagogue. Chapter 66. Tisane, 4 remedies. To tisane, which is a preparation of barley, Hippocrates has devoted a whole treatise. Praises, however, which at the present day are all transferred to the alica, being as it is a much more wholesome preparation. Hippocrates, however, recommends it as a pottage for the comparative ease with which, from its lubricious nature, it is swallowed, as also because it allays thirst, never swells in the stomach, passes easily through the intestines, and is the only food that admits of being given twice a day in fever, at least to patients who are in the habit of taking 2 meals. So opposed is his method to that of those physicians who are for famishing their patients. He forbids it to be given, however, without being first strained, for no part, he says, of the tisane, except the water, should be used. He says, too, that it must never be taken while the feet are cold, and indeed that no drink of any kind should be taken then. With wheat a more viscous kind of tisane is made, which is found to be still more efficacious for ulcerations of the trachea. Chapter 67. Amylum, 8 remedies. Oats, 1 remedy. Amylum weakens the eyesight and is bad for the throat, whatever opinions may be held to the contrary. It has the effect of arresting looseness of the bowels and curing defluxions and ulcerations of the eyes, as also pustules and congestions of the blood. It mollifies indurations of the eyelids and is given with egg to persons when they vomit blood. For pains of the bladder, 1/2 ounce of it is prescribed with an egg, and as much raisin wine as 3 eggshells will hold. The mixture to be made lukewarm and taken immediately after the bath. Oatmeal, boiled in vinegar, removes moles. Chapter 68. Bread, 21 remedies. Bread, too, which forms our ordinary nutriment, possesses medicinal properties almost without number. Applied with water and oil, or else rose oil, it softens abscesses, and with hydromel it is remarkably soothing for indurations. It is prescribed with wine to produce delitescence, or when a defluxion requires to be checked, or if additional activity is required, with vinegar. It is employed also for the morbid defluxions of rheum, known to the Greeks as rheumatismi, and for bruises and sprains. For all these purposes, however, bread made with leaven, and known as odoriferous, is the best. It is applied also to whitlows in vinegar, and to callosities of the feet. Stale bread, or sailor's bread, beaten up and baked again, arrests looseness of the bowels. For persons who wish to improve the voice, dry bread is very good, taken fasting. It is useful also as a preservative against catarrhs. The bread called spontaneous, and which is made of 3-month wheat, applied with honey, is a very efficient cure for contusions of the face and scaly eruptions. White bread, steeped in hot or cold water, furnishes a very light and wholesome aliment for patients. Soaked in wine, it is applied as a poultice for swellings of the eyes, and used in a similar manner, or with the addition of dried myrtle, it is good for pustules on the head. Persons troubled with palsy are recommended to take bread soaked in water, fasting, immediately after the bath. Burnt bread modifies the close smell of bedrooms, and used in the strainers, it neutralizes bad odours in wine. Chapter 69. Beans, 16 remedies. Beans, too, furnish us with some remedies. Parched whole and thrown hot into strong vinegar, they are a cure for gripings of the bowels. Bruised and boiled with garlic, they are taken with the daily food for inveterate coughs and for suppurations of the chest. Chewed by a person fasting, they are applied topically to ripen boils or to disperse them, and boiled in wine, they are employed for swellings of the testes and diseases of the genitals. Bean meal boiled in vinegar ripens tumours and breaks them, and heals contusions and burns. Marcus Varro assures us that beans are very good for the voice. The ashes of bean stalks and shells with stale hog's lard are good for sciatica and inveterate pains of the sinews. The husks, too, boiled down by themselves to 1/3, arrest looseness of the bowels. Chapter 70. Lentils. 17 remedies. Those lentils are the best which boil the most easily, and those in particular which absorb the most water. They injure the eyesight, no doubt, and inflate the stomach, but taken with the food they act astringently upon the bowels, more particularly if they are thoroughly boiled in rainwater. If, on the other hand, they are lightly boiled, they are laxative. They break purulent ulcers, and they cleanse and cicatrize ulcerations of the mouth. Applied topically, they allay all kinds of abscesses, when ulcerated and chapped more particularly. With melilote or quinces, they are applied to defluxions of the eyes, and with polenta they are employed topically for suppurations. A decoction of them is used for ulcerations of the mouth and genitals, and with rose oil or quinces for diseases of the fundament. For affections which demand a more active remedy, they are used with pomegranate rind and the addition of a little honey. To prevent the composition from drying too quickly, beet leaves are added. They are applied topically also to scrofulous sores and to tumours, whether ripe or only coming to a head, being thoroughly boiled first in vinegar. Mixed with hydromel, they are employed for the cure of chaps, and with pomegranate rind for gangrenes. With polenta they are used for gout, for diseases of the uterus and kidneys, for chilblains, and for ulcerations which cicatrize with difficulty. For a disordered stomach, 30 grains should be eaten. For cholera, however, and dysentery, it is the best plan to boil the lentils in 3 waters, in which case they should always be parched first, and then pounded as fine as possible, either by themselves, or else with quinces, pears, myrtle, wild endive, black beet, or plantago. Lentils are bad for the lungs, headache, all nervous affections, and bile, and are very apt to cause restlessness at night. They are useful, however, for pustules, erysipelas, and affections of the mammae. Boiled in sea water and applied with vinegar, they disperse indurations and scrofulous sores. As a stomachic, they are mixed like polenta with the drink given to patients. Parboiled in water and then pounded and bolted through a sieve to disengage the bran, they are good for burns, care being taken to add a little honey as they heal. They are boiled also with oxycrate for diseases of the throat. There is a marsh lentil also, which grows spontaneously in stagnant waters. It is of a cooling nature, for which reason it is employed topically for abscesses and for gout in particular, either by itself or with polenta. Its glutinous properties render it a good medicine for intestinal hernia. Chapter 71. The lilly-sixteen, sphakos or salvia, 13 remedies. The plant called by the Greeks lilly-sixteen or sphakos is a species of wild lentil, lighter than the cultivated one, and with a leaf smaller, drier, and more odoriferous. There is also another kind of it, of a wild nature, and possessed of a powerful smell, the other one being milder. It has leaves the shape of a quince, but white and smaller. They are generally boiled with the branches. This plant acts as an emmenagogue and a diuretic, and it affords a remedy for wounds inflicted by the stingray, having the property of benumbing the part affected. It is taken in drink with wormwood for dysentery. Employed with wine, it accelerates the catamenia when retarded, a decoction of it having the effect of arresting them when in excess. The plant, applied by itself, staunches the blood of wounds. It is a cure, too, for the stings of serpents, and a decoction of it in wine allays prurigo of the testes. Our herbalists of the present day take for the elellisphacus of the Greeks the salvia of the Latins, a plant similar in appearance to mint, white and aromatic. Applied externally, it expels the dead fetus, as also worms which breed in ulcers and in the ears. Chapter 72. The chickpea and the chicheling vetch, 23 remedies. There is a wild chickpea also which resembles in its leaf the cultivated kind and has a powerful smell. Taken in considerable quantities, it relaxes the bowels and produces griping pains and flatulency. Parched, however, it is looked upon as more wholesome. The chicheling vetch, again, acts more beneficially upon the bowels. The meal of both kinds heals running sores of the head, that of the wild sort being the more efficacious of the two, as also epilepsy, swellings of the liver, and stings inflicted by serpents. It acts as an emmenagogue and a diuretic, used in the grain more particularly, and it is a cure for lichens, inflammations of the testes, jaundice, and dropsy. All these kinds, however, exercise an injurious effect upon ulcerations of the bladder and kidneys, but in combination with honey, they are very good for gangrenous sores and the cancer known as cacoethes. The following is a method adopted for the cure of all kinds of warts. On the first day of the moon, each wart must be touched with a single chickpea, after which the party must tie up the peas in a linen cloth and throw it behind him. By adopting this plan, it is thought, the warts will be made to disappear. Our authors recommend the plant known as aretinum to be boiled in water with salt, and 2 chiathi of the decoction to be taken for strangury. Employed in a similar manner, it expels calculi and cures jaundice. The water in which the leaves and stalks of this plant have been boiled, applied as a fomentation as hot as possible, allays gout in the feet, an effect equally produced by the plant itself, beaten up and applied warm. A decoction of the columbine chickpea, it is thought, moderates the shivering fits in tertian or quartan fevers, and the black kind, beaten up with half a nut gall and applied with raisin wine, is a cure for ulcers of the eyes. Chapter 73. The Fitch, 20 remedies. In speaking of the fitch, we have mentioned certain properties belonging to it, and indeed the ancients have attributed to it no fewer virtues than they have to the cabbage. For the stings of serpents it is employed with vinegar, as also for bites inflicted by crocodiles and human beings. If a person eats of it, fasting every day according to authors of the very highest authority, the spleen will gradually diminish. The meal of it removes spots on the face and other parts of the body. It prevents ulcers from spreading also, and is extremely efficacious for affections of the mammilli. Mixed with wine, it makes carbuncles break. Parched and taken with a piece of honey the size of a hazelnut, it cures dysuria, flatulency, affections of the liver, tenesmus, and that state of the body in which no nourishment is derived from the food, generally known as atrophy. For cutaneous eruptions, plasters are made of it boiled with honey, being left to remain 4 days on the part affected. Applied with honey, it prevents inflamed tumours from suppurating. A decoction of it employed as a fomentation cures chilblains and prurigo, and it is thought by some that if it is taken daily, fasting, it will improve the complexion of all parts of the body. Used as an aliment, this pulse is far from wholesome, being apt to produce vomiting, disorder the bowels, and stuff the head and stomach. It weakens the knees also, but the effects of it may be modified by keeping it in soak for several days, in which case it is remarkably beneficial for oxen and beasts of burden. The pods of it, beaten up green with the stalks and leaves before they harden, stain the hair black. Chapter 74. Lupines, 35 remedies. There are wild lupines also, inferior in every respect to the cultivated kinds, except in their bitterness. Of all the alimentary substances, there are none which are less heavy or more useful than dried lupines. Their bitterness is considerably modified by cooking them on hot ashes or steeping them in hot water. Employed frequently as an article of food, they impart freshness to the colour. The bitter lupine, too, is good for the sting of the asp. Dried lupines, stripped of the husk and pounded, are applied in a linen cloth to black ulcers, in which they make new flesh. Boiled in vinegar, they disperse scrofulous sores and imposthumes of the parotid glands. A decoction of them with rue and pepper is given in fever even, as an expellant of intestinal worms to patients under 30 years of age. For children also they are applied to the stomach as a vermifuge, the patient fasting in the meantime, and according to another mode of treatment they are parched and taken in boiled must or in honey. Lupines have the effect of stimulating the appetite and dispelling nausea. The meal of them, kneaded up with vinegar and applied in the bath, removes pimples and prurigo. Employed alone, it dries up ulcerous sores. It cures bruises also, and used with polenta allays inflammations. The wild lupine is found to be the most efficacious for debility of the hips and loins. A decoction of them, used as a fomentation, removes freckles and improves the skin, and lupines, either wild or cultivated, boiled down to the consistency of honey, are a cure for black eruptions and leprosy. An application of cultivated lupines causes carbuncles to break and reduces inflamed tumours and scrofulous sores, or else brings them to a head. Boiled in vinegar, they restore the flesh when cicatrized to its proper colour. Thoroughly boiled in rainwater, the decoction of them furnishes a detersive medicine, of which fomentations are made for gangrenes, purulent eruptions, and running ulcers. This decoction is very good, taken in drink, for affections of the spleen, and with honey for retardations of the catamania. Beaten up raw with dried figs, lupines are applied externally to the spleen. A decoction of the root acts as a diuretic. The herb chameleon also is boiled with lupines, and the water of it strained off, to be used as a potion for cattle. Lupines boiled in amarca, or a decoction of them mixed with amarca, heals the itch in beasts. The smoke of lupines kills gnats. Chapter 75. Irio, or Erysimum, by the Gauls called vela. 15 remedies. When treating of the cereals, we have already stated that the irio, which strongly resembles sesame, is also called Erysimum by the Greeks. The Gauls give it the name of vela. It is a branchy plant with leaves like those of rocket, but a little narrower, and a seed similar to that of nasturtium. With honey it is extremely good for cough and purulent expectorations. It is given also for jaundice and affections of the loins, pleurisy, gripings of the bowels, and celiac affections, and is used in liniments for imposthumes of the parotid glands and carcinomatous affections. Employed with water or with honey, it is useful for inflammations of the testes, and is extremely beneficial for the diseases of infants. Mixed with honey and figs, it is good for affections of the fundament and diseases of the joints, and taken in drink, it is an excellent antidote to poisons. It is used also for asthma, and with stale axle grease for fistulas, but it must not be allowed to touch the interior of them. Chapter 76. Horminum, 6 remedies. Horminum resembles cumin, as already stated, in its seed, but in other respects it is like the leek. It grows to some 9 inches in height, and there are 2 varieties of it. In one of these the seed is oblong and darker than that of the other, and the plant itself is in request as an aphrodisiac, and for the cure of argyma and albugo in the eyes. Of the other kind, the seed is whiter and of a rounder form. Both kinds, pounded and applied with water, are used for the extraction of thorns from the body. The leaves steeped in vinegar disperse tumours, either used by themselves or in combination with honey. They are employed also to disperse boils before they have come to a head, and other collections of acrid humours. Chapter 77. Darnel, 5 remedies. Even more than this, the very plants which are the bane of the cornfield are not without their medicinal uses. Darnel has received from Virgil the epithet of unhappy, and yet ground and boiled with vinegar, it is used as an application for the cure of impetigo, which is the more speedily effected the oftener the application is renewed. It is employed also with oxymel for the cure of gout and other painful diseases. The following is the mode of treatment. For 1 sextarius of vinegar, 2 ounces of honey is the right proportion. 3 sextarii having been thus prepared, 2 sextarii of darnel meal are boiled down in it to a proper consistency, the mixture being applied warm to the part affected. This meal, too, is used for the extraction of splinters of broken bones. Chapter 78. The plant Miliaria. One remedy. Miliaria is the name given to a plant which kills millet. This plant, it is said, is a cure for gout in beasts of burden, beaten up and administered in wine with the aid of a horn. Chapter 79. Bromos. One remedy. Bromos is the seed also of a plant which bears an ear. It is a kind of oat which grows among corn, to which it is injurious. The leaves and stalk of it resemble those of wheat, and at the extremity it bears seeds hanging down, something like small locusts in appearance. The seed of this plant is useful for plasters, like barley and other grains of a similar nature. A decoction of it is good for coughs. Chapter 80. Orobanche, or Cinnamomorion, one remedy. We have mentioned Orobanche as the name of a plant which kills the fitch and other leguminous plants. Some persons have called it Cinnamomorion from the resemblance which it bears to the genitals of a dog. The stem of it is leafless, thick, and red. It is eaten either raw or boiled in the saucepan while young and tender. Chapter 81. Remedies for injuries inflicted by insects which breed among leguminous plants. There are some venomous insects also, of the solipuga kind, which breed upon leguminous plants, and which, by stinging the hands, endanger life. For these stings, all those remedies are efficacious which have been mentioned for the bite of the spider and the phalangium. Such, then, are the medicinal properties for which the cereals are employed. Chapter 82. The use made of the yeast of zythum. Different beverages, too, are made from the cereals. Zythum in Egypt, Kylia and Caria in Spain, Curvesia and numerous liquors in Gaul and other provinces. The yeast of all these is used by women as a cosmetic for the face. But as we are now speaking of beverages, it will be the best plan to pass on to the various uses of wine, and to make a beginning with the vine of our account of the medicinal properties of the trees. Summary. Remedies, Narratives and Observations, 906. Authors quoted, all those mentioned in the preceding book, and in addition to them, Chrysermus, Eratosthenes, and Alcaeus. End of section 11.
Section 12 of the Natural History, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. The Natural History, Volume 5, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 12, Book 23, Chapters 1 to 18. Book 23, The Remedies Derived from the Cultivated Trees. Chapter 1, Introduction. We have now set forth the various properties, medicinal or otherwise, as well of the cereals as of the other productions which lie upon the surface of the earth, for the purpose either of serving us for food, or for the gratification of our senses with their flowers or perfumes. In the trees, however, Pomona has entered the lists with them and has imparted certain medicinal properties to the fruits as they hang. Not content with protecting and nourishing under the shadow of the trees the various plants which we have already described, she would even appear to be indignant, as it were, at the thought that we should derive more succor from those productions which are further removed from the canopy of heaven, and which have only come into use in times comparatively recent. For she bids man bear in mind that it was the fruits of the trees which formed his first nourishment, and that it was these which first led him to look upwards toward the heavens. And not only this, but she reminds him, too, that even still it is quite possible for him to derive his aliment from the trees without being indebted to grain for his subsistence. Chapter 2, The Vine. But, by Hercules, It is the vine more particularly to which she has accorded these medicinal properties, as though she were not contented with her generosity in providing it with such delicious flavors and perfumes and essences in its omphacium, in its oenanthe, and its mesarus, preparations upon which we have already enlarged. It is to me, she says, that man is indebted for the greater part of his enjoyments. It is I that produce for him the flowing wine and the trickling oil. It is I that ripen the date and other fruits in numbers so varied, and all this not insisting like the earth on their purchase at the cost of fatigues and labors. No necessity do I create for ploughing with the aid of oxen, for beating out upon the threshing floor, or for bruising under the millstone, and all in order that man may earn his food at some indefinite time by this vast expenditure of toil. As for me, all my gifts are presented to him ready prepared, for no anxieties or fatigues do they call, but on the contrary they offer themselves spontaneously, and even fall to the ground if man should be too indolent to reach them as they hang. Vying even with herself, Pomona has done still more for our practical advantage than for the mere gratification of our pleasures and caprices. Chapter 3. The Leaves and Shoots of the Vine, 7 Remedies. The leaves and shoots of the vine employed with polenta allay headache and reduce inflammations. The leaves, too, applied by themselves with cold water, are good for burning pains in the stomach, and used with barley meal are excellent applications for diseases of the joints. The shoots, beaten up and applied, have the property of drying up all kinds of running tumors, and the juice extracted from them is used as an injection for the cure of dysentery. The tears of the vine, which would appear to be a sort of gum, will heal leprous sores, lichens, and itch scabs, if treated first with nitre. Used with oil and applied frequently to superfluous hairs, they act as a depilatory. Those more particularly which exude from the vine when burnt in a green state. This last liquid has the effect, too, of removing warts. An infusion of the shoots in water taken in drink is good for persons troubled with spitting of blood, and for the fainting fits which sometimes ensue upon conception. The bark of the vine and the dried leaves arrest the flowing of blood from wounds and make sores cicatrize more rapidly. The juice of the white vine, extracted from it while green, effectually removes cutaneous eruptions. The ashes of the cuttings of vines and of the husks of the grapes, applied with vinegar, are curative of condylomata and diseases of the fundament, as also of sprains, burns, and swellings of the spleen, applied with rose oil, rue, and vinegar. Used with wine but without oil, they make a fomentation for erysipelas and for parts of the body which are chafed. They act as a depilatory also. For affections of the spleen, the ashes of vine cuttings moistened with vinegar are administered in drink, being taken in doses of 2 cyathi with warm water, after which the patient must take due care to lie upon the side in which the spleen is situate. The tendrils, too, which the vine throws out as it climbs, beaten up in water and drunk, have the effect of arresting habitual vomiting. The ashes of the vine, used with stale axle grease, are good for tumors, act as a detergent upon fistulas, and speedily effect a radical cure. The same, too, with pains and contractions of the sinews occasioned by cold. Applied with oil, they are useful for contusions, and with vinegar and nitre for fleshy excrescences upon the bones. In combination with oil, they are good, too, for wounds inflicted by scorpions and dogs. The ashes of the bark employed by themselves restore the hair to such parts of the body as have suffered from the action of fire. Chapter 4. Omphacium extracted from the vine, 14 remedies. We have already mentioned, when speaking of the composition of unguents, how omphacium is made from the grape when it is just beginning to form. We shall now proceed to speak of its medicinal properties. Omphacium heals ulcerations of the humid parts of the body, such as the mouth, tonsillary glands, and generative organs, for example. It is very good, too, for sight, for rough spots upon the eyelids, ulcers at the corner of the eyes, films upon the eyes, running sores on all parts of the body, cicatrizations slow in forming, and purulent discharges from the ears. The powerful action of omphacium is modified by the admixture of honey or raisin wine. It is very useful, too, for dysentery, spitting of blood, and quinsy. Chapter 5. Oenanthe, 21 remedies. Next to Omphacium comes Oenanthe, a product of the wild vine, described by us already when treating of the unguents. The most esteemed kind is that of Syria, the produce of the white vine, in the vicinity of the mountains of Antiochia and Laodicea in particular. Being of a cooling, astringent nature, it is used for sprinkling upon sores, and is employed as a topical application for diseases of the stomach. It acts also as a diuretic, and is good for maladies of the liver, headache, dysentery, celiac affections, and attacks of cholera. For nausea, it is taken in doses of 1 obolus in vinegar. It acts as a desiccative upon running eruptions of the head, and is extremely efficacious for maladies of the humid parts of the body. Hence it is that it is employed, with honey and saffron, for ulcers of the mouth, and for diseases of the generative organs and the fundament. It arrests looseness of the bowels, and heals eruptions of the eyelids and runnings at the eyes. Taken with wine, it cures derangements of the stomach, and with cold water, spitting of blood. The ashes of Oenanthe are highly esteemed as an ingredient in eye salves, and as a detergent for ulcers, whitlows, and hangnails. To obtain these ashes, it is put into an oven and left there till the bread is thoroughly baked. As to Maceris, it is used as a perfume only. The renown attached to all these preparations is due solely to the innate greediness of mankind, which has racked its invention to gather the productions of the earth before they have arrived at maturity. Chapter 6. Grapes, fresh gathered. As to grapes, when allowed to gain maturity, the black ones have more marked properties than the others, and hence it is that the wine made from them is not so agreeable. The white grapes, on the other hand, are sweeter, for being transparent, the air penetrates them with greater facility. Grapes fresh gathered are productive of flatulency and disturb the stomach and bowels. Hence it is that they are avoided in fevers, in large quantities more particularly. Indeed, they are very apt to produce oppression of the head and to bring on the malady known as lethargy. Grapes which have been gathered and left to hang for some time are much less injurious, the exposure to the air rendering them beneficial even to the stomach and refreshing to the patient, as they are slightly cooling and tend to remove nausea and qualmishness. Chapter 7. Various kinds of preserved grapes. 11 remedies. Grapes which have been preserved in wine or in must are trying to the head. Next to the grapes which have been left to hang in the air are those which have been kept in chaff. But as to those which have been preserved among grape husks, they are injurious to the head, the bladder, and the stomach, though at the same time they arrest looseness of the bowels, and are extremely good for patients troubled with spitting of blood. When preserved in must, they are worse even in their effects than when kept among husks. Boiled must, too, renders them injurious to the stomach. It is the opinion of medical writers that grapes kept in rainwater are the most wholesome of all, even though they are by no means agreeable eating. For the benefit of them is particularly experienced in burning pains of the stomach, biliousness arising from a disordered liver, vomiting of bile, and attacks of cholera, as also dropsy and burning fevers. Grapes kept in earthen pots sharpen the taste, the stomach, and the appetite. It is thought, however, that they are rendered a little heavy by the exhalations from the husks with which they are covered. If vine blossoms are given to poultry mixed with their food, they will never touch the grapes. Chapter 8. Cuttings of the vine, 1 remedy. Such cuttings of the vine as have borne grapes have an astringent effect when they are preserved in earthen pots more particularly. Chapter 9. Grape stones, 6 remedies. Grape stones also have a similar property. It is through them that wine is so apt to produce headache. Parched and then pounded, they are beneficial for the stomach, and this powder is sprinkled like polenta in the beverage of patients suffering from dysentery, celiac affections, and derangements of the stomach. A decoction of them is useful also as a fomentation for itch scabs and prurigo. Chapter 10. Grape husks, 8 remedies. Grape husks used by themselves are less injurious to the head and bladder than grape stones are. Beaten up with salt, they form an excellent liniment for inflammations of the mammae. A decoction of them taken in drink or employed as a fomentation is good for inveterate dysentery and celiac affections. Chapter 11. The grapes of the Thracia. 4 remedies. The grapes of the Thracia, of which we have already made mention on the appropriate occasion, is eaten by way of antidote to the stings of serpents. It is recommended, too, to eat the young shoots of this tree and to apply them topically. The wine and vinegar made from these grapes are productive of a similar salutary effect. Chapter 12, Raisins or Astaphis, 14 remedies. Raisins, the name given to which is Astaphis, would be injurious to the stomach, abdomen, and intestines were it not for the stones within them, which act as a corrective. When the stones are removed, raisins, it is thought, are beneficial to the bladder and good for cough. In the last case, the raisin of the white grape is considered the best. Raisins are good also for the trachea and the kidneys, and the wine made from them is particularly efficacious for the sting of the serpent called hemorrhois. In combination with meal of cumin or coriander, they are employed topically for inflammations of the testes. For carbuncles and diseases of the joints, the stones are removed and the raisins are pounded with rue. If used for ulcers, the sores must be first fomented with wine. Used with the stones, raisins are a cure for appendicitis, honeycomb ulcers, and dysentery, and for gangrene they are applied topically with radish rind and honey, being first boiled in oil. They are used with panax for gout and loose nails, and they are sometimes eaten by themselves in combination with pepper for the purpose of cleansing the mouth and clearing the brain. Chapter 13. The Astaphyscagria, otherwise called Staphis or Taminia, 12 remedies. The wild Astaphis, otherwise called Staphis, is by some persons erroneously called Uva taminia, for it is altogether a distinct plant from the other. It has a black upright stem with leaves resembling those of the labrusca, and bears what we may call a pod, rather than a grape, green, similar to a chickpea in appearance, and enclosing a kernel of triangular form. The fruit of it ripens with the vintage and turns black, while the berries of the taminia, as is well known, are red. This last, too, as we are aware, grows only in shaded spots, while the wild Astaphis, on the other hand, loves a site that is exposed to the sun. I would not recommend anyone to use the kernels of the wild Astaphis as a purgative, as it is very doubtful whether they might not choke the patient. Nor would I advise them to be employed for the purpose of attenuating the phlegm, as they are extremely irritating to the throat. Beaten up, however, and applied topically, they kill vermin in the head and other parts of the body, more particularly if they are used with sandarac. They are very useful too for itch scabs and prurigo. A decoction of the kernels is made with vinegar for the cure of toothache, diseases of the ears, cicatrices that are slow in healing, and running sores. The blossoms of the plant are beaten up and taken in wine for stings inflicted by serpents, but as to the seed, I would strongly recommend its rejection on account of its extremely pungent properties. Some persons give to this plant the name of pituitaria, and use it as a common application for stings inflicted by serpents. Chapter 14. The labrusca, or wild vine, 12 remedies. The labrusca, too, produces an oenanthe, which has been described at sufficient length already. By the Greeks, the labrusca is known as the wild vine. The leaves of it are thick and of a whitish color, the stem is jointed, and the bark full of fissures. It bears grapes of a scarlet hue, like the caucus, which are made use of by females for the purpose of improving the complexion and removing spots upon the face. Pounded with the leaves and the juice extracted from a tree, these grapes are usefully employed for the treatment of lumbago and sciatica. A decoction of the root in water taken in 2 cyathe of Cohen wine promotes an alveine evacuation of aqueous secretions, for which reason it is prescribed for dropsy. I am inclined to think that this is the plant that is commonly known as the uva tamina. It is in great request as an amulet, and is employed, though as a gargle only, in cases of spitting blood, for which purpose salt, thyme, and oxymel are added to it, care being taken not to swallow any of the mixture. It is generally looked upon as unsafe to employ it as a purgative. Chapter 15. The salicastrum, 12 remedies. There is another plant, similar to the labrusca, but found growing in willow beds, for which reason it is known by a distinct name, though the uses to which it is applied are just the same. The name given to it is salicastrum. Beaten up with oxymel, it displays marvelous efficacy in the removal of itch, scab, and prurigo in men and cattle. Chapter 16. The white vine, otherwise called Ampelolusi, Staphyle, Melothron, Cilastrum, Archisotis, Cedrostis, or Medon, 31 remedies. The white vine is known to the Greeks by the various names of Ampelolus, Staphyle, Melothron, Cilastrum, Archisotis, Cedrostis, and Medon. The twigs of this tree are jointed, thin, and climbing, with considerable interstices between the knots. The leaves attached to the numerous shoots and about the size of an ivy leaf are jagged at the edges like that of the vine. The root of it is large and white and very like a radish at first. From it issue several stems similar to asparagus in appearance. These stems, eaten boiled, are both purgative and diuretic. The leaves, too, as well as the stems, are possessed of caustic properties, for which reason they are employed topically with salt for phademic sores, gangrenes, and putrid ulcers of the legs. The fruit of the tree is in the form of grapes thinly scattered, the juice of which is red at first, and afterwards of a saffron color. This fruit is well known to curriers, who are in the habit of using it in preparing leather. It is employed also in the form of a liniment for itch, scabs, and leprous spots, and a decoction of it with wheat taken in drink increases the milk in women when nursing. The root of this tree, so renowned for the numerous medicinal purposes to which it is applied, is pounded and taken in wine in doses of 2 drachma for the cure of stings inflicted by serpents. It has the effect also of removing spots upon the face, moles, and freckles, as well as scars and bruises. A decoction of it in oil is productive of a similar effect. A decoction of it is given to drink for epilepsy and to persons troubled with a disordered mind or suffering from vertigo, the dose being 1 drachma daily for a whole year. Taken in larger quantities, it is apt sometimes to disorder the senses. It is possessed also of one very remarkable property, applied with water in the same manner as baronia, of extracting splintered bones, for which reason it is known to some persons by the name of white baronium. The other kind, however, which is black, is found to answer the purpose better in combination with honey and frankincense. The white vine disperses incipient suppurations, ripens them when they are inveterate, and acts as a detergent. It operates also as an emmenagogue and diuretic. An electuary is prepared from it for asthma and pains in the sides, as also for convulsions and ruptures. Taken in drink for 30 days together, in doses of 3 oboli, it has the effect of reducing the spleen, and it is used in combination with figs for the cure of hangnails on the fingers. Applied with wine, it brings away the afterbirth, and taken in hydromel, in doses of 1 drachma, it carries off phlegm. The juice of the root should be extracted before the fruit ripens, applied either by itself or with meal of fitches. It imparts an improved complexion and a certain degree of suppleness to the skin. It has the effect also of repelling serpents. The root itself, too, beaten up with a pulpy fig, will remove wrinkles on the body if the person using it takes care to walk a couple of stadia immediately after the application. Otherwise it would leave marks upon the skin, unless, indeed, it were washed off immediately with cold water. The black vine, too, is better for this purpose than the white one, as the latter is very apt to be productive of itching. Chapter 17. The Black Vine, otherwise called Bryona, Chabonia, Gynecanth, or Apronium. 35 remedies. For there is also a black vine properly known as the Bryonia, though by some persons it is called the Cheronia, and by others the Gynecanth or Apronia. It differs only from the one previously mentioned in its color, which, as already stated, is black. The shoots of this tree, which resemble asparagus in appearance, are preferred by Diocles for eating to real asparagus as a diuretic, and for its property of reducing the spleen. It is found growing in shrubberies or reed beds more particularly. The root of it, which is black outside and of the color of box within, is even more efficacious for the extraction of splintered bones than the plant last mentioned, in addition to which it has a property of being a specific for excoriations of the neck in cattle. It is said, too, that if a person plants it around a farm, it will be sure to keep hawks away and to preserve the poultry yard in perfect safety. Attached to the ankles, it tends to disperse the blood, congested or otherwise, which may have settled in those parts of the body, whether in human beings or in beasts of burden. Thus much with reference to the various species of vines. Chapter 18. Must. 15 remedies. The various kinds of must have different properties, some of them being black, some white, and others of intermediate shades of color. There is a difference, too, between the kinds of must from which wine is made and those from which raisin wine is prepared. The various degrees of care and attention on the part of the maker render the differences that already exist quite innumerable. We shall therefore content ourselves with taking a general view only of their medicinal uses. Every kind of must is unwholesome to the stomach, but of a soothing nature to the venous system. Taken off at a draught immediately after the bath, must is fatal in its effects. It acts as an antidote to cantharides and stings inflicted by serpents, those of the hemorrhoisis and the salamandra in particular. It is productive of headache and is prejudicial to the throat, but it is good for the kidneys, liver, and inner coat of the bladder by reason of its lubricating properties. It is particularly effectual also in cases of injuries inflicted by the insect known as the buprestis. Taken with oil as a vomit, it neutralizes the bad effects of opium, milk that has curdled upon the stomach, hemlock, dorycinium, and other poisons. For all these purposes, however, white must is not so efficacious, while must prepared from raisins of the sun has a more pleasant flavor, and is productive of a less degree of oppression to the head. End of section 12.
Section 13 of the Natural History Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Natural History Volume 5 by Pliny the Elder, translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 13, Book 23, Chapters 19 to 33. Chapter 19, Particulars relative to wine. We have already described the various kinds of wine, the numerous differences which exist between them, and most of the properties which each kind possesses. There is no subject that presents greater difficulties than this, or, indeed, a more varied field for discussion, it being extremely difficult to pronounce whether wine is more generally injurious in its effects or beneficial. And then, in addition to this, how very uncertain it is whether, the moment we have drunk it, it will be productive of salutary results or turn out no better than so much poison. However, it is only with reference to its medicinal properties that we are now about to speak of it. Asclepiades has composed a whole treatise, which has thence received its name, on the proper methods of administering wine, and the number of commentators who have since written on this treatise is almost innumerable. For my own part, with all the gravity which becomes a Roman, and one zealous for the furtherance of liberal pursuits, I shall enter into a careful examination of this subject, not, indeed, in the character of a physician, but as a careful investigator of the effects which wine is likely to produce upon the health of mankind. To treat, however, of the medicinal properties of each individual kind would be a labour without end, and quite inexhaustible, the more so as the opinions of medical men are so entirely at variance upon the subject. Chapter 20. The Sarrentine wines, 3 remedies, the Alban wines, 2 remedies, the Falernian wines, 6 remedies. Our ancestors set the highest value upon the wines of Sarentum, but at a later period the preference was given to the Alban or the Falernian wines. More recently again, other varieties of wine have come into fashion, quite in accordance with that most unreasonable mode of proceeding, according to which each person, as he finds a wine most to his taste, extols it as superior to all others. Suppose now that all persons were quite agreed as to the superiority of some particular kind of wine, how small a proportion of mankind would be enabled to make use of it. As it is, even the rich never drink it in an unsophisticated state, the morals of the age being such that it is the name only of a vintage that is sold, the wines being adulterated the very moment they enter the vat. Hence it is, by Hercules, a thing truly astounding, that in reality a wine is more innoxious in its effects in proportion as it enjoys a less extended renown. The 3 kinds, however, of which we have made mention, appear to have maintained, with the least diminution, their ancient repute. The Falernian wine, if a person should be desirous to know the marked characteristics of wine according to age, is injurious to the health either too new or too old. At 15 years it begins to be of medium age. Falernian wine of this age, taken cold, is good for the stomach, but not when taken warm. For an inveterate cough and for quartan fevers, it is a good plan to drink it neat, fasting. There is no wine that quickens the action of the venous system so much as this. It acts astringently upon the bowels and is feeding to the body. It has been thought, however, that this wine is productive of injury to the sight, and that it is far from beneficial to the nerves and the bladder. The Alban wines are more salutary to the nervous system, but the sweet kinds are not so beneficial to the stomach. The rough wines of Alba are even better than those of Falernum, but they do not promote the digestion so well and have a slight tendency to overload the stomach. As to the Sarrentine wines, they have no such effect upon the stomach, nor are they at all trying to the head. They have the property also of arresting defluxions of the stomach and intestines. The Caecuban wines are no longer grown. Chapter 21. The Cettine wines, 1 observation upon them. The Staton wines, 1 observation upon them. The Signian wines, 1 remedy. Among the wines, however, which still exist, those of Cettia promote the digestion, having more strength than the Sarrentine wines, and more roughness than those of Alba. The wines of Falernum are not so powerful. Those of Stata are but very little inferior in quality to the wines already mentioned. It is universally agreed that the wines of Signia are extremely beneficial in cases of derangement of the bowels. Chapter 22. Other wines, 64 remedies. As to the other wines, they may be spoken of in general terms. By the use of wine, the human vigour, blood, and complexion are improved. It is wine that makes up for all the difference between the middle or temperate zone and those which lie on either side of it, the juice of the vine conferring as much vigour and robustness upon the inhabitants of our part of the earth as the rigorousness of the climate does upon the people there. Milk, used as a beverage, strengthens the bones, liquids extracted from the cereals nourish the sinews, and water imparts nutriment to the flesh. Hence it is that persons who confine themselves to these several liquids as a beverage are of a less ruddy complexion than the wine drinker, less robust, and less able to endure fatigue. By the use of wine in moderation, the sinews are strengthened, but taken in excess it proves injurious to them. The same too with the eyes. Wine refreshes the stomach, sharpens the appetite, takes off the keen edge of sorrows and anxieties, warms the body, acts beneficially as a diuretic, and invites sleep. In addition to these properties, it arrests vomiting, and we find that pledgets of wool soaked in wine and applied to abscesses are extremely beneficial. According to Asclepiades, the virtues possessed by wine are hardly equalled by the majestic attributes of the gods themselves. Old wine bears admixture with a larger quantity of water and acts more powerfully as a diuretic, though at the same time it is less effectual for quenching thirst. Sweet wine, again, is less inebriating, but stays longer on the stomach, while rough wine is more easy of digestion. The wine that becomes mellow with the greatest rapidity is the lightest, and that which becomes sweeter the older it is not so injurious to the nerves. Wines that are rich and black are not so beneficial to the stomach, but at the same time they are more feeding to the body. Thin-bodied rough wines are not so feeding, but are more wholesome to the stomach, and pass off more speedily by urine, though they are all the more liable to fly to the head, a remark which will apply, once for all, to liquids of every kind. Wine that has been mellowed by the agency of smoke is extremely unwholesome, a fraudulent method of preparation that has been invented in the wine lofts of the retail dealers. At the present day, however, this plan is adopted in private families even, when it is wished to give the appearance of maturity to wines that have become carious. Indeed, this term carious has been used very appositely by the ancients with reference to wines, for we find that in the case of wood even, smoke exercises a caustic effect upon the carious parts, and eats them away, and yet we, on the other hand, persuade ourselves that an adventitious age may be imparted to wines by the bitter twang derived from smoke. Those wines which are extremely pale become more wholesome the older they are. The more generous a wine is, the thicker it becomes with age, while at the same time it contracts a bitter flavour, which is far from exercising a beneficial effect upon the health. To season another wine, that is not so old, with this, is nothing less than to make an unwholesome preparation. The more of its own natural flavour a wine possesses, the more wholesome it is, and the best age for wine is that which naturally belongs to it, a medium age being the one that is most generally esteemed. Chapter 23. 61 Observations relative to wine. Persons whose wish it is to make flesh or to keep the bowels relaxed will do well to drink while taking their food. Those, on the other hand, who wish to reduce themselves or prevent the bowels from being relaxed should abstain from drinking while taking their meals, and drink but a very little only when they have done eating. To drink wine fasting is a fashion of recent introduction only, and an extremely bad one for persons engaged in matters of importance, and requiring a continued application of the mental faculties. Wine, no doubt, was taken fasting in ancient times, but then it was as a preparative for sleep and repose from worldly cares, and it is for this reason that, in Homer, we find Helen presenting it to the guests before the repast. It is upon this fact, too, that the common proverb is founded which says that wisdom is obscured by wine. It is to wine that we men are indebted for being the only animated beings that drink without being thirsty. When drinking wine, it is a very good plan to take a draught of water every now and then, and to take one long draught of it at the last, cold water taken internally, having the effect of instantaneously dispelling inebriation. It is strongly recommended by Hesiod to drink undiluted wine for 20 days before the rising of the dog star, and as many after. Pure wine, too, acts as an antidote to hemlock, coriander, henbane, mistletoe, opium, mercury, as also to stings inflicted by bees, wasps, hornets, the phalangium, serpents and scorpions, all kinds of poison, in fact, which are of a cold nature, the venom of the hemorrhois and the presta in particular, and the noxious effects of fungi. Undiluted wine is good too in cases of flatulency, gnawing pains in the thoracic organs, excessive vomitings at the stomach, fluxes of the bowels and intestines, dysentery, excessive perspirations after prolonged fits of coughing, and defluxions of various kinds. In the cardiac disease, it is a good plan to apply a sponge soaked in neat wine to the left breast. In all these cases, however, old white wine is the best. A fomentation of hot wine applied to the genitals of beasts of burden is found to be very beneficial, and introduced into the mouth with the aid of a horn, it has the effect of removing all sensations of fatigue. It is asserted that in apes and other quadrupeds with toes, the growth will be impeded if they are accustomed to drink undiluted wine. Chapter 24. In what maladies wine should be administered, how it should be administered, and at what times. We shall now proceed to speak of wine in relation to its medicinal uses. The wines of Campania, which have the least body, are the most wholesome beverage for persons of rank and station, and for the lower classes the best kind of wine is that which is the most pleasant to the person who drinks it, provided he is in robust health. For persons of all ranks, however, the most serviceable wine is that the strength of which has been reduced by the strainer, for we must bear in mind that wine is nothing else but juice of grapes, which have acquired strength by the process of fermentation. A mixture of numerous kinds of wine is universally bad, and the most wholesome wine of all is that to which no ingredient has been added when in a state of must. Indeed, it is still better if the vessels even in which it is kept have never been pitched. As to wines which have been treated with marble, gypsum, or lime, where is the man, however robust he may be, that has not stood in dread of them? Wines which have been prepared with sea-water are particularly injurious to the stomach, nerves, and bladder. Those which have been seasoned with resin are generally looked upon as beneficial to a cold stomach, but are considered unsuitable where there is a tendency to vomit. The same too with must, boiled grape juice, and raisin wine. New wines seasoned with resin are good for no one, being productive of vertigo and headache. Hence it is that the name of crapula has been given equally to new resined wines and to the surfeit and headache which they produce. The wines above mentioned by name are good for cough and catarrh, as also for celiac affections, dysentery, and the catamania. Those wines of this sort which are red or black are more astringent and more heating than the others. Wines which have been seasoned with pitch only are not so injurious, but at the same time we must bear in mind that pitch is neither more or less than resin liquefied by the action of fire. These pitched wines are of a heating nature, promote the digestion, and act as a purgative. They are good also for the chest and the bowels, for pains in the uterus, if there are no signs of fever, for inveterate fluxes, ulcerations, ruptures, spasms, suppurated abscesses, debility of the sinews, flatulency, cough, asthma, and sprains, in which last case they are applied in uncleansed wool. For all these purposes, the wine is preferred which has naturally the flavour of pitch, and is thence known as piccatum. It is generally agreed, however, that the produce of the wine called helvenaca, if taken in too large a quantity, is trying to the head. In reference to the treatment of fever, it is well known that wine should never be given unless the patient is an aged person or the symptoms are beginning to abate. In cases of acute fever, wine must never be given under any circumstances except when there is an evident remission of the attack, and more particularly if this takes place in the night, for then the danger is diminished by 1/2, there being the probability of the patient sleeping off the effects of the wine. It is equally forbidden also to females just after delivery or a miscarriage, and to patients suffering from overindulgence of the sexual passions, nor should it be given in cases of headache, of maladies in which the attacks are attended with chills at the extremities, of fever accompanied with cough, of tremulousness in the sinews, of pains in the fauces, or where the disease is found to concentrate itself in the iliac regions. Wine is strictly forbidden too in cases of induration of the thoracic organs, violent throbbings of the veins, opisthotomy, tetanus, asthma, and hardness of breathing attended with fever. Wine is far from beneficial for a patient when the eyes are fixed and rigid, and when the eyelids are immovable or else relaxed and heavy. In cases too where, with an incessant nictation, the eyes are more than usually brilliant, or where the eyelids refuse to close. The same too if that symptom should occur in sleep, or where the eyes are suffused with blood, or congealed matter makes its appearance in the corners of those organs. The same rules should be observed also when the tongue is heavy and swollen, or when there is an impediment from time to time in the speech, when the urine is passed with difficulty, or when a person has been seized with a sudden fright, with spasms or recurrent fits of torpor, or experiences seminal discharges during sleep. Chapter 25. 91 Observations with reference to wine. It is a well ascertained fact that in the cardiac disease the only resource is wine. According to some authorities, however, wine should only be given when the attacks come on, while others again are of opinion that it must only be administered between the attacks, it being the object with the former to arrest the profuse perspirations, while the latter base their practice on an impression that it may be given with more safety at a moment when the malady has diminished in intensity. And this I find is the opinion entertained by most people. In all cases, wine must only be administered just after taking food, never after sleep, and under no circumstances after any other kind of drink, or in other words, only when the patient is thirsty. In no case whatever should it be given except at the very last extremity. Wine is better suited to males than to females, to aged people than to youths than to children, and to persons who are used to it, than to those who are not in the habit of taking it. Winter, too, is a better time for using it than summer. As to the quantity to be prescribed and the proportion of water to be mixed with it, that depends entirely upon the strength of the wine. It is generally thought, however, that the best proportions are 1 caiathus of wine and 2 of water. If, however, there is a derangement of the stomach, and if the food does not pass downward, the wine must be given in a larger proportion. Chapter 26. Artificial wines. Among the artificial wines, the preparation of which we have described, there are some which, I think, are no longer made, in addition to which it would be a mere loss of time to enlarge upon their medicinal effects, having expatiated elsewhere upon the properties of the various elements of which they are composed. And then, besides, the conceits of the medical men in relation to these wines have really passed all bounds. They pretend, for instance, that a wine extracted from turnips is good for recruiting the exhausted strength after exercises in arms or on horseback, and not to speak of other preparations, they attribute a similar effect to wine of juniper. Who is there, too, that would think of looking upon wormwood wine as superior in its effects to wormwood itself? I shall pass in silence the rest of these preparations, and among them palm wine, which is injurious to the head, and is beneficial only as a laxative to the bowels, and as a cure for spitting of blood. We cannot, however, look upon the liquor which we have spoken of under the name of bion as being an artificial wine, for the whole art of making it consists merely in the employment of grapes before they have arrived at maturity. This preparation is extremely good for a deranged stomach or an imperfect digestion, as also for pregnancy, fainting fits, paralysis, fits of trembling, vertigo, gripings of the bowels, and sciatica. It is said, too, that in times of pestilence, and for persons on a long journey, this liquid forms a beverage of remarkable efficacy. Chapter 27. Vinegar. 28 remedies. Wine, even when it has lost its vinous properties, still retains some medicinal virtues. Vinegar possesses cooling properties in the very highest degree, and is no less efficacious as a resolvent. It has the property, too, of effervescing when poured upon the ground. We have frequently had occasion, and shall again have occasion, to mention the various medicinal compositions in which it forms an ingredient. Taken by itself, it dispels nausea and arrests hiccup, and if smelt at, it will prevent sneezing. Retained in the mouth, it prevents a person from being inconvenienced by the heat of the bath. It is used as a beverage also in combination with water, and employed as a gargle. It is found by many to be very wholesome to the stomach, particularly convalescents and persons suffering from sunstroke. Used as a fomentation, too, this mixture is extremely beneficial to the eyes. Vinegar is used remedially when a leech has been swallowed, and it has the property of healing leprous sores, scorbutic eruptions, running ulcers, wounds inflicted by dogs, scorpions, and scolopendra, and the bite of the shrew mouse. It is good, too, as a preventative of itching sensations produced by the venom of all stinging animals, and as an antidote to the bite of the millipede. Applied warm in a sponge, in the proportion of 3 sextarii to 2 ounces of sulphur, or a bunch of hyssop, vinegar is a remedy for maladies of the fundament. To arrest the hemorrhage which ensues upon the operation of lithotomy, and indeed all other operations of a similar nature, it is usual to apply vinegar in a sponge, and at the same time to administer it internally in doses of 2 chiathi, the very strongest possible being employed. Vinegar has the effect also of dissolving coagulated blood. For the cure of lichens, it is used both internally and externally. Used as an injection, it arrests looseness of the bowels and fluxes of the intestines. It is similarly employed, too, for procedence of the rectum and uterus. Vinegar acts as a cure for inveterate coughs, defluxions of the throat, hardness of breathing, and looseness of the teeth, but it acts injuriously upon the bladder and the sinews when relaxed. Medical men were for a long time in ignorance how beneficial vinegar is for the sting of the asp, for it was only recently that a man, while carrying a bladder of vinegar, happened to be stung by an asp, upon which he trod, found to his surprise that whenever he put down the bladder he felt the sting, but that when he took it up again he seemed as though he had never been hurt, a circumstance which at once suggested to him the remedial properties of the vinegar, upon drinking some of which he experienced a cure. It is with vinegar, too, and nothing else, that persons rinse the mouth after sucking the poison from a wound. This liquid, in fact, exercises a predominance not only upon the various articles of food, but upon many other substances as well. Poured upon rocks in considerable quantities, it has the effect of splitting them, when the action of fire alone has been unable to produce any effect thereon. As a seasoning, too, there is no kind that is more agreeable than vinegar, or that has a greater tendency to heighten the flavour of food. When it is employed for this purpose, its extreme tartness is modified with burnt bread or wine, or else it is heightened by the addition of pepper and of laser. In all cases, too, salt modifies its strength. While speaking of vinegar, we must not omit to mention a very remarkable case in connection with it. In the latter years of his life, Marcus Agrippa was dreadfully afflicted with gout, so much so, in fact, that he was quite unable to endure the torments to which he was subjected. Upon this, guided by the ominous advice of one of his medical attendants, though unknown to Augustus, at the moment of an extremely severe attack, he plunged his legs into hot vinegar, content to purchase exemption from such cruel torments as he suffered, if even at the price of all use and sensation in those limbs. Chapter 28.2. Squill vinegar, 17 remedies. Squill vinegar is the more esteemed the older it is. In addition to the properties which we have already mentioned, it is useful in cases where the food turns sour upon the stomach, a mere taste of it being sufficient to act as a corrective. It is good too when persons are seized with vomiting while fasting, having the effect of indurating the passages of the throat and stomach. It is a corrective also of bad breath, strengthens the teeth and gums, and improves the complexion. Used as a gargle, squill vinegar remedies hardness of hearing and opens the passages of the ears, while at the same time it tends to improve the sight. It is very good too for epilepsy, melancholy, vertigo, hysterical suffocations, blows, falls with violence, and extravasations of blood in consequence, as also for debility of the sinews and diseases of the kidneys. In cases of internal ulceration, however, the use of it must be avoided. Chapter 29. Oxymeli, 7 remedies. The following, as we learn from Diuces, was the manner in which oxymeli was prepared by the ancients. In a cauldron they used to put 10 minae of honey, 5 heminae of old vinegar, 1.25 pounds of sea salt, and 5 sextarii of rainwater. The mixture was then boiled together till it had simmered some 10 times, after which it was poured off and put by for keeping. Asclepiades, however, condemned this preparation and put an end to the use of it, though before his time it used to be given in fevers even. Still, however, it is generally admitted that it was useful for the cure of stings inflicted by the serpent known as the seps, and that it acted as an antidote to opium and mistletoe. It was usefully employed also, warm, as a gargle for quinsy and maladies of the ears, and for affections of the mouth and throat. For all these purposes, however, at the present day, oxalmi is employed, the best kind of which is made with salt and fresh vinegar. Chapter 30. Sapper, 7 remedies. Sapper has a close affinity with wine, being nothing else but must boiled down to 1/3. That which is prepared from white must is the best. It is used medicinally in cases of injuries inflicted by cantharides, the buprestis, the pine caterpillars known as pithiocampi, salamanders, and all venomous bites and stings. Taken with onions, it has the effect of bringing away the dead fetus and the afterbirth. According to Frobenius, it acts as a poison if taken by a person fasting immediately after the bath. Chapter 31. Lees of wine, 12 remedies. Next in the natural order come the lees of these several liquids. The lees of wine are so extremely powerful as to prove fatal to persons on descending into the vats. The proper precaution for preventing this is to let down a light first, which so long as it refuses to burn is significant of danger. Wine lees, in an unrinsed state, form an ingredient in several medicinal preparations. With an equal proportion of iris, a liniment is prepared from them for purulent eruptions, and either moist or dried, they are used for stings inflicted by the phalangium and for inflammations of the testes, mammae, and other parts of the body. A decoction of wine lees is prepared too with barley meal and powdered frankincense, after which it is first parched and then dried. The test of its being properly boiled is its imparting, when cold, a burning sensation to the tongue. When left exposed to the air, Wine lees very rapidly lose their virtues, which, on the other hand, are greatly heightened by the action of fire. Wine lees are very useful too, boiled with figs, for the cure of lichens and cutaneous eruptions. They are applied also in similar manner to leprous sores and running ulcers. Taken in drink, they act as an antidote to the poison of fungi, and more particularly if they are undiluted. Boiled and then rinsed, they are used in preparations for the eyes. They are employed also topically for diseases of the testes and generative organs, and are taken in wine for strangury. When wine lees have lost their strength, they are still useful for cleansing the body and scouring clothes, in which case they act as a substitute for gum acacia. Chapter 32. Lees of Vinegar, 17 Remedies. The lees of vinegar, as a matter of course, considering the material from which they are derived, are much more acrid than those of wine, and more caustic in their effects. This substance prevents the increase of suppuration, and employed topically is good for the stomach, intestines, and regions of the abdomen. It has the property also of arresting fluxes of those parts, and the catamenia when in excess. It disperses inflamed tumours which have not come to a head, and is a cure for quinsy. Applied with wax, it is curative of erysipelas. It reduces swellings of the mammae when gorged with milk, and removes malformed nails. Employed with polenta, it is very efficacious for the cure of stings inflicted by the serpent called cerastes, and in combination with melanthium, it heals bites inflicted by crocodiles and dogs. Vinegar lees too, by being subjected to the action of fire, acquire additional strength. Mixed in this state with oil of mastic and applied to the hair, they turn it red in a single night. Applied with water in linen as a pessary, they act as a detergent upon the uterus. Chapter 33. Lees of Sapper, 4 Remedies. The lees of sapper are used for the cure of burns, it being the best plan to employ with them the down that grows on the reed. A decoction too of these lees is good for the cure of an inveterate cough. They are boiled also in a saucepan with salt and grease as an ointment for tumours of the jaws and neck. End of section 13. Section 14 of the Natural History, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Natural History, Volume 5 by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 14, Book 23, Chapters 34 to 50. Chapter 34. The Leaves of the Olive, 23 Remedies. The next ranked, after the vine, clearly belongs to the olive. The leaves of the olive tree are astringent, detergent, and binding in the highest degree. Chewed and applied to sores, they are of a healing nature, and applied topically with oil, they are good for headache. A decoction of them with honey makes a good liniment for such parts of the body as have been subjected to cauterization, as also for inflammations of the gums, whitlows, and foul and putrid ulcers. Combined with honey, they arrest discharges of blood from the nervous parts of the body. The juice of olive leaves is efficacious for carbuncular ulcers and pustules about the eyes, and for procedence of the pupil. Hence it is much employed in the composition of eye salves, having the additional property of healing inveterate runnings of the eyes and ulcerations of the eyelids. This juice is extracted by pouring wine and rainwater upon the leaves and then pounding them, after which the pulp is dried and divided into lozenges. Used with wool as a pessary, this preparation arrests menstruation when in excess, and is very useful for the treatment of purulent sores, condylomata, erysipelas, spreading ulcers, and epinitis. Chapter 35. The Blossom of the Olive, 4 Remedies. The blossom too of the olive tree possesses similar properties. The young branches are burnt when just beginning to blossom, and of the ashes a substitute for spodium is made, upon which wine is poured, and it is then burnt afresh. To suppurations and inflamed tumours these ashes are applied, or else the leaves beaten up with honey. For the eyes they are used with polenta. The juice which exudes from the wood when burnt in a green state heals lichens, scaly eruptions, and running ulcers. As to the juice which exudes naturally from the olive tree, and more particularly that of Ethiopia, we cannot be sufficiently surprised that authors should have been found to recommend it as an application for toothache, and to tell us at the same time that it is a poison, and even that we must have recourse to the wild olive for it. The bark of the roots of the olive, as young and tender a tree as possible being selected, scraped and taken every now and then in honey, is good for patients suffering from spitting of blood and purulent expectorations. The ashes of the tree itself, mixed with axle grease, are useful for the cure of tumours, and heal fistulas by the extraction of the vicious humours which they contain. Chapter 36. White olives, 4 remedies. Black olives, 3 remedies. White olives are wholesome for the upper regions of the stomach, but not so good for the bowels. Eaten by themselves habitually as a diet, quite fresh and before they are preserved, they are remarkably serviceable, having the effect of curing gravel, and of strengthening the teeth when worn or loosened by the use of meat. Black olives, on the other hand, are not so wholesome for the upper regions of the stomach, but are better for the bowels. They are not good, however, for the head or for the eyes. Both kinds, pounded and applied topically, are good for the cure of burns, but the black olive is sometimes chewed first and instantly applied to the sore for the purpose of preventing blisters from forming. Colimbades act as a detergent for foul ulcers, but they are bad for persons suffering from strangury. Chapter 37. Immerser of olives, 21 remedies. As to the immerser of olives, we might appear to have said enough on the subject already, taking Cato as our guide. It remains, however, to speak of the medicinal uses of this substance. It is extremely serviceable as a strengthener of the gums and for the cure of ulcers of the mouth. It has the effect, also, of strengthening loose teeth in the sockets, and an application of it is good for erysipelas and spreading ulcers. For chilblains, the immerser of the black olive is the best, as also a fomentation for infants. That of the white olive is used, with wool, as a pessary for affections of the uterus. Of both kinds, however, the immerser is much more serviceable when boiled, this being done in a vessel of Cyprian copper, to the consistency of honey. Thus prepared, it is used, according to the necessities of the case, with either vinegar, old wine, or honeyed wine, for the treatment of maladies of the mouth, teeth, and ears, and for running ulcers, diseases of the generative organs, and chaps on various parts of the body. It is employed topically for the cure of wounds, in a linen pledget, and for sprains in wool. As a medicament it is of great utility, more particularly when old, as in such case it effects the cure of fistula. It is used as an injection for ulcerations of the fundament, the generative organs, and the uterus, and is employed topically for incipient gout and diseases of the joints. Boiled down again with omphacium to the consistency of honey, it extracts decayed teeth, and, in combination with a decoction of lupines and the plant chameleon, it is a marvellous cure for itch in beasts of burden. Fomentations of immerser in a raw state are extremely good for gout. Chapter 38. 4. The leaves of the wild olive, 16 remedies. The leaves of the wild olive are possessed of similar properties. The spodium that is made by burning the young branches is of remarkable efficacy for arresting fluxes. It allays inflammations of the eyes also, acts as a detergent upon ulcerous sores, makes the flesh grow on wounds from which it has been removed, and acts gently as a caustic upon fleshy excrescences, drying them up and making them cicatrice. The rest of its properties are similar to those of the cultivated olive. There is, however, one peculiarity in it. The leaves, boiled with honey, are given in doses of a spoonful for spitting of blood. The oil, too, of the wild olive is more acrid and possesses greater energy than that of the cultivated olive. Hence it is that it is usual to rinse the mouth with it for the purpose of strengthening the teeth. The leaves, too, are applied topically with wine to whitlows, carbuncles, and all kinds of gatherings, and with honey to sores which require a detergent. Both the decoction of the leaves and the natural juices of the wild olive form ingredients in medicaments for the eyes, and the latter are found useful as an injection for the ears in the case of purulent discharges even. From the blossom of the wild olive, a liniment is prepared for condylometer and epinictis. It is applied also to the abdomen with barley meal for fluxes, and to the head with oil for headache. In cases where the scalp becomes detached from the cranium, the young branches boiled and applied with honey have a healing effect. These branches too, when arrived at maturity, taken with the food, arrest diarrhea. Parched and beaten up with honey, they act as a detergent upon corroding sores and bring carbuncles to a head and disperse them. Chapter 39. Omphacium, 3 remedies. As to olive oil, we have abundantly treated of its nature and elements already. It now remains to speak of the medicinal properties of the various kinds of oil. The most useful of all is omphacium, and next to that green oil, in addition to which we may remark that oil ought to be as fresh as possible, except in cases where old oil is absolutely required. For medicinal purposes too, oil should be extremely fluid, have an agreeable smell, and be free from all taste, just the converse, in fact, of the property which we look for in food. Omphacium is good for the gums, and if kept from time to time in the mouth, there is nothing better as a preservative of the whiteness of the teeth. It checks profuse perspirations. Chapter 40. Oil of Oenanthe, 28 remedies. Oil of Oenanthe has just the same properties as oil of roses. Like oil in general, it makes the body supple, and imparts to it strength and vigour. It is injurious to the stomach, promotes the increase of ulcers, irritates the fauces, and deadens the effect of all poisons, white lead and gypsum in particular, if taken in hydromel or a decoction of dried figs. Taken with water, it is good as an antidote to the effects of opium, and to injuries inflicted by cantharides, the buprestis, the salamandra, and the pine caterpillar. Taken pure as an emetic, it is highly esteemed as an antidote in all the before-mentioned cases. It is also a refreshing remedy for extreme lassitude and for fits of shivering from cold. Taken warm in doses of 6 chiathi, and more particularly when boiled with rue, it relieves gripings of the stomach and expels intestinal worms. Taken in doses of 1 hemina with wine and warm water, or else with barley water, it acts as a purgative upon the bowels. It is useful also in the composition of plasters for wounds, and it cleanses the complexion of the face. Injected into the nostrils of oxen till it produces eructation, it cures attacks of flatulency. When old, it is of a more warming nature than when new, and acts more energetically as a sudorific and as a resolvent for indurations. It is very efficacious in cases of lethargy, and more particularly in the decline of the disease. Mixed with an equal proportion of honey which has not been smoked, it contributes in some degree to the improvement of the sight. It is a remedy also for headache, and in combination with water for the burning attacks in fevers. If old oil should happen not to be at hand, the new oil is boiled to act as a substitute for it. Chapter 41. Castor oil, 16 remedies. Castor oil, taken with an equal quantity of warm water, acts as a purgative upon the bowels. It is said too that as a purgative this oil acts more particularly upon the regions of the diaphragm. It is very useful for diseases of the joints, all kinds of indurations, affections of the uterus and ears, and for burns. Employed with the ashes of the murex, it heals itch scabs and inflammations of the fundament. It improves the complexion also, and by its fertilizing tendencies promotes the growth of the hair. The cecus, or seed from which this oil is made, no animal will touch, and from these grape-like seeds wicks are made, which burn with a peculiar brilliancy. The light, however, that is produced by the oil is very dim, in consequence of its extreme thickness. The leaves are applied topically with vinegar for erysipelas, and fresh gathered they are used by themselves for diseases of the mammae and defluxions. A decoction of them in wine with polenta and saffron is good for inflammation of various kinds. Boiled by themselves and applied to the face for 3 successive days, they improve the complexion. Chapter 42. Oil of almonds. 16 remedies. Oil of almonds is of a purgative and emollient nature. It effaces wrinkles on the skin, improves the complexion, and in combination with honey, removes spots on the face. A decoction of it with oil of roses, honey, and pomegranate rind is good for the ears and exterminates the small worms that breed there. It has the effect also of dispelling hardness of hearing, recurrent tinglings and singing in the ears, and is curative of headache and pains in the eyes. Used with wax, it cures boils and scorches by exposure to the sun. In combination with wine, it heals running ulcers and scaly eruptions, and with melilote, condylomatous swellings. Applied by itself to the head, it invites sleep. Chapter 43. Oil of laurel. 9 remedies. As to the oil of laurel, the fresher and greener it is, the more valuable are its properties. It is of a heating nature, and is consequently applied warm in a pomegranate rind for paralysis, spasms, sciatica, bruises, headache, catarrhs of long standing, and diseases of the ears. Chapter 44. Oil of myrtle. 20 remedies. Oil of myrtle has similar properties. It is of an astringent and indurative nature. Mixed with the scoria of copper and wax, it cures diseases of the gums, toothache, dysentery, ulcerations of the uterus, affections of the bladder, inveterate or running ulcers, eruptions and burns. It exercises a healing effect also upon excoriations, scaly eruptions, chaps, condylomata and sprains, and it neutralizes offensive odours of the body. This oil is an antidote to cantharides, the buprestis, and other dangerous poisons of a corrosive nature. Chapter 45. Oil of camimyrcene or oxymyrcene, oil of cypress, oil of citrus, oil of walnuts, oil of conidium, oil of mastic, oil of balanus, various remedies. Oil of camimyrcene or oxymyrcene possesses similar properties. Oil of cypress also produces the same effect as oil of myrtle, and the same as to oil of citrus. Oil of walnuts, which we have previously mentioned as being called carinon, is good for alopecia, and is injected into the ears for cure of hardness of hearing. Used as a liniment, it relieves headache, but in other respects it is of an inert nature and disagreeable taste. Indeed, if part only of one of the kernels should happen to be decayed, the whole making is spoilt. The oil extracted from the grain of cnidos has similar properties to castor oil. Oil of mastic is very useful as an ingredient in the medicinal preparation known as a copum. Indeed, it would be fully as efficacious as oil of roses were it not found to be somewhat too styptic in its effects. It is employed in cases of too profuse perspiration and for the cure of pimples produced thereby. It is extremely efficacious also for the itch in beasts of burden. Oil of balanus removes spots on the skin, boils, freckles, and maladies of the gums. Chapter 46. The cypress and the oil extracted from it. 16 remedies. Glucinum, 1 remedy. We have already enlarged upon the nature of the cypress and the method of preparing oil of cypress. This oil is naturally warming and relaxes the sinews. The leaves of the tree are used as an application to the stomach, and the juice of them is applied in a pessary for irritations of the uterus. Fresh gathered and chewed, the leaves are applied to running ulcers of the head, ulcerations of the mouth, gatherings, and condylomatous sores. A decoction of the leaves is very useful also for burns and sprains. Beaten up and applied with the juice of the struthium, they turn the hair red. The blossoms applied to the head with vinegar relieve headache, and the ashes of them, burnt in a pot of raw earth, are curative of corrosive sores and putrid ulcers, either employed by themselves or in combination with honey. The odour exhaled by these blossoms induces sleep. The oil called glucinum has certain astringent and refreshing properties similar to those of oil of enanthe. Chapter 47. Oil of balsamum, 15 remedies. The oil of balsamum is by far the most valuable of them all, as already stated by us, when treating of the unguents. It is extremely efficacious for the venom of all kinds of serpents, is very beneficial to the eyesight, disperses films upon the eyes, assuages hardness of breathing, and acts emolliently upon all kinds of gatherings and indurations. It has the effect also of preventing the blood from coagulating, acts as a detergent upon ulcers, and is remarkably beneficial for diseases of the ears, headache, trembling, spasms, and ruptures. Taken in milk, it is an antidote to the poison of aconite, and used as a liniment upon the access of the shivering fits in fevers, it modifies their violence. Still, however, it should be used but sparingly, as it is of a very caustic nature, and if not employed in moderation, is apt to augment the malady. Chapter 48. Malobathrum, 5 remedies. We have already spoken also of the nature of malobathrum and the various kinds of it. It acts as a diuretic, and, sprinkled in wine upon the eyes, it is used very advantageously for defluxions of those organs. It is applied also to the forehead for the purpose of promoting sleep, but it acts with still greater efficacy if the nostrils are rubbed with it, or if it is taken in water. The leaves placed beneath the tongue impart a sweetness to the mouth and breath, and put among clothes they produce a similar effect. Chapter 49. Oil of henbane, 2 remedies. Oil of lupines, 1 remedy. Oil of narcissus, 1 remedy. Oil of radishes, 5 remedies. Oil of sesame, 3 remedies. Oil of lilies, 3 remedies. Oil of selga, 1 remedy. Oil of eguvium, 1 remedy. Oil of henbane is of an emollient nature, but is bad for the nerves. Taken in drink, it disturbs the brain. Therminum, or oil of lupines, is emollient and very similar to oil of roses in its effects. As to oil of narcissus, we have already spoken of it when describing that flower. Oil of radishes cures theriasis, contracted in a long illness, and removes roughness of the skin upon the face. Oil of sesame is curative of pains in the ears, spreading ulcers, and the cancer known as cacoethes. Oil of lilies, which we have previously mentioned as being called oil of phasalis and oil of Syria, is extremely good for the kidneys and for promoting perspiration, as also an emollient for the uterus and as tending to bring internal tumours to a head. As to oil of selga, we have already spoken of it as being strengthening to the tendons, which is the case also with the herbaceous oil which the people of Eguvium sell on the Flaminian Way. Chapter 50. Eleomele, 2 remedies. Oil of pitch, 2 remedies. Eleomele, which as we have already stated, exudes from the olive trees of Syria, has a flavour like that of honey, but not without a certain nauseous taste. It relaxes the bowels and carries off the bilious secretions more particularly, if taken in doses of 2 chiathi, in a semisextarius of water. After drinking it, the patient falls into a torpor, and requires to be aroused every now and then. Persons, when about to drink for a wager, are in the habit of taking a chiathus of it, by way of prelude. Oil of pitch is employed for the cure of cough, and of itch in cattle. End of section 14. Section 15 of the Natural History, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Natural History, Volume 5, by Pliny the Elder, translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 15, Book 23, Chapters 51 to 65. Chapter 51. The Palm. 9 remedies. Next in rank after the vine and the olive comes the palm. Dates, fresh gathered, have an inebriating effect, and are productive of headache. When dried, they are not so injurious. It would appear, too, that they are not so wholesome to the stomach. They have an irritating effect on coughs, but are very nourishing to the body. The ancients used to give a decoction of them to patients as a substitute for hydromel, with the view of recruiting the strength and allaying the thirst, the Thebaic date being held in preference for the purpose. Dates are very useful too for persons troubled with spitting of blood, when taken in the food more particularly. The dates called caryoti in combination with quinces, wax and saffron, are applied topically for affections of the stomach, bladder, abdomen and intestines. They are good for bruises also. Date stones, burnt in a new earthen vessel, produce an ash which, when rinsed, is employed as a substitute for spodium, and is used as an ingredient in eye salves, and with the addition of nard, in washes for the eyebrows. Chapter 52. 5. The palm which produces myrobalanum. 3 remedies. Of the palm which produces myrobalanum, the most esteemed kind that is grown in Egypt, the dates of which, unlike those of other kinds, are without stones, used with astringent wine, they arrest diarrhea and the catamenia, and promote the cicatrization of wounds. Chapter 53. The palm called elati. 16 remedies. The palm called elati, or spathi, furnishes its buds, leaves and bark for medicinal purposes. The leaves are applied to the thoracic regions, stomach and liver, and to spreading ulcers, but they are adverse to cicatrization. The bark of the tree, while tender, mixed with wax and resin, heals itch scab in the course of 20 days. A decoction also is made of it for diseases of the testes. Used as a fumigation, it turns the hair black and brings away the fetus. It is given in drink also for diseases of the kidneys, bladder and thoracic organs, but it acts injuriously upon the head and nerves. The decoction of this bark has the effect also of arresting fluxes of the uterus and the bowels. The ashes of it are used with white wine for griping pains in the stomach, and form a very efficacious remedy for affections of the uterus. Chapter 54. 6. Remedies derived from the blossoms, leaves, fruit, branches, bark, juices, wood, roots, and ashes of various kinds of trees. 6 observations upon apples, 22 observations upon quinces, 1 observation upon struthia. We next come to the medicinal properties of the various kinds of apples. The spring fruits of this nature are sour and unwholesome to the stomach, disturb the bowels, contract the bladder, and act injuriously upon the nerves. When cooked, however, they are of a more harmless nature. Quinces are more pleasant eating when cooked. Still, however, eaten raw, provided they are ripe, they are very useful for spitting of blood, dysentery, cholera, and celiac affections. Indeed, they are not of the same efficacy when cooked, as they then lose the astringent properties which belong to their juice. They are applied also to the breast in the burning attacks of fever, and in spite of what has been stated above, they are occasionally boiled in rainwater for the various purposes before mentioned. For pains in the stomach they are applied, like a severity, either raw or boiled. The down upon them heals carbuncles. Boiled in wine and applied with wax, they restore the hair when it has been lost by alopecia. A conserve of raw quinces in honey relaxes the bowels, and they add very materially to the sweetness of the honey, and render it more wholesome to the stomach. Boiled quinces preserved in honey are beaten up with the decoction of rose leaves, and are taken as food by some for the cure of affections of the stomach. The juice of raw quinces is very good also for the spleen, hardness of breathing, dropsy, affections of the mammae, condylomata, and varicose veins. The blossoms, either fresh or dried, are useful for inflammations of the eyes, spitting of blood, and irregularities of the catamenia. By beating them up with sweet wine, a soothing syrup is prepared, which is very beneficial for celiac affections and diseases of the liver. With a decoction of them, a fomentation is made for procedents of the uterus and intestines. From quinces an oil is also extracted, which we have spoken of under the name of melinum. In order to make it, the fruit must not have been grown in a damp soil. Hence it is that the quinces which come from Sicily are so highly esteemed for the purpose, while on the other hand the struthium, though of a kindred kind, is not so good. A circle is traced round the root of this tree, and the root itself is then pulled up with the left hand, care being taken by the person who does so to state at the same moment the object for which it is so pulled up, and for whom. Worn as an amulet, this root is a cure for scrofula. Chapter 55. The sweet apples called melimela, 6 observations upon them. Sour apples, 4 observations upon them. The apples known as melimela and the other sweet apples relax the stomach and bowels, but are productive of heat and thirst, though they do not act injuriously upon the nervous system. The orbiculata arrest diarrhea and vomiting, and act as a diuretic. Wild apples resemble the sour apples of spring and act astringently upon the bowels. Indeed, for this purpose, they should always be used before they are ripe. Chapter 56. Citrons. 5 observations upon them. Citrons, either the pulp of them or the pips, are taken in wine as an antidote to poisons. A decoction of citrons, or the juice extracted from them, is used as a gargle to impart sweetness to the breath. The pips of this fruit are recommended for pregnant women to chew when affected with qualmishness. Citrons are good also for a weak stomach, but it is not easy to eat them except with vinegar. Chapter 57. Punic apples or pomegranates. 26 remedies. It will be a mere loss of time to recapitulate the 9 different varieties of the pomegranate. The sweet pomegranates, or in other words, those known by the name of apyrina, are generally considered to be injurious to the stomach. They are productive also of flatulency and are bad for the teeth and gums. The kind which closely resembles the last in flavour, and which we have spoken of as the Venus pomegranate, has very diminutive pips, and it is thought to be somewhat more wholesome than the others. They have an astringent effect upon the stomach and bowels, provided they are taken in moderation and not to satiety. But even these, or indeed any other kind, should never be given in fevers, as neither the substance nor the juice of the fruit acts otherwise than injuriously under these circumstances. They should also be equally abstained from in cases of vomiting and bilious evacuations. In this fruit nature has revealed to us a grape, and so to say not must, but a wine ready-made, both grape and wine being enclosed in a tougher skin. The rind of the sour pomegranate is employed for many purposes. It is in very common use with couriers for tanning leather, from which circumstance it has received the name of malicorium. Medical men assure us that the rind is diuretic, and that boiled with nut galls in vinegar it strengthens loose teeth in the sockets. It is prescribed also for pregnant women when suffering from qualmishness, the flavour of it quickening the fetus. A pomegranate is cut and left to soak in rainwater for some 3 days, after which the infusion is given cold to persons suffering from celiac affections and spitting of blood. Chapter 58. The composition called stomatici. 14 remedies. With the sour pomegranate a medicament is made, which is known as stomatici, and is extremely good for affections of the mouth, nostrils and ears, dimness of sight, films upon the eyes, diseases of the generative organs, corrosive sores called nomi, and fleshy excrescences in ulcers. It is useful also as an antidote to the venom of the sea hare. The following is the method of making it. The rind is taken off the fruit, and the pips are pounded, after which the juice is boiled down to 1/3, and then mixed with saffron, split alum, myrrh, and Attic honey, the proportions being 1/2 pound of each. Some persons have another way of making it. A number of sour pomegranates are pounded, after which the juice is boiled down in a new cauldron to the consistency of honey. This composition is used for various affections of the generative organs and fundament, and indeed all those diseases which are treated with lycium. It is employed also for the cure of purulent discharges from the ears, incipient defluxions of the eyes, and red spots upon the hands. Branches of the pomegranate have the effect of repelling the attacks of serpents. Pomegranate rind, boiled in wine and applied, is a cure for chilblains. A pomegranate boiled down to 1/3 in 3 hemini of wine is a cure for griping pains in the bowels and for tapeworm. A pomegranate put in a new earthen pot, tightly covered and burnt in a furnace, and then pounded and taken in wine, arrests looseness of the bowels and dispels griping pains in the stomach. Chapter 59. Cytinus. 8 remedies. The Greeks have given the name of cytinus to the first germs of this tree when it is just beginning to blossom. These germs have a singular property, which has been remarked by many. If a person, after taking off everything that is fastened upon the body, his girdle for instance, shoes, and even his ring, plucks one of them with 2 fingers of the left hand, the thumb namely, and the 4th finger, and after rubbing it gently round his eyes, puts it into his mouth and swallows it without letting it touch his teeth, he will experience, it is said, no malady of the eyes throughout all the year. These germs, dried and pounded, check the growth of fleshy excrescences. They are good also for the gums and teeth, and if the teeth are loose, a decoction of the germs will strengthen them. The young pomegranates themselves are beaten up and applied as a liniment to spreading or putrid sores. They are also used for inflammations of the eyes and intestines, and nearly all the purposes for which pomegranate rind is used. They are remedial also for the stings of scorpions. Chapter 60. Balaurstium, 12 remedies. We cannot sufficiently admire the care and diligence displayed by the ancients, who in their inquiries into every subject have left nothing untried. Within the Sinitus, before the pomegranate itself makes its appearance, there are diminutive flowers, the name given to which, as already stated, is Balaurstium. These blossoms even have not escaped their inquiries, it having been ascertained by them that they are an excellent remedy for stings inflicted by the scorpion. Taken in drink, they arrest the catamenia, and are curative of ulcers of the mouth, tonsillary glands, and uvula, as also of spitting of blood, derangement of the stomach and bowels, diseases of the generative organs, and running sores in all parts of the body. The ancients also dried these blossoms to try their efficacy in that state, and made the discovery that, pulverized, they cure patients suffering from dysentery when at the very point of death even, and that they arrest looseness of the bowels. They have not disdained, too, to make trial of the pips of the pomegranate. Parched and then pounded, these pips are good for the stomach, sprinkled in the food or drink. To arrest looseness of the bowels, they are taken in rainwater. A decoction of the juices of the root, in doses of 1 victoriatus, exterminates tapeworm, and the root itself, boiled down in water to a thick consistency, is employed for the same purposes as lycium. Chapter 61. The wild pomegranate. There is a tree also which is called the wild pomegranate on account of its strong resemblance to the cultivated pomegranate. The roots of it have a red bark, which taken in wine in doses of 1 denarius promotes sleep. The seed of it taken in drink is curative of dropsy. Gnats are kept at a distance by the smoke of burnt pomegranate rind. Chapter 62. 7. Pears, 12 observations upon them. All kinds of pears, as an aliment, are indigestible, to persons in robust health even, but to invalids they are forbidden as rigidly as wine. Boiled, however, they are remarkably agreeable and wholesome, those of Crustumium in particular. All kinds of pears, too, boiled with honey, are wholesome to the stomach. Cataplasms of a resolvent nature are made with pears, and a decoction of them is used to disperse indurations. They are efficacious also in cases of poisoning by mushrooms and fungi, as much by reason of their heaviness as by the neutralizing effects of their juice. The wild pear ripens but very slowly. Cut in slices and hung in the air to dry, it arrests looseness of the bowels, an effect which is equally produced by a decoction of it taken in drink, in which case the leaves also are boiled up together with the fruit. The ashes of pear tree wood are even more efficacious as an antidote to the poison of fungi. A load of apples or pears, however small, is singularly fatiguing to beasts of burden. The best plan to counteract this, they say, is to give the animals some to eat, or at least to show them the fruit before starting. Chapter 63. Figs, 111 observations upon them. The milky juice of the fig tree possesses kindred properties with vinegar. Hence it is that, like rennet, it curdles milk. This juice is collected before the fruit ripens and dried in the shade, being used with yolk of egg as a liniment, or else in drink with amylum, to bring ulcers to a head and break them, and for the purposes of an emmenagogue. With meal of fenugreek and vinegar it is applied topically for gout. It acts also as a depilatory, heals eruptions of the eyelids, lichens and scabs, and relaxes the bowels. The milk of the fig tree is naturally curative of the stings of hornets, wasps, and similar insects, and is remarkably useful for wounds inflicted by scorpions. Mixed with axle grease, it removes warts. With the leaves and figs still green, an application is made for scrofulous and other sores of a nature which requires emollients and resolvents. The leaves, too, used by themselves, are productive of a similar effect. In addition to this, they are employed for other purposes, as a friction for lichens, for example for alopecia, and other diseases which require caustic applications. The young shoots of the branches are used as an application to the skin in cases of bites inflicted by dogs. With honey they are applied to the ulcers known as honeycomb ulcers, Mixed with the leaves of wild poppies, they extract splinters of bones, and the leaves beaten up in vinegar are a cure for bites inflicted by dogs. The white shoots of the black fig are applied topically with wax to boils and bites inflicted by the shrew mouse, and the ashes of their leaves are used for the cure of gangrenes and the reduction of fleshy excrescences. Ripe figs are diuretic and laxative. They promote the perspiration and bring out pimples. Hence it is that they are unwholesome in autumn, the perspirations which they excite being always attended with shivering. They are injurious also to the stomach, though for a short time only, and it is generally thought that they spoil the voice. The figs which are the last to ripen are the more wholesome than the first, but those which are drugged for the purposes of ripening them are never wholesome. This fruit invigorates the young and improves the health of the aged, and retards the formation of wrinkles. It allays thirst, and is of a cooling nature, for which reason it should never be declined in those fevers of an astringent tendency which are known as stegny. Dried figs are injurious to the stomach, but are beneficial in a marvellous degree to the throat and fauces. They are of a warming nature, are productive of thirst and relax the bowels, but are unwholesome in stomachic complaints and fluxes of the bowels. In all cases they are beneficial for the bladder, hardness of breathing, and asthma, as also for diseases of the liver, kidneys, and spleen. They are nourishing and invigorating, for which reason the athletes in former times used them as food, Pythagoras, the gymnast, being the first to introduce them among a flesh diet. Figs are extremely useful for patients recovering from a long illness, and for persons suffering from epilepsy or dropsy. They are applied topically also in all cases where sores require to be brought to a head or dispersed, and they are still more efficacious when mixed with lime or nitre. Boiled with hyssop, they act as a purgative on the pectoral organs, carrying off the phlegm and cure inveterate coughs. Boiled with wine, they heal maladies of the fundament and tumours of the jaws. A decoction of them is applied also to boils, inflamed tumours, and imposthumes of the parotid glands. This decoction, too, is found very useful as a fomentation for disorders incident to females. Boiled with fenugreek, figs are very useful in cases of pleurisy and peripneumony. A decoction of them with rue is good for griping pains in the bowels in combination with verdigris. They are used for ulcers of the legs and imposthumes of the parotid glands, with pomegranates for hangnails, and with wax for burns and chilblains. Boiled in wine with wormwood and barley meal, they are employed for dropsy. Eaten with nitre, they relax the bowels, and beaten up with salt, they are applied to stings inflicted by scorpions. Boiled in wine and applied topically, they bring carbuncles to a head. In cases of carcinoma, unattended with ulceration, it is a singularly good plan to apply to the part the pulpiest fig that can be procured. The same, too, with flagellinic sores. As to the ashes of the fig, those of no tree known are of a more acrid character, being of a detergent and astringent nature, and tending to make new flesh and to promote the cicatrization of wounds. They are also taken in drink for the purpose of dissolving coagulated blood, as also for bruises, falls with violence, ruptures, convulsions, in 1 ceathus respectively of water and oil. They are administered also for tetanus and spasms, and are used either in a potion or as an injection for celiac affections and dysentery. Employed as a liniment with oil, they have a warming effect, and kneaded into a paste with wax and rose oil, they heal burns, leaving the slightest scar only. Applied in oil as a liniment, they are a cure for weakness of sight, and are used as a dentifrice in diseases of the teeth. It is said, too, that if a patient draws downward a branch of a fig tree, and turns up his head and bites off some knot or other of it, without being seen by anyone, and then wears it in a leather bag suspended by a string from his neck, it is a certain cure for scrofulous sores and imposthumes of the parotid glands. The bark of this tree, beaten up with oil, cures ulcerations of the abdomen. Green figs, applied raw, with the addition of nitre and meal, remove warts and wens. The ashes of the suckers which spring from the roots are used as a substitute for spodium. Burnt over a second time and incorporated with white lead, they are divided into cakes which are used for the cure of ulcerations of the eyes and eruptions. Chapter 64. The wild fig. 42 observations upon it. The wild fig again is even more efficacious in its properties than the cultivated one. It has not so large a proportion of milky juice as the other. A slip of it put into milk has the effect of curdling it and turning it into cheese. This juice, collected and indurated by being subjected to pressure, imparts a fine flavour to meat, being steeped in vinegar for the purpose and then rubbed upon it. It is used also as an ingredient in blisters, and taken internally it relaxes the bowels. Used with amylum, it opens the passages of the uterus, and combined with the yolk of an egg, it acts as an emmenagogue. Mixed with meal of fenugreek, it is applied topically for gout, and is used for the dispersion of leprous sores, itch scabs, lichens, and freckles. It is an antidote also to the stings of venomous animals and to the bites of dogs. Applied to the teeth in wool, or introduced into the cavity of a carious tooth, this juice cures toothache. The young shoots and the leaves, mixed with the meal of fitches, act as an antidote to the poisons of marine animals, wine being added to the preparation. In boiling beef, a great saving of firewood may be effected by putting some of these shoots in the pot. The figs in a green state, applied topically, soften and disperse scrofulous sores and all kinds of gatherings, and the leaves, to a certain extent, have a similar effect. The softer leaves are applied with vinegar for the cure of running ulcers, epinictis, and scaly eruptions. With the leaves mixed with honey, honeycomb ulcers are treated, and the wounds inflicted by dogs. The leaves are applied too, fresh with wine, to phagedenic sores. In combination with poppy leaves they extract splintered bones. Wild figs in a green state employed as a fumigation dispel flatulency, and an infusion of them, used as a potion, combats the deleterious effects of bullock's blood, white lead, and coagulated milk, taken internally. Boiled in water and employed as a cataplasm, they cure imposthumes of the parotid glands. The shoots, or the green figs, gathered as young as possible, are taken in wine for stings inflicted by scorpions. The milky juice is also poured into the wound, and the leaves are applied to it. The bite of the shrew mouse is treated in a similar manner. The ashes of the young branches are curative of relaxations of the uvula, and the ashes of the tree itself, mixed with honey, have the effect of healing chaps. A decoction of the root, boiled in wine, is good for toothache. The winter wild fig, boiled in vinegar and pounded, is a cure for impetigo. The branches are first barked for the purpose and then scraped. These scrapings, which are as fine as sawdust, being applied topically to the parts affected. There is also one medicinal property of a marvellous nature attributed to the wild fig. If a youth who has not arrived at puberty breaks off a branch, and then with his teeth tears off the bark swelling with the sap, the pith of this branch, we are assured, attached as an amulet to the person before sunrise, will prevent the formation of scrofulous sores. A branch of this tree attached to the neck of a bull, however furious, exercises such a marvellous effect upon him as to restrain his ferocity and render him quite immovable. Chapter 65. The herb Eryngion. 3 remedies. It will be as well to speak here, in consequence of the similarity of name, of the herb which is known to the Greeks as the Eryngion. This plant is a palm in height, and has mostly 5 small stems. In appearance it resembles ocimum, and bears a white flower with a small black seed. Beaten up with Attic honey, it is a cure for defluxions of the eyes. In whatever way it is gathered, it yields a considerable abundance of sweet, milky juice. With the addition of a little nitre, this plant is extremely useful for pains in the ears. The leaves of it have the property of neutralizing poisons. End of section 15.
Section 16 of The Natural History, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Natural History, Volume 5, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 16. Book 23, Chapters 66 to 83. Chapter 66. Plums. 4 observations upon them. The leaves of the plum, boiled in wine, are useful for the tonsillary glands, the gums and the uvula, the mouth being rinsed with the decoction every now and then. As for the fruit itself, it is relaxing to the bowels, but it is not very wholesome to the stomach, though its bad effects are little more than momentary. Chapter 67. Peaches, 2 remedies. Peaches again are more wholesome than plums, and the same is the case with the juice of the fruit, extracted and taken in either wine or vinegar. Indeed, what known fruit is there that is more wholesome as an aliment than this? There is none, in fact, that has a less powerful smell, or a greater abundance of juice, though it has a tendency to create thirst. The leaves of it, beaten up and applied topically, arrest hemorrhage. The kernels mixed with oil and vinegar are used as a liniment for headache. Chapter 68. Wild plums, 2 remedies. The fruit of the wild plum, or the bark of the root, boiled down to 1/3 in 1 hemina of astringent wine, arrests looseness of the bowels and gripping pains in the stomach. The proper dose of the decoction is 1 theatus. Chapter 69. The lichen on plum trees, 2 remedies. Upon the bark of the wild and cultivated plums we find an excrescence growing, known to the Greeks by the name of lichen. It is remarkably good for chaps and condylomatous swellings. Chapter 70. Mulberries, 39 remedies. In Egypt and in the Isle of Cyprus there are, as already stated, mulberry trees of a peculiar kind, being of a nature that is truly marvellous. For, if the outer bark is peeled off, they emit a great abundance of juice, but if a deeper incision is made, they are found to be quite dry. This juice is an antidote to the venom of serpents, is good for dysentery, disperses inflamed tumors and all kinds of gatherings, heals wounds and allays both headache and earache. It is taken in drink for affections of the spleen, and is used as a liniment for the same purpose, as also for fits of shivering. This juice, however, very soon breeds worms. Among ourselves, too, the juice which exudes from the mulberry tree is employed for an equal number of purposes. Taken in wine, it neutralizes the noxious effects of aconite and the venom of spiders, relaxes the bowels, and expels tapeworm and other animals which breed in the intestines. The bark of the tree pounded has also a similar effect. The leaves, boiled in rainwater with the bark of the black fig and the wine, are used for dyeing the hair. The juice of the fruit has a laxative effect immediately upon the bowels, though the fruit itself for the moment acts beneficially upon the stomach, being of a refreshing nature, but productive of thirst. If no other food is taken upon them, mulberries are of a swelling tendency. The juice of unripe mulberries acts astringently upon the bowels. The marvels which are presented by this tree, and of which we have made some mention when describing it, would almost appear to belong to a creature gifted with animation. Chapter 71. The medicament called stomatis, arteriis, or pancrestos, 4 remedies. From the fruit of the mulberry a medicament is prepared called pancrestos, stomatis, or arteriis. The following is the method employed. 3 sextarii of the juice are reduced at a slow heat to the consistency of honey. 2 denarii of dried omphacium, or 1 of myrrh, with 1 denarius of saffron are then added, the whole being beaten up together and mixed with the decoction. There is no medicament known that is more soothing than this, for affections of the mouth, the trachea, the uvula, and the stomach. There is also another mode of preparing it. 2 sextarii of mulberry juice and 1 of Attic honey are boiled down in the manner above stated. There are some other marvellous properties, also, which are mentioned in reference to this tree. When the tree is in bud, and before the appearance of the leaves, the germs of the fruit must be gathered with the left hand. The Greeks give them the name of ricini. These germs, worn as an amulet before they have touched the ground, have the effect of arresting hemorrhage, whether proceeding from a wound, from the mouth, from the nostrils, or from piles, for which purpose they are accordingly put away and kept. Similar virtues are attributed to a branch just beginning to bear, broken off at full moon, provided also it has not touched the ground. This branch, it is said, attached to the arm, is peculiarly efficacious for the suppression of the catamenia when in excess. The same effect is produced, it is said, when the woman herself pulls it off, whatever time it may happen to be, care being taken not to let it touch the ground, and to wear it attached to the body. The leaves of the mulberry tree beaten up fresh, or a decoction of them dried, are applied topically for stings inflicted by serpents. An infusion of them taken in drink is equally efficacious for that purpose. The juice extracted from the bark of the root, taken in wine or oxycrate, counteracts the venom of the scorpion. We must also give some account of the method of preparing this medicament employed by the ancients. Extracting the juice from the fruit, both ripe and unripe, they mixed it together and then boiled it down in a copper vessel to the consistency of honey. Some persons were in the habit of adding myrrh and cypress, and then left it to harden in the sun, mixing it with a spatula 3 times a day. Such was their receipt for the stomatitis, which was also employed by them to promote the cicatrization of wounds. There was another method also of dealing with the juice of this fruit. Extracting the juice, they used the dried fruit with various articles of food, as tending to heighten the flavor, and they were in the habit of employing it medicinally for corroding ulcers, pituitous expectorations, and all cases in which astringents were required for the viscera. They used it also for the purpose of cleaning the teeth. A third mode of employing the juices of this tree is to boil down the leaves and root, the decoction being used with oil as a liniment for the cure of burns. The leaves are also applied by themselves for the same purpose. An incision made in the root at harvest time supplies a juice that is extremely useful for toothache, gatherings, and suppurations. It acts also as a purgative upon the bowels. Mulberry leaves macerated in urine remove the hair from hides. Chapter 72. Cherries. 5 observations upon them. Cherries are relaxing to the bowels and unwholesome to the stomach. In a dried state, however, they are astringent and diuretic. I find it stated by some authors that if cherries are taken early in the morning covered with dew, the kernels being eaten with them, the bowels will be so strongly acted upon as to effect a cure for gout in the feet. Chapter 73. Medlars, 2 remedies. Sorbs, 2 remedies. Medlars, the Cytania excepted, which has pretty nearly the same properties as the apple, act astringently upon the stomach and arrest looseness of the bowels. The same is the case too with dried sorbs, but when eaten fresh they are beneficial to the stomach and are good for fluxes of the bowels. Chapter 74. Pine nuts, 13 remedies. Pine nuts with the resin in them are slightly bruised and then boiled down in water to 1/2, the proportion of water being 1 sexterius to each nut. This decoction, taken in doses of 2 cyathi, is used for the cure of spitting of blood. The bark of the tree boiled in wine is given for gripping pains in the bowels. The kernels of the pine nut always thirst and assuage acridities and gnawing pains in the stomach. They tend also to neutralize vicious humors in that region, recruit the strength, and are salutary to the kidneys and the bladder. They would seem, however, to exercise an irritating effect upon the fauces and to increase cough. Taken in water, wine, resin wine, or a decoction of dates, they carry off bile. For gnawing pains in the stomach of extreme violence, they are mixed with cucumber seed, orange juice, or purslane. They are employed, too, in a similar manner for ulcerations of the bladder and kidneys, having a diuretic effect. Chapter 75. Almonds, 29 remedies. A decoction of the root of the bitter almond clears the complexion and gives the face a brighter color. Bitter almonds are provocative of sleep and sharpen the appetite. They act also as a diuretic and as an emmenagogue. They are used topically for headache, when there is fever more particularly. Should the headache proceed from inebriation, they are applied with vinegar, rose oil, and 1/6 of water. Used in combination with amylum, the mint, they arrest hemorrhage. They are useful also for lethargy and epilepsy, and the head is anointed with them for the cure of epinictis. In combination with wine, they heal putrid ulcers of an inveterate nature, and with honey, bites inflicted by dogs. They are employed also for the cure of scaly eruptions of the face, the parts affected being fomented first. Taken in water or, as is often done in an electuary, with resin of terebinth, they remove pains in the liver and kidneys. Used with raisin wine, they are good for calculus and strangury. Bruised in hydromel, they are useful for cleansing the skin, and taken in an electuary with the addition of a small proportion of L. specus, they are good for diseases of the liver, cough, and colic, a piece about the size of a hazelnut being taken in honey. It is said that if 5 bitter almonds are taken by a person before sitting down to drink, he will be proof against inebriation, and that foxes, if they eat bitter almonds, will be sure to die immediately if they cannot find water to lap. As to sweet almonds, their remedial properties are not so extensive. Still, however, they are of a purgative nature and are diuretic. Eaten fresh, they are difficult of digestion. Chapter 76. Greek nuts, 1 remedy. Greek nuts, taken in vinegar with wormwood seed, are said to be a cure for jaundice. Used alone, they are employed topically for the treatment of diseases of the fundament, and condylomata in particular, and also cough and spitting of blood. Chapter 77. Walnuts, 24 remedies. The Mithridatic antidote. Walnuts have received their name in Greek from being oppressive to the head, for in fact the emanations from the tree itself and the leaves penetrate to the brain. The kernels also have a similar effect when eaten, though not in so marked a degree. When fresh gathered, they are most agreeable eating, for when dry they are more oleaginous, unwholesome to the stomach, difficult of digestion, productive of headache, and bad for cough, or for a person when about to take an emetic fasting. They are good in cases of tenesmus only, as they carry off the pituitous humours of the body. Eaten beforehand, they deaden the effects of poison, and employed with rue and oil, they are a cure for ginseng. They act as a corrective also to onions and modify their flavor. They are applied to inflammations of the ears with a little honey, and with rue they are used for affections of the mammillae and for sprains. With onions, salt, and honey they are applied to bites inflicted by dogs or human beings. Walnut shells are used for cauterizing carious teeth, and with these shells burnt and then beaten up in oil or wine, the heads of infants are anointed, they having a tendency to make the hair grow. Hence they are used in a similar manner for alopecia also. These nuts, eaten in considerable numbers, act as an expellent upon tapeworm. Walnuts, when very old, are curative of gangrenous sores and carbuncles, of bruises also. Green walnut shells are employed for the cure of lichens and dysentery, and the leaves are beaten up with vinegar as an application for earache. After the defeat of that mighty monarch Mithridates, Cneius Pompeius found in his private cabinet a recipe for an antidote in his own handwriting. It was to the following effect: Take 2 dried walnuts, 2 figs, and 20 leaves of rue. Pound them all together, with the addition of a grain of salt. If a person takes this mixture fasting, he will be proof against all poisons for that day. Walnut kernels chewed by a man fasting and applied to the wound effect an instantaneous cure, it is said, of bites inflicted by a mad dog. Chapter 78. Hazelnuts. 3 observations upon them. Pistachio nuts. 8 observations upon them. Chestnuts. 5 observations upon them. Hazelnuts are productive of headache and flatulency of the stomach. They contribute, however, to the increase of flesh more than would be imagined. Parched, they are remedial for cathars, and beaten up and taken with hydromel, they are good for an inveterate cough. Some persons add grains to pepper, and others take them in resin wine. Pistachio nuts have the same properties and are productive of the same effects as pine nuts, in addition to which they are used as an antidote to the venom of serpents eaten or taken in drink. Chestnuts have a powerful effect in arresting fluxes of the stomach and intestines, are relaxing to the bowels, are beneficial in cases of spitting of blood, and have a tendency to make flesh. Chapter 79. Carobs. 5 observations upon them. The cornel, 1 remedy. The fruit of the arbutus. Fresh carobs are unwholesome to the stomach, and relaxing to the bowels. In a dried state, however, they are astringent, and are much more beneficial to the stomach. They are diuretic also. For pains in the stomach, persons boil 3 Syrian carobs with 1 sextarius of water down to 1/2, and drink the decoction. The juices which exude from the branches of the cornel are received on a plate of red-hot iron without it touching the wood, the rust of which is applied for the cure of incipient lichens. The arbutus or anido bears a fruit that is difficult of digestion and injurious to the stomach. Chapter 80. The laurel. 69 observations upon it. All parts of the laurel, both the leaves, bark, and berries, are of a warming nature, and a decoction of them, the leaves in particular, is very useful for affections of the bladder and uterus. The leaves applied topically neutralize the poison of wasps, bees, and hornets, as also that of serpents, the ceps, dipsas, and viper in particular. Boiled in oil, they promote the catamenia, and the more tender of the leaves beaten up with polenta are used for inflammation of the eyes, with rue for inflammations of the testes, and with rose oil or oil of iris for headache. 3 leaves chewed and swallowed for 3 days in succession are a cure for cough, and beaten up with honey for asthma. The bark of the root is dangerous to pregnant women. The root itself disperses calculi, and taken in doses of 3 oboli in aromatic wine, it acts beneficially on the liver. The leaves taken in drink act as an emetic, and the berries pounded and applied as a pessary, or else taken in drink, promote menstruation. 2 of the berries with the skin removed, taken in wine, are a cure for inveterate cough and hardness of breathing. If, however, this is accompanied with fever, they are given in water, or else in an electuary with resin wine, or boiled in hydromel. Employed in a similar manner, they are good for phthisis and for all the fluxions of the chest, as they have the effect of detaching the phlegm and bringing it off. For stings inflicted by scorpions, 4 laurel berries are taken in wine. Applied with oil, they are a cure for epinictis, freckles, running sores, ulcers of the mouth, and scaly eruptions. The juice of the berries is curative of porigo and phthisis, and for pains in the ears or hardness of hearing, it is injected into those organs with old wine and oil of roses. All venomous creatures fly at the approach of persons who have been anointed with this juice. Taken in drink, the juice of the small-leaved laurel in particular, it is good for stings inflicted by them. The berries used with wine neutralize the venom of serpents, scorpions, and spiders. They are applied also topically with oil and vinegar, in diseases of the spleen and liver, and with honey to gangrenous sores. In cases of lassitude and shivering fits, it is a very good plan to rub the body with juice of laurel berries mixed with nitre. Some persons are of opinion that delivery is accelerated by taking laurel root to the amount of 1 acetabulum in water, and that, used fresh, it is better than dried. It is recommended by some authorities to take 10 of the berries in drink for the sting of the scorpion, and in cases of relaxation of the uvula to boil 1/4 pound of the berries or leaves in 3 sextarii of water down to 1/3, the decoction being used warm as a gargle. For headache also it is recommended to bruise an uneven number of the berries in oil, the mixture being warmed for use. The leaves of the Delphic laurel, bruised and applied to the nostrils from time to time, are a preservative against contagion in pestilence, and more particularly if they are burnt. The oil of the Delphic laurel is employed in the preparation of therites and the medicinal composition known as acopum, and it is used for fits of shivering, occasioned by cold, for the relaxation of the sinews, and for the cure of pains in the side, and the cold attacks in fevers. Warmed in the rind of a pomegranate, it is applied topically for the cure of earache. A decoction of the leaves boiled down in water to 1/3, used as a gargle, braces the uvula, and taken in drink allays pains in the bowels and intestines. The more tender leaves, bruised in wine and applied at night, are a cure for pimples and prurigo. The other varieties of the laurel possess properties which are nearly analogous. The root of the laurel of Alexandria or of Mount Ida accelerates delivery, being administered in doses of 3 denarii to 3 seathi of sweet wine. It acts also as an emmenagogue and brings away the afterbirth. Taken in drink in a similar manner, the wild laurel, known as daphnodes, and by the other names which we have mentioned, is productive of beneficial effects. The leaves of it, either fresh or dried, taken in doses of 3 drachma, in hydromel with salt, act as a purgative upon the bowels. The wood, chewed, brings off phlegm, and the leaves act as an emetic. They are unwholesome, however, to the stomach. The berries, too, are sometimes taken 15 in number as a purgative. Chapter 81. Myrtle. 60 observations upon it. The white cultivated myrtle is employed for fewer medicinal purposes than the black one. The berries of it are good for spitting of blood, and taken in wine, they neutralize the poison of fungi. They impart an agreeable smell to the breath, even when eaten the day before. Thus, for instance, in Menander we find the Cineristose eating them. They are taken also for dysentery in doses of 1 denarius in wine, and they are employed lukewarm in wine for the cure of obstinate ulcers on the extremities. Mixed with polenta, they are employed topically in ophthalmia, and for the cardiac disease they are applied to the left breast. For stings inflicted by scorpions, diseases of the bladder, headache, and fistulas of the eye before suppuration, they are similarly employed, and for tumors and pituitous eruptions the kernels are first removed, and the berries are then pounded in old wine. The juice of the berries acts astringently upon the bowels and is diuretic. Mixed with cerate, it is applied topically to blisters, pituitous eruptions, and wounds inflicted by the phalangium. It imparts a black tint also to the hair. The oil of this myrtle is of a more soothing nature than the juice, and the wine which is extracted from it, and which possesses the property of never inebriating, is even more so. This wine, used when old, acts astringently upon the stomach and bowels, cures gripping pains in those regions, and dispels nausea. The dried leaves powdered and sprinkled upon the body check profuse perspirations, in fever even. They are good, too, used as a fomentations for colic affections, procedents of the uterus, diseases of the fundament, running ulcers, erysipelas, loss of the hair, scaly and other eruptions, and burns. This powder is used as an ingredient also in the plasters known as lipperae, and for the same reason the oil of the leaves is used for a similar purpose, being extremely efficacious as an application to the humid parts of the body, the mouth and the uterus, for example. The leaves themselves beaten up with wine neutralize the bad effects of fungi, and they are employed in combination with wax for diseases of the joints and gatherings. A decoction of them in wine is taken for dysentery and dropsy. Dried and reduced to powder, they are sprinkled upon ulcers and hemorrhages. They are useful also for the removal of freckles and for the cure of hangnails, whitlows, condylomata, affections of the testes, and sordid ulcers. In combination with cerate, they are used for burns. For purulent discharges from the ears, the ashes of the leaves are employed, as well as the juice and the decoction. The ashes are also used in the composition of antidotes. For a similar purpose, the blossoms are stripped from off the young branches, which are burnt in a furnace, and then pounded in wine. The ashes of the leaves, too, are used for the cure of burns. To prevent ulcerations from causing swellings in the inguinal glands, it will suffice for the patient to carry a sprig of myrtle about him, which was never touched the ground, or any implement of iron. Chapter 82. Myrtidanum, 13 Remedies. We have already described the manner in which myrtidanum is made. Applied in a pessary or as a fomentation or liniment, it is good for affections of the uterus, being much more efficacious than the bark of the tree or the leaves and seed. There is a juice also extracted from the more tender leaves, which are pounded in a mortar for the purpose, astringent wine, or according to one method, rainwater, being poured upon them a little at a time. This extract is used for the cure of ulcers of the mouth, the fundament, the adcuss, and the abdomen. It is employed also for dyeing the hair black, the suppression of exudations at the armpits, the removal of freckles, and other purposes in which astringents are required. Chapter 83. The wild myrtle, otherwise called oxymyrcen or chamaircin, and the ruscus, 6 remedies. The wild myrtle, oxymyrcin or chamaemyrcin, differs from the cultivated myrtle in the redness of its berries and its diminutive height. The root of it is held in high esteem. A decoction of it in wine is taken for pains in the kidney and strangury, more particularly when the urine is thick and fetid. Pounded in wine, it is employed for the cure of jaundice and as a purgative for the uterus. The same method is adopted also with the young shoots, which are sometimes roasted in hot ashes and eaten as a substitute for asparagus. The berries taken with wine, or oil and vinegar, break calculi of the bladder. Beaten up with rose oil and vinegar, they allay headache. Taken in drink, they are curative of jaundice. Castor calls the wild myrtle with prickly leaves, or oxymyrcin, from which brooms are made, by the name of ruscus. The medicinal properties of it are just the same. Thus much, then, with reference to the medicinal properties of the cultivated trees. Let us now pass on to the wild ones. Remedies, Narratives, and Observations, 918. Roman authors quoted: C. Valgius, Pompeius Lennaeus, Sextius Niger, who wrote in Greek, Julius Bassus, who wrote in Greek, Antonius Castor, M. Varro, Cornelius Celsus, Fabianus. Foreign authors quoted: Theophrastus, Democritus, Orpheus, Pythagoras, Mago, Menander, who wrote the Biocresta, Nicander, Homer, Hesiod, Musaeus, Sophocles, and Axilleus. Medical authors quoted: Mnesiteus, Callimachus, Fannius the physician, Timarestus, Simus, Hippocrates, Chrysippus, Diocles, Ophelion, Heraclides, Hicesius, Dionysius, Apollodorus of Citium, Apollodorus of Tarentum, Plistonicus, Medius, Doices, Cleophantus, Philistion, Asclepiades, Crateuius, Petroinus Diodotus, Iolas, Erasistratus, Diagoras, Andreas, Mnesides, Epicharmus, Damion, Dalion, Sosimenes, Tlepolemus, Metrodorus, Solo, Licus, Olympias of Thebes, Philinius, Petricus, Micton, Glaucias, and Xenocrates. End of section 16.
Section 17 of the Natural History, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Botes. The Natural History, Volume 5, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 17. Book 24. Chapters 1 to 21. The remedies derived from the forest trees. Chapter 1. The antipathies and sympathies which exist among trees and plants. Not even are the forests and the spots in which the aspect of nature is most rugged destitute of their peculiar remedies. For so universally has that divine parent of all things distributed her succors for the benefit of man, as to implant for him medicinal virtues in the trees of the desert even, while at every step she presents us with the most wonderful illustrations of those antipathies and sympathies which exist in the vegetable world. Between the quercus and the olive there exists a hatred so inveterate that, transplanted either of them to a site previously occupied by the other, they will die. The quercus too, if planted near the walnut, will perish. There is a mortal feud existing also between the cabbage and the vine, and the cabbage itself, so shunned as it is by the vine, will wither immediately if planted in the vicinity of cyclamen or of origanum. We find it asserted even that aged trees fit to be felled are cut with all the greater difficulty and dry all the more rapidly if touched by the hand of man before the axe is applied. It is a common belief too that when their load consists of fruit, beasts of burden are immediately sensible of it, and will instantly begin to sweat, however trifling it may be, unless the fruit is duly shown to them before starting. Fennel giant as a fodder is extremely grateful to the ass, and yet to other beasts of burden it is a deadly poison. Hence it is the ass is consecrated to Father Liber, to which deity the fennel is also sacred. Inanimate objects, again, even of the most insignificant character, have their own peculiar antipathies. Cooks disengage meat of the brine, when it has been too highly salted, by the agency of fine meal and the inner bark of the linden tree. Salt, again, tends to neutralize the sickly flavor of food when over-sweet. The taste of water, when nitrous or bitter, is modified by the addition of polenta, so much so, indeed, as to be rendered potable in a couple of hours. It is for a similar reason, too, that a layer of polenta is put in our linen wine strainers. A similar property is possessed also by the chalk of Rhodes and the argilla of our own country. Equal affinities exist as well. Pitch, for instance, is extracted by the agency of oil, both of them being of an unctuous nature. Oil, again, will incorporate only with lime, both of them having a natural antipathy to water. Gum is most easily removed with vinegar, and ink with water. In addition to which, there are numberless other instances of sympathy and antipathy, which we shall be careful to mention in their appropriate places. It is in tendencies of this description that the medical art first took its rise, though it was originally intended, no doubt by nature, that our only medicaments should be those which universally exist, are everywhere to be found, and are to be procured at no great outlay, the various substances, in fact, from which we derive our sustenance. But at a later period the fraudulent disposition of mankind, combined with an ingenuity prompted by lucre, invented those various laboratories, in which each one of us is promised an extension of his life, that is, if he will pay for it. Compositions and mixtures of an inexplicable nature, forthwith, have their praises sung, and the productions of Arabia and India are held in unbounded admiration in the very midst of us. For some trifling sore or other, a medicament is prescribed from the shores of the Red Sea, while not a day passes but what the real remedies are to be found upon the tables of the very poorest men among us. But if the remedies for diseases were derived from our own gardens, if the plants or shrubs were employed which grow there, there would be no art, forsooth, that would rank lower than that of medicine. Yes, avow it we must. The Roman people, in extending its empire, has lost sight of its ancient manners, and in that we have conquered, we are the conquered, for now we obey the natives of foreign lands, who, by the agency of a single art, have even outgeneraled our generals. More, however, on this topic hereafter. Chapter 2. The Lotus of Italy. 6 Remedies. We have already spoken in their appropriate places of the herb called lotus, and of the plant of Egypt known by the same name, and as the tree of the Syrtes. The berries of the lotus, which is known among us as the Grecian bean, act astringently upon the bowels, and the shavings of the wood, boiled in wine, are useful in cases of dysentery, excessive menstruation, vertigo, and epilepsy. They also prevent the hair from falling off. It is a marvelous thing, but there is no substance known that is more bitter than the shavings of this wood, or sweeter than the fruit. The sawdust also of the wood is boiled in myrtle water, and then kneaded and divided into lozenges, which form a medicament for dysentery of remarkable utility, being taken in doses of 1 victoriatus in 3 ciathi of water. Chapter 3. Acorns. 13 Remedies. Acorns pounded with salted axle grease are curative of those indurations known as cacoethy. The acorn of the holm oak, however, is the most powerful in its effects, and in all these trees the bark is still more efficacious, as well as the inner membrane which lies beneath it. A decoction of this last is good for coliac affections, and it is applied topically in case of dysentery, as well as the acorns, which are employed also for the treatment of stings inflicted by serpents, fluxes, and suppurations. The leaves, acorns, and bark, as well as a decoction prepared from them, are good as counterpoisons. A decoction of the bark, boiled in cow's milk, is used topically for stings inflicted by serpents, and is administered in wine for dysentery. The holm oak is possessed of similar properties. Chapter 4. The kermisberry of the holm oak. 3 remedies. The scarlet berry of the holm oak is applied to fresh wounds with vinegar, and in combination with water it is dropped into the eyes in cases of defluxion of those organs or of ecchymosis. There grows also in most parts of Attica and in Asia a berry of this description, which becomes transformed with great rapidity into a diminutive worm, owing to which circumstances the Greeks have given it the name of skolekion. It is held, however, in disesteem. The principal varieties of this berry have been previously described. Chapter 5. Gallnuts. 23 remedies. And no fewer are the varieties of the gallnut which we have described. We have, for instance, the full-bodied gallnut, the perforated one, the white, the black, the large, the small, all of them possessed of similar properties. That, however, of comagene is generally preferred. These substances remove fleshy excrescences on the body, and are serviceable for affections of the gums and uvula, and for ulcerations of the mouth. Burnt and then quenched in wine, they are applied topically in cases of coliac affections and dysentery, and with honey to whitlow, hang-nails, malformed nails, running ulcers, condylomatous swellings, and ulcerations of the nature known as phagedenic. A decoction of them in wine is used as an injection for the ears and as alignment for the eyes, and in combination with vinegar they are employed for the eruptions and tumors. The inner part of the gall, chewed, allays toothache, and is good for excoriations between the thighs and for burns. Taken unripe in vinegar, they reduce the volume of the spleen, and burnt and then quenched in salt and vinegar, they are used as a fomentation for excessive menstruation and procedence of the uterus. All varieties of the gallnut stain the hair black. Chapter 6. Mistletoe. 11 remedies. We have already stated that the best mistletoe is that which grows on the robur, and have described the manner in which it is prepared. Some persons, after bruising the berries, boil them in the water, till nothing appears on the surface, while others, again, bite the berries with the teeth, and reject the skins. The best kind of viscous is that which has none of the outer skin in it, is extremely light, yellow without, and of a leek green color within. There is no substance more gluttonous than this. It is of an emollient nature, disperses tumors, and acts as a desiccative upon scrofulous sores. Combined with resin and wax, it heals inflamed swellings of every description. Some persons add galbanum as well, using equal proportions of each ingredient, and this preparation they employ also for the treatment of wounds. The viscous of the mistletoe has the additional property also of rectifying malformed nails, but to effect this it must be taken off at the end of 7 days, and the nails must be washed with a solution of nitre. Some persons have a sort of superstition notion that the viscous will be all the more efficacious if the berries are gathered from the robur at new moon and without the aid of iron. They have an impression, too, that if it had not touched the ground, it will cure epilepsy, that it will promote conception in females, if they make a practice of carrying it about them. The berries, chewed and applied to ulcers, are remarkably efficacious for their cure, it is said. Chapter 7. The excrescences which grow on the robur. 1 remedy. The cerus. 8 remedies. The round excrescences which grow on the robur, and mixed with bear's grease, are remedial in cases of loss of the hair by alopecy. The leaves, bark, and acorns of the cerus act as a desiccative upon gatherings and suppurations, and arrest fluxes. A decoction of them used as fomentation strengthens such parts of the body as are paralyzed, and it is a very good plan to employ it as a sitting bath, for its desiccative or astringent effects upon the lower extremities. The root of this tree neutralizes the venom of the scorpion. Chapter 8. The cork tree. 2 remedies. The bark of the cork tree, pulverized and taken in warm water, arrests hemorrhage at the mouth and nostrils, and the ashes of it, taken in warm wine, are highly extolled as a cure for spitting of blood. Chapter 9. The beech. 4 remedies. The leaves of the beech are chewed for affections of the lips and gums. Alignment is made of the ashes of beech mast for urinary calculus, and in combination with honey for alopecy. Chapter 10. The cypress. 23 remedies. The leaves of the cypress are pounded and applied to wounds inflicted by serpents, and with polenta to the head in cases of sunstroke. They are used also for hernia, and an infusion of them is taken in drink. They are applied with wax to swellings of the testes, and mixed with vinegar they stain the hair black. Beaten up with twice the quantity of light bread, and then kneaded with Aminean wine, they are found very soothing for pains in the feet and sinews. The excrescences of this tree are taken in drink for the stings of serpents and for discharges of blood from the mouth. They are used also as a topical application for gatherings. Fresh gathered and beaten up with axle grease and bean meal, they are good for hernia, and an infusion of them is taken in drink for the same complaint. In combination with meal, they are applied topically to imposthumes of the parotid glands and to scrofulous sores. From these excrescences, pounded along with the seed, a juice is extracted, which, mixed with oil, disperses films of the eyes. Taken in doses of 1 victoriatus in wine, and applied at the same time in a pulpy dried fig, the seeds of which have been removed. This juice cures maladies of the testes and disperses tumors. Mixed with leaven, it heals scrofulous sores. The root of the cypress, bruised with leaves and taken in drink, is curative of diseases of the bladder, strangury, and the sting of the phalangium. The shavings of the wood, taken in drink, act as an emmenagogue, and neutralize the venom of the scorpion. Chapter 11. The cedar. 13 remedies. The larger cedar, known as the cedrelates, produces a pitch called cedria, which is very useful for toothache, it having the effect of breaking the teeth and extracting them, and so allaying the pain. We have already stated how the juices of cedar are extracted, so remarkably useful for seasoning books, were it not for the headache they produce. This extract from the cedar preserves the bodies of the dead uncorrupted for ages, but exercises a nauseous effect upon the bodies of the living. Singular that there should be such a diversity in its properties, taking away life from animated beings, and imparting a sort of life, as it were, to the dead. It injures clothing also, and destroys animal life. It is for this reason that I cannot recommend it to be taken internally for the cure of quinsy and indigestion, though there are some who advise it. I should be greatly in dread, too, to rinse the teeth with it in combination with vinegar for the toothache, or to use it as an injection for the ears in cases of hardness of hearing, or for worms in those organs. There is one very marvelous story told about it. If the male organs, they say, are rubbed with it just before the sexual congress, it will effectually prevent impregnation. Still, however, I should not hesitate to employ it as a friction for psoriasis or prurigo. It is strongly recommended also in raisin wine as an antidote to the poison of the sea hare, but I should be more ready to use it as a liniment for elephantiasis. Some authors have prescribed it as an ointment for foul ulcers and the fleshy excrescences which grow in them, as also for spots and films on the eyes, and have recommended it to be taken in doses of 1 ciathus for ulceration of the lungs and for tapeworm. There is an oil extracted from this pitch, known as pisceleian, the properties of which are of increased activity for all the purposes before mentioned. It is a well-known fact that the sawdust of cedar will put serpents to flight, and that a similar effect is produced by anointing the body with the berries bruised in oil. Chapter 12. Cedrides, 10 remedies. Cedrides, or in other words, the fruit of the cedar, is curative of coughs, acts as a diuretic, and arrests looseness of the bowels. It is good also for ruptures, convulsions, spasms, and strangury, and it is employed as a pessary for affections of the uterus. It is used also to neutralize the venom of the sea hare, and for the cure of the various affections above mentioned, as also of gatherings and inflammations. Chapter 13. Galbanum. 23 remedies. We have already given some description of galbanum. To be good, it should be neither too moist nor too dry, but just in the state which we have mentioned. It is taken by itself for inveterate coughs, asthma, ruptures, and convulsions, and it is employed externally for sciatica, pains in the sides, inflamed tumors, boils, denudations of the bones, scrofulous sores, nodes upon the joints, and toothache. It is applied with honey also to ulcerations of the head, in combination with oil of roses, or with nard. It is used as an injection for suppurations of the ears, and the odor of it is useful for epilepsy, hysterical suffocations, and faintness at the stomach. Employed as a pessary or as a fumigation, it brings away the fetus in cases of miscarriage. Branches too of hellebore covered with it and laid beneath the patient have a similar effect. We have already stated that serpents are driven away by the fumes of burnt galbanum, and they will equally avoid persons whose body has been rubbed with it. It is curative also of the sting of the scorpion. In protracted deliveries, a piece of galbanum, the size of a bean, is given in 1 ciathus of wine. It has the effect also of reducing the uterus when displaced, and, taken with myrrh and wine, it brings away the dead fetus. In combination with myrrh and wine, too, it neutralizes poisons, those which come under the denomination of toxica in particular. The very touch of it, mixed with oil and spondylium, is sufficient to kill a serpent. It is generally thought to be productive of strangury. Chapter 14. Hammoniacum. 24 Remedies. Of a similar nature to galbanum is hammoniacum, a tear-like gum, the qualities of which are tested in manner already stated. It is of an emollient, warming, resolvent, and dispellent nature. Employed as an ingredient in eye salves, it improves the sight. It disperses prurigo, effaces the marks of sores, removes spots in the eyes, and allays toothache, more particularly when burnt. It is very useful too, taken in drink for hardness of breathing, pleurisy, affections of the lungs, diseases of the bladder, bloody urine, maladies of the spleen and sciatica. Employed in a similar manner, it acts as a purgative upon the bowels. Boiled with an equal proportion of pitch or wax, and with oil of roses, it is good for diseases of the joints and for gout. Employed with honey, it ripens hard tumors, extracts corns, and has an emollient effect upon indurations. In combination with vinegar and Cyprian wax, or oil of roses, it is extremely efficacious as alignment for affections of the spleen. In cases of extreme lassitude, it is an excellent plan to use it as a friction with vinegar and oil and a little nitre. Chapter 15. Storax. 10 Remedies. In speaking too of the exotic trees, we have made mention of the properties of storax. In addition to those which we have already mentioned, it ought to be very unctuous, without alloy, and to break to pieces in whitish fragments. This substance is curative of cough, affections of the fauces, diseases of the chest, and obstructions or indurations of the uterus. Taken in drink or employed as a pessary, it acts as an emmenagogue. It has a laxative effect also upon the bowels. I find it stated that taken in moderate doses, storax dispels melancholy, but that when employed in large quantities, it promotes it. Used as an injection, it is good for singing in the ears, and employed as a friction for scrofulous swellings and nodes of the sinews. It neutralizes poisons of a cold nature, and consequently hemlock. Chapter 16. Spondylium. 17 Remedies. At the same time we have also spoken of spondylium, an infusion of which is poured upon the head, in cases of phrenitis and lethargy, and also headache of long standing. Combined with old oil, it is taken in drink for affections of the liver, jaundice, epilepsy, hardness of breathing, and hysterical suffocations, maladies for which it is equally serviceable in the shape of a fumigation. It relaxes the bowels, and with rue it is applied to ulcers of a serpiginous nature. The juice which is extracted from the blossom is of a most useful injection for suppurations of the ears, but the moment it is extracted it should be covered up, as flies and other insects of a similar nature are remarkably fond of it, Scrapings of the root introduced into the interior of fistulas have a caustic effect upon their callosities, and they are sometimes used in combination with the juice as an injection for the ears. The root itself also is prescribed for jaundice and for diseases of the liver and uterus. If the head is rubbed with the juice, it will make the hair curl. Chapter 17. Sphagnous, Sphacos, or Bryan. 5 remedies. Sphagnous, Sphacos, or Bryan grows, as we have already stated, in Gaul. A decoction of it, employed as a sitting bath, is useful for affections of the uterus. Mixed with nasturtium and beaten up in salt water, it is good for the knees and for swellings in the thighs. Taken in drink with wine and dried resin, it acts very powerfully as a diuretic. Pounded in wine with juniper berries and taken in drink, it draws off the water in dropsy. Chapter 18. The Terebinth. 6 remedies. The leaves and root of the terebinth are used as applications for gatherings, and a decoction of them is strengthening to the stomach. The seed of it is taken in wine for headache and strangury. It is slightly laxative to the bowels and acts as an aphrodisiac. Chapter 19. The Peach Tree and the Larch. 8 remedies. The leaves of the peach tree and the larch, beaten up and boiled in vinegar, are good for toothache. The ashes of the bark are used for excoriations and burns. Taken in drink, this substance arrests diarrhea and acts as a diuretic. And used as fumigation, it reduces the uterus when displaced. The leaves of the peach tree are particularly good for the liver, taken in doses of 1 drachma in hydromel. It is well-known fact that forests planted solely with trees from which pitch and resin are extracted are remarkably beneficial for patients suffering from phthisis or who are unable to recover their strength after a long illness. Indeed, it is said that in such cases, to breathe the air of localities thus planted is more beneficial even than to take a voyage to Egypt, or to go on a summer's journey to the mountains, to drink the milk there, impregnated with the perfumes of plants. Chapter 20. The Camepites. 10 remedies. The Camepites, called in Latin abiga, because it promotes abortion, and known to some as incense of the earth, has branches a cubit in length, and the odor and blossom of the pine. Another variety of it, which is somewhat shorter, has all the appearance of being bent downwards. And there is a third, which, though it has a similar smell, and consequently the same name, is altogether smaller, with a stem the thickness of one's finger and a diminutive rough, pale leaf. It is found growing in rocky localities. All these varieties are in reality herbaceous productions, but in consequence of the resemblance of the name, I have thought it, as well, not to defer the consideration of them. These plants are good for stings inflicted by scorpions, and are useful as an application, mixed with dates or quinces, for maladies of the liver. A decoction of them with barley meal is used for the kidneys and the bladder. A decoction of them in water is used also for jaundice and for strangury. The kind last mentioned, in combination with honey, is good for wounds inflicted by serpents, and a pessary is made of it with honey as a detergent for the uterus. Taken in drink, it brings away coagulated blood and rubbed upon the body it acts as a sudorific. It is particularly useful also for the kidneys. Pills of a purgative nature are made of it for dropsy, with figs. Taken in wine in doses of 1 victoriatus, it dispels lumbago and cures coughs that are not of an inveterate description. A decoction of it in vinegar, taken in drink, will instantaneously bring away the dead fetus, it is said. Chapter 21. The Pitiusa. 6 remedies. For a similar reason, too, we shall accord the same distinction to the Pitiusa, a plant which some persons reckon among the varieties of the Tithymalus. It is a shrub resembling the peach tree in appearance, and with a diminutive purple blossom. A decoction of the root taken in doses of 1 hemina carries off the bilious and pituitous secretions by stool, and a spoonful of the seed, used as a suppository, has a similar effect. A decoction of the leaves in vinegar removes scaly eruptions of the skin, and in combination with boiled rue, it effects the cure of diseases of the mammillae, gripings in the bowels, wounds inflicted by serpents, and incipient gatherings of most kinds. End of section 17. Recording by Mike Botez.